streaming. We are live. This means we are live. Now we'll see if it syncs with the studio. So we're going to see if this syncs with the studio. And it says excellent connection, which means there should be an image appearing very soon. And concurrent viewers says 0. Theoretically, we'll pick them up back again soon. And whoever was in the chat room will then reappear, hopefully. And that being said, we reset the page here and see if it appears on the Douglas Dietrich channel. And then that reappears, and we have theoretically one watching it. Like I said, this like degrades the actual number by orders of magnitude. And again, press the reset button here, and hopefully everything goes through. And then what I do is make that image larger so that I can access that, see the chat as well, make certain everything is running. Everybody hit the upvotes. We were able to get quite a number of upvotes last time, and now we're going to try and get them all again. Everybody go to your PC, whatever's got a different IP port address, for your IP address to appear differently, so it will register as a separate upvote. Hit one from your PC, one from your laptop, one from your cell phone, one from your iPad. Everything you've got, throw it at there, and throw an upvote in there. That's what'll get us on searches. So they already managed to upset the search pattern by having us delete the original episode and reload the episode. We are now live, and we have 3 wonderful people with us. Four wonderful people. And Samuel Romero, Maureen Helpan, Ann Fountain, and Joe Tai, Joseph Tai. And I'm here as well now. I have my tea. I left the kids alone, and they were attacked. It was a home invasion was conducted when I left the home. Basically, Ann Fountain and Joe Tai were talking, and brought up, as a matter of fact, while Noreen is here and Samuel Romero are here, relay it to us, Ann, how you experienced it.
Well, everything sounded fine on my end. Joe was just asking me, he asked me how long I'd been listening to you. Uh-huh. And I said not very long, because it was only 1 year ago that I learned about the SSP, the MyLabs, and the targeted individual phenomenon. Mm-hmm. And then it got, the audio went really weird about a minute.
To say the least. I'm going to stop sharing now, simply because it's going to be distracting. So, what was your?
I went back on YouTube and listened to it, and so that's how I was able to hear the attack.
Yes, and the way you describe it, yes. Are we back? Says Peggy Wood. We are, honey. And T Tank Berry says hello, Douglas. Greetings from Redwood City. God bless you, sir. And I don't know if that was you who anonymously contributed about $250 United States dollars the other day. Certainly, I do want to encourage everybody to contribute, because this is the worst I've ever had it. I am flirting with homelessness. In a worst case scenario, I should be able to borrow from my gang brothers or, my 3D graphics modeler. But who the hell wants to do that? I mean, the thing that I hate more than borrowing is paying people back. So just anybody.
Douglas, I wasn't aware of this potential homeless situation. Can you reiterate a little bit to me what's going on?
It's just I got hit with a lot of convergent expenses. What happens is once a year, the month of June and into July, I get hit with a number of convergent expenses. The one was the Marine Corps life insurance, which I renew annually simply because it's the only proof I've got that I was in the military. I never would have been issued that had I not graduated from boot camp, which is what the gang stalkers claim I did not do. So this is the so T Tank Berry says, I have donations. That was not me. Thank you, sir. And in terms of that's about $5,000 a year. And then what happened was I got hit by the need to renew the website once a year. So the annual renewal of my website is about $200. So that was $700 right there. So with that and a number of other expenses, because there were some holidays, there were some collateral expenses there, though I really don't spend that much myself per se. It does bleed out.
Because since I've known you, I know you're not like a frivolous spender, and I wasn't accusing you of that, but okay. So you had some expenses that were kind of clustered together this time. That's what that is in terms of the money. And okay, I think I get it.
Yeah. That's what it was. It was all together, just a number of expenses converged. And so then what happened was that when I got to this point in the month, this was probably the least money I've ever had towards the end of the month. It's the middle of the month. And I try to pay rent. I have never not paid my rent on time. And so I do want to pay the rent on time. It's not that, it takes a lot to evict a person in San Francisco, even though they've removed a lot of the eviction protections that they had up during COVID. It's still going to be extraordinarily difficult were it to come to that. I simply don't want it to even be thought of. It's something you just want to avoid at all costs, is any kind of rancor or contestation from the landlady. And and she's just very uptight about it. So theoretically rent is like due on the 5th, between the 3rd and the 5th of the month for any rent payer, but she demands it on the 1st because it gives her a sense of control, and I acquiesce to her simply because it's just the easiest way to maintain the peace. And so that being said, I just try to get enough together to get it to her on the 1st. So
I'm feeling like you will have enough money to do this, so.
Oh, bless you.
That's my feeling.
Oh, thank you. Thank you.
But
No,
you don't feel that, or I mean, that's what I feel.
Oh, I usually make it, and so as a matter of fact, I always have. So I agree with you. I agree with you. I have faith in my contributors, and in a worst case scenario, like I said, I could borrow from my gang brother if the 3D graphics designer doesn't come through, the gang brother will. But who wants that?
Is the gang brother that person you grew up with? What's his name?
Beaver. Yes. Yes. You met him. Yes.
Yeah, I know. Oh, him. Yeah. Right. Okay.
Yeah.
What's he up to these days, generally?
Oh, believe it or not, the usual property management for his family with the different properties that they have, and also taking care of his mother as she gets older. I always tell him how, lucky he is that his mother's still alive, but that's really more of a taunt because he really hates his mother.
Oh my God.
Well,
did he get married or no?
He's got a girlfriend, had her forever, and so he's blessed in that regard. She actually was singing with the San Francisco Opera for a bit.
Oh, wow.
But she's a psychologist, and she works with drug rehab, or at least did that for years and years. I'm not quite sure what she's doing now, but I've never bothered to ask. It's one of those things where we do keep our separate lives in our own way.
Sure.
But in terms of, thank you for asking about that. So that being said,
I remember. I won't say his name on air, but I remember his name now.
Yeah.
Can I say it on air? Daniel Wu, right?
Oh yeah, no.
Yeah, I remember now.
Oh my gosh. It's a common enough couple of names where, it doesn't really matter, but don't say it again.
Well, you call him, there's a nickname you have for him, I remember too.
Yeah, Beaver. Yeah.
Beaver. That's right, Daniel Wu. Yeah, that's cool. Okay, hi Daniel. I don't think he's listening, but hi. Okay.
Yes, he would. Yeah, he would never listen. Oh my God.
I know.
Yeah. And so for all of you, just give me a second here. And what I'm going to do is put a word into the chat room of both the call and the chat box. So everybody here should be able to see this. This is a new vocabulary word for everybody. Cacodemonia. That is what we heard. That was the attack. And for those of you who don't know, if you've ever really dealt with a demoniac, for those of you who don't know what that is someone who is truly possessed. That's what it sounds like. because they will speak in a multitude of tongues. In other words, they will do something that is physically impossible for the human vocal cords, which is to sound like many voices simultaneously. So this is what we heard. And there is a fair amount of, shall we say, suspicion of where that was directed from. But obviously, with what I deal with, it's not unexpected. But in that sense, I'm almost sorry that I deleted what I did, but it's probably for the best that I did. It's not really healthy for average people to hear that. But we do know for a fact that it was on record. But that's the kind of phenomenon you would hear when Lou Gentili would try to scare up demons and demonic forces just for the sake of recording them, because that was how he made his living. And he ultimately paid the price for that horrifically. Impacted himself and his family, and ultimately he died. Horribly. And but his collection is maintained by his daughter. I was once asked if I wanted access to that to listen to it, but I was definitely discouraged by many people, but especially Keith Call. It was Keith Call in particular who... Go on.
Douglas, do you think that when you and I and others attended, I should ask Bill Grant this question too, that when we attended that Super Soldier, were we like attacked, or not all of us, or I don't know?
Yeah, absolutely. All of those conferences established by Lorien and Fenton were ambushes, honey. They were ambushes, and especially the one that you were fortunate enough not to be at. I don't believe you were at the one in Las Vegas. Were you? Were you at the one?
No, I was at the one in Henderson. Yeah.
Yeah, that was outside of
Remember?
Las Vegas, right? And that was the one that was, what's his name was that, right? The
Stephen D. Kelly and a lot of people.
Yes, and also
Bill.
Yeah, Opperman, Ed Opperman.
Yeah.
Okay.
So that one wasn't as bad as the other one you're talking about?
Oh no, that was the worst.
Can you tell me like how you think we were all attacked? I mean, without going into detail about, like, in other words, was it like just some kind of like radionics, or what was it?
Oh my God! In terms of that, I'll go into that in a moment. When it came to the entire affair tonight, just so that people understand what was going on with that, for those of you who did hear it, what you heard was truly diabolical. That was truly demonic. That was not a loop, which would have sounded different. So when it comes to what happened, you got to hear something that was technologically recorded, technologically transmitted, but definitely was diabolical. So it was Gerard and Nancy Miller showed up at that conference that you and I were at, honey. And they showed up there to kill us all. And basically I turned them away because I was familiar with their programming, and I simply gave them a different transfer code, so to speak, basically a trigger word that would set them in a different direction. Now, that essentially makes me theoretically responsible for the cops they killed, but I really am convinced they didn't kill the two policemen. They effectively really only killed themselves. They both blew each other's brains out. The idiot who had a firearm who claimed to have killed them was just an idiot who pulled out his firearm, and when LVPD, the Las Vegas Police Department, showed up, they shot him immediately, and then declared him a hero. And later on, all of that leaked out. As for the cops, it was impossible that they killed them and then went to where they went to, because it was miles away, and they were theoretically trundling a whole bunch of weapons and a bunch of heavy ammunition and everything else in a shopping cart. It just was simply impossible for them to have done that. Yeah.
So basically you're talking about the physical attacks, but I was thinking more of other types. I'm just not sure looking back.
Oh, I see what you're saying. I mean, like psychic attacks or the like, or something having to do with, the physical attacks were that which could have killed us all. So that's the most important. A good example was Keith Call was with me. Keith Call will testify to this, by the way, and he's done so in the past. Keith Call was with me when this one asshole was there, who was the backup for Gerard and Mandy Miller. And this guy was like supposed to kill us all if they failed. and he showed us what he had upstairs, which was an arsenal that your average military soldier could only dream of. I mean, your average soldier is issued something, but it's like for a specific purpose, and then that's all they get. When it comes to this guy, he had a rocket launcher, he had multiple machine guns, he had... What he had would put modern-day mass shooters to shame. And he had it all upstairs in his room, and he was showing it to us on his laptop because he had a camera in his room that he could keep an eye on it. So in case somebody went into his room to steal it, he would be able to see them instantly on camera doing that. So he showed that to Keith Call and I, and so we distracted him from doing what he was supposed to do. It was just one of these things where Lorien and Fenton had us all gathered there to kill us all. And basically what had happened was also that was while I was down there, that was when the home next to me was raided, and they took that poor bastard down because they hit the wrong door. They hit next door instead of my door. Everybody thought they were making a film on Russian Hill. They had cordoned off all of Russian Hill. They had set up snipers on the roofs. They had guys with hazmat suits. And amidst all this, the SWAT team busted down the door next door. And because they did what they did, they had to rationalize it immediately because just like cops, when they make a mistake and hit the wrong house, they'll kill the people inside so the people can't testify against them. So what they had... I'm sorry, go on.
I just was going to ask. So besides these level attacks, pretty much most of us that attended, I mean, it was just like an event. In other words, besides this stuff, I'm just kind of looking at it from a spiritual perspective, I guess. I was just trying to figure that part out.
I'm sure
because I still talk to...
Yeah, must have been something horrible going on
I still talk to...
Yeah, go on.
Yeah, because I still talk to Vanessa Herrera, who's married to Jerry Avalos or partnered with. I still talk to Bill Grant, and we're still all here. So I'm just wondering what, I don't know. Okay, I mean, Lorien Fenton has had her share of problems ever since. So I think what I'm saying to you is, I mean, I'm just saying, I'm just wondering if that was like a multi-level attack, or was it just more like...
I think it was multi-level.
We just escaped the physical.
Yeah, it was definitely multi-level, honey. Yeah, it was multi-level, and...
Well, how did it impact you?
You want to see something really, really strange? I'll be really quick.
Sure.
About an hour before, Rocco and I were sitting here, and we re-listened to a Lorien Fenton interview from approximately 2015, where Rocco was on it. And he was telling Lori exactly that. How do you know you weren't controlled to bring us all here so that we could all be snatched up?
Yeah.
And then she invited him to a conference in the future. So thank you, Douglas, thank you for what a strange synchronicity.
No, that's right. Yeah, that makes perfect sense. I mean, that's
Douglas, since that conference, you seem like you're okay, though. I mean, in terms of you didn't get attacked. I mean, obviously they didn't kill you. You know what I mean? I mean, you seem like you're not really altered by that conference. I'm just trying to figure out because of Lorien and the whole thing.
Well, in terms of, I don't know how you could say I came out of it okay or unscathed.
I mean,
I'm constantly and chronically under siege. So it's after that.
Yeah, that was always the case with you. For I'm just saying, like, I think that event had its certain kind of angles. I don't know, like, you sound like the same person to me since, whatever.
Yeah. No, I get what you're saying. No, I wasn't altered in my personality or that sense. But what happened was definitely what happened was afterwards, when that poor bastard whose house they broke into, then they had to put out a national bulletin on him so that people would take him down. They ultimately took him down. He went into a concrete hole for a number of years. I'm happy to report he has been released a few years ago, which I was surprised. I thought they were going to put him away forever. But what had happened was that in my case, they moved a bunch of technicians in who set up a bunch of microwaves and tried to kill me with the microwaves because the home was empty now. It was confiscated by the government. So they basically, put a bunch of, the way it's done is they do something a bit more sophisticated, but basically what they do is they take a bunch of microwave ovens and they strip off all the protective barrier from the microwave oven, the foil basically. They strip off all the foil that prevents it from radiating everywhere. They remove the door and then they place the microwave oven straight against the wall. And they do that with a bank of them, like about 10 or 20 microwave ovens piled up, and they pretty much heat your home into an oven and basically fry you alive. This is what was going on. And the only
well, that I'm just wondering, I don't know if this is correlated. When I had the 5G attack where the 5G router was in my home and I had to remove it. I mean, maybe that's not related to what you're saying. I don't know.
Who knows? It may be. I wouldn't deny it.
I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't know.
But by the way, Chris Collins says, I know it wasn't a technical problem, but it certainly started with an exponential looping of the dialogue. Yeah, that's right. But after that, it certainly changed. I mean, I certainly believe what Chris is saying. I didn't hear it. I left Joe Ty and Ann Fountain alone a few minutes to talk, and then holy shit, it just within a few minutes when she brought up targeted individuals and stuff, it hit the fan. In terms of anything else you want to bring up, honey? About...
I did not mean to hog this conversation.
Oh no, you're not, honey.
It's not
it's
like
fine.
I didn't.
Honey, it's fine.
It's just that when you started talking about this topic, all these things I started thinking, and then you just spoke about what happened with you and your home, and it just kind of made me think about it. But that's okay.
Yeah, and that's appreciated. And so then what happened was that I had somebody help me out, and we got rid of the technicians next door. That's what happened.
Yeah,
and
I do remember that, by the way. Yeah.
Thank you. Honey.
I remember that.
Thank you, honey. Deeply appreciate it. And so Noreen Helpan has been through a lot with me, and she's definitely to be respected. And that being emphasized, obviously, Sammy, you heard this from the perspective of a listener. What was your impression? And now that I noticed you were writing something in the text before I entered the term Cacodemonia, so did that kind of impress you now that I brought that up, or even before I brought that up? Very similar to the man Christ encountered to when he asked, "Who are you?" and he said, "My name is Legion, from We Are Many." This is where you get that demoniac, the person who's possessed, speaking in many voices in Legion. So was this the impression that you got, or did you also have a technical feel to it, like Chris Collins was saying originally, like it sounded like a loop at first before it descended into hell itself?
I remember her saying about the secret space program, but it did sound like it was looping. Mm-hmm. Maybe like she had like when she was on live and she had the broadcast like on YouTube, so there's an echo. Yeah. But yes, I mean, by the way, where does that term come from? Cacodemoniac. Where does that come from again?
Cacodemonia, it's just a term that's been around forever. It means like cacophony. The etymology of it would be, if you consider it as a portmanteau, meaning a combinative term, a combined word, then cacophony means a chorus of noises that are discordant. Okay. And then daemonia would mean a diabolical cacophony, and that's that's certainly what I heard when I got back. The loop is very. People can usually tell when there's a loop because it's just the broken record.
Well, then in that case, then I mean, it did sound kind of weird.
To say the least.
It did. Like, I kind of thought, like, man, I hope, they don't, I hope they're okay. I thought maybe they had something's wrong with their, their phone or something. But, it did sound weird. I wouldn't be surprised if this is an attack like always. But when you always mention Legion, I always have to refer back to when you were talking about that attack that Aquino did in the library with the wax hand, and how his voices converged into one, and the whole room turned black.
Yes.
Even when we were at the library where you showed me, I was pretty much picturing it when we were there. So, and by the way, I'm referring to the audience when I met up with Doug.
Yes.
This, what you showed me was very, it was like almost traveling back in time, really. I mean, even the field where you showed me where the soldiers on the night of the Broken Circle, where they hung those dummies up, those children dummies.
Yes.
I mean, it was, it made perfect sense. Like, but anyways, back to the question. Yes, it was very weird, but
Oh, Douglas, I need to hang up for now. I need to go in the kitchen, but I'll join later. Okay.
Please do. Yes, we have much
Thank
more
you
free
so
time
much.
these days. This month will be quite
Thank
free
you.
and open, so do join us. And
Okay.
we look forward to you
Thank
coming
you.
back.
Thank you.
too.
Bye bye. Bye bye. Bye bye. Thanks.
And that was Noreen Hellband. And so in terms of, just so the people understand what Sammy's talking about from a deeper level, I do want people to understand that the video is available here on this channel, Satan's Crusaders. And if you just review that later in your spare time, you'll be able to hear in some detail what Sammy Romero is referring to. But essentially what he's referring to was a night that Michael Aquino and his coven summoned the Angel of Death, and they did so using a wax hand that was molded in the shape of the man they wanted to kill. They had actually been able to acquire his fingerprints, and on acquiring his fingerprints, they put them into the wax impression of a hand that was molded very much in the likeness of that man's hand. So that way there would be a fetishistic magnet to parallel the target, the intended target. And when they did summon the Angel of Death, I had known that all of Aquino's coven was at one end of the table, essentially, and he was at the other end. Enough space in between them so that you could discern their voices, and all the men speaking in unison. When the room went black, it was as if all of those voices sourced from Aquino alone, whereas all of the men on the other end of the room spoke in one voice, as if it were Aquino's voice alone that was emerging from all of their throats simultaneously. It was a profoundly disturbing effect. And the darkness that had entered the library at that time was so dark, it was not natural. It was so dark that the light that was emitting from the incinerator at full blast, because of the flames, was not really emitting any light. It was simply overwhelmed by the blackness. In other words, the heat was felt, and if I had stuck my hand in there, I would have burned myself alive. But the heat being generated did not generate the concomitant light that usually accompanies open flame. And I had a flashlight on me, as I always had, because of potential blackouts and security issues. But the light itself from the flashlight, when I turned it on, did not penetrate the darkness. This is the level of blackness that descended on the library that night. So when I've encountered people who are demoniacs or possessed, they will speak in a multitude of voices that are impossible for a single human to speak in, and that is what we heard. We heard that. When I came back, I recognized it instantly. And I was like, geez, leave the kids at home alone for a few minutes, and you get a mass diabolic home invasion. I'm sorry.
Wait, Doug.
Go on. Yeah.
I wanted to ask you, and this might be a little bit off subject, but when we were there, I was going to mean to ask you where was the complex where the Ardalic was kept on, but it slipped my mind.
Ah, yes.
Was that nearby or no?
No, that was a little further away.
Oh, okay.
But it was definitely in the base, so
okay.
We'd have to conduct a different trip to actually, locate that. It was amazing that we were able to find what we did. Bear in mind, by the way, just so for people to understand this, when I tell people how large the Presidio military base still is to a great degree, Most people don't believe it, but if they look it up, they realize it's true. We're talking about 1,500 acres, which is like in San Francisco, which is it's basically 25% of all of San Francisco was taken up by the Presidio military base. So there's a lot to it. And I tend to show people, obviously, what was the most impacting in the immediate sense. But we were able to get in something we were not able to get in when I was with Jojo Mikolijik and Peter Moon, which was the cemetery. And Peter Moon was driving us around at the time, and we kind of like went around the cemetery, so we were unable to enter. But our man Sammy, he followed my lead, and we entered several places, and Sammy can testify to this. We entered several places where they said, "Do not enter."
Right.
Yeah. And so when we were able to go through those places, and I told them my instinct was they just put those signs up just to maintain like a neighborhood integrity, so people who don't live there will get scared off and just go away, but anybody who lives in the neighborhood would just drive past it. And that must have been the case, because when we were going through there, nobody stopped us, and indeed there was no law enforcement anywhere in sight. And that's, I think that was the area before we went into the cemetery or after we left it that you said was white trashy.
Yes. It seemed kind of white trashy, like these were maybe white trashy people with money, I guess.
Those were the barracks that would be for the soldiers, and therefore that meant that they were the lower classes. They would be, quote unquote, the white trash of the military that used to live there in the past, and that's why it had that look. But these days, the people who live there are paying thousands and thousands of dollars in rent. It's probably cost $6,000 a month for each of those units, because it costs like $3,000 a month for like units in my area. So they yeah, go on.
Yeah, and I'm sure the hauntings are for free as well.
Yeah.
I mean, God knows what they see. Or whatever. Maybe they're impervious to it. But what I always wonder though, Doug, is because this base is so massive, even when they closed off or they concretized all the underground tunnels. I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if maybe they missed a couple. I could be wrong.
Yeah, your point's well taken. I mean, they might have done so. Certainly, the individual who went looking for them, maybe that was that Bill Grant that Noreen was talking about, the big tall guy. He might have been the guy who was asking me to go with him to Presidio, and I just told him, no, I'm not going to do that. When he wanted to go looking for him, he produced some videos where he put up on the YouTube, which were just, going around sunlight and looking over at concretized mounds. And, but he certainly didn't find them when he was there looking all around, but, it's possible. But nevertheless, it's something I would not encourage people to look for. I can't remember. Yeah, I can't remember some of the stupid things. I mean, I can't believe some of the stupid things I did when I was younger and before I became involved with the Presidio in an employment context. How I and my dad were going in some of these bunker tunnels. And we were entering them in broad daylight, piercing the murky darkness like a couple of idiots.
Right.
And then later on the news, and I bet this would be impossible to find, but this would probably be scrubbed from the internet. If anyone finds it, you let me know. But then in the news, they brought up, a woman's head, a beheaded woman, the head from a beheaded woman was found in this tunnel at the Presidio. And they brought that up in the news briefly. And then I brought up with Beaver, like, hey, maybe we can find the body. Let's go looking in some of these tunnels. And he was like, oh, yeah, what a brilliant idea. Of course, he shit all over it. He was telling me how stupid I was, that we would naturally be accused of the murder as soon as we discovered the body.
Can I mention something?
Of course.
And I don't mean to cut you off. Okay. This is the luxury, and this may be a little bit off subject, but this is a luxury of people that are, pretty much. Let's just keep it real. White people, quote unquote. And when I say white people, I'm gonna have to spell it YT. Y in the letter T. Um, there's this kid on YouTube that goes magnet fishing in on lakes and in oceans and like bay areas or oceans, pretty much, or lakes. This white kid, this idiot white kid, goes magnet fishing. So he has this big, powerful magnet that he throws in. I don't know, let's just say the Hudson River, New York or somewhere, any river really. And he starts picking up, pistols, knives, bunch of junk, but most of the stuff are weapons.
Yes.
And he has the privilege, he has the luxury and privilege in the complexion for the protection, to quote Paul Mooney, the comedian, that he literally calls the cops and tells them that he found evidence that they need to log in and report and collect.
They must love his ass. I'm being sarcastic, but go.
Of course, imagine being a cop. You really don't want to do anything, but you have this idiot white kid that has all this evidence of these pistols that are murder weapons that have been thrown in rivers, and his asshole wants you to put them in as collected evidence. Now, any other race, you'll probably get shot.
Yes.
And just say that they were your weapons.
Yes.
Or,
Yes.
This is a stupidity, Doug, of this, that it doesn't make sense. Like, how is this possible? And if I would try to go to the LA River and with a big magnet and go magnet fishing and I pick up a bunch of weapons, I'm going to get shot. Or
at the very least, you'll be accused of being a criminal. You'll be accused of criminality.
Oh no, I would probably get beaten up and then shot.
Yes.
Or just beaten up, because come on, really? You're gonna make these officers log in this, and of course on this channel you have all these old white people saying, hey, what are you doing over here? Get out of here. Nothing happens to them, of course. But, you have the law enforcement looking at the stuff, looking at him like, you little asshole.
Right.
But, he has a complexion for the protection, so nothing happens to him. But it's in one of these episodes, he actually ends up stabbing himself with some of this junk that he has, because he's fishing in flip-flops, and he's magnet fishing in flip-flops.
I hope he had his tetanus shot. Actually, I don't. I hope he gets infected.
And what makes it creepy, Doug, and I'll send it to you, is that his expression is almost like he's going to Disneyland. Like, hey, look at me! I have a big magnet. Let's go fishing. Oh my God, a pistol! Look, a pistol! Oh my God, this is a knife. What do you expect? What you're going to find there? Like, this is where these murderers throw their weapons at.
Yes.
So it's just it's one of those things where you look at yourself and you're like, man, like, just what a loser, like, what are you doing, collecting those evidence and then, calling the cops? Like, the cops are going to be happy and they're going to be skipping your way and saying, good job, citizen.
This is what this idiot expects. That's
right.
Yeah. Oh my God. I'm sure he gets some of that. Yeah, go on.
Well, it's just a delusion, like, really? But,
I'm sure you get some of that from the YouTubers. Some of the YouTubers are probably in their comments saying, "Oh God, you're doing such a service" or some bullshit, But
right.
Yeah, but definitely any cop in the land would want to kill this kid because he's just ruining their day. And
that and probably their quota too. I'm sure some of these weapons are probably from unsolved murders and these are few cases, and they're killing the case count, I guess. You know how it is.
Not only that, but it's also there's several factors involved here. By the way, we are blessed with Brandon Young having joined us as well, and we'll bring him on in a moment. I'm curious as to whether he heard this, and then of course I want Joe Tai to describe how he experienced what happened, because he experienced it firsthand. But I do want to say that when it comes to the weapons, several factors here, just so people know. Retrieving that shit doesn't really act as evidence for anything in general, because it's too corroded to provide any evidence. There's nothing you can really retrieve from it. When you get a gun that is truly corroded, or a knife, whatever blood was on there when the person was originally killed, or whoever's fingerprints was on the firearm, it's all gone. There's nothing to really be retrieved. It's simply the person's not helping anybody. He's just, he's just an idiot. And so what the cops usually do with stuff like that is they take it and they throw it away. I mean, that's basically what's going to be done because there's really nothing that can be done with it. And, and who the hell wants extra work? It's just one of these things that, altogether, there's several factors here. Another little thing about the white, privilege thing here, just because I can't resist, honestly, the other day, some goober, and I left it up there. It's there for everybody to see. It was one of these recent episodes. Somebody said, 11 hours? What do you do all day? Or something like, what do you do with your life? And what blows my mind about that is you had Art Bell, and Art Bell used to get on at least 10 p.m. at night, and then he'd go through all night. And for those people who didn't know, that wasn't all he did. After that, he would do this ham radio show so that only people on ham radio could hear him. So it was like, so this guy spent basically at least maybe half the day, I'd say about at least 12 hours on radio. And the other 12 hours he was sleeping and eating, basically. So all he did was sleep, eat, and then get on the radio. And that's all he did. But nobody ever said to Art Bell, what the fuck are you doing with your life? Or, what do you do all day? I mean, no, because, he's white, basically. It's just like, oh, he can do that. Yeah, he does that and it's acceptable. But, I do that twice a week. Twice a week, mind you. I'm on for about 12 hours and people are like, hey, what's up with you? What are you doing with your life?
Oh, I mean, keep in mind, when you're discussing geopolitics, this is not this is not Jack and Jill. This is there's multiple narratives you got to cover and then come back around and bring it back to the present. So I think what people like that are ignorant of is that in reality, you're really debriefing people that need to hear this, and a lot of these people that need to hear this are in Congress or they're in government.
Actually, Aaron Tice not only agrees with you, Aaron Tice feels it's not so much even the politicians that are listening, it's basically the defense and intelligence units and almost nobody else is what he feels. It's like the majority of the audience, and he feels half of them are assigned to listen. That includes the cultists. But go on. Yeah.
No, I mean, it makes sense. I don't think Lindsey Graham, is listening to you. I don't think he can even read, but that's my opinion. No, it makes sense. I think, and really, it amazes me that people are not interested in it. It's just, I've always been drawn to your subjects because they're very relevant in the sense of today. I'll give you an example today. I'm pretty much taking an international course on anything to do with hazmat, and this is worldwide. So this has to do with IATA regulations, which is anything I need to send worldwide involving hazmat. I have to take this course, and this was a crash course because it's pretty much a recurrent training I have to do. Nobody likes to do this. There's higher ups higher than me that don't take this class because really they're lazy and they don't want to think. But part of my responsibility is this, right? Two of my classmates quit, and it was just really, two girls and myself. Well, we had to take a class via Zoom, of all things, right?
Yeah.
In the first day, we were having glitches already. We were not getting audio, and I can't help to think because unfortunately, what you talk about affects my life, even when I feel like it doesn't. Well, of course, Zoom, which the communist runs, they took about 30 minutes of the lecture away, and it was this is a very important lecture that I have to take. They took about 30 minutes away from just all the bugs that Zoom has. Yeah. And I was telling my classmates, for this being, United States, we should really invest in an American company that doesn't, mess with our, with our livelihood, because it's ridiculous.
Yeah.
So it took about 30 minutes to even out, but we ended up taking the class. We were pretty much listening through a phone. Okay.
Yeah.
That's how crappy it was with the monitor. So we had all three of us are huddled up listening to the exam on the phone. And it's just ridiculous. Like, what is this? I could have took this course in my car, but they finally managed to have the monitor up working. But I mean, this is the communists for you. Like, they want you to live like them, or at least like their citizens. And I was thinking to myself, like, God damn, Doug, why do you got to be right? But you're right. It is what it is. Like, in a sense, Doug, it's like it's not that you're right. In a sense, like, and it's not that I don't believe you, but it's almost like knowing is almost just as annoying as not knowing. In other words, like, I know the reason for this. And I told my classmates, they looked at me like, what do the communists have to do with this? And I'm like, Zoom is owned by the communist Chinese.
Yeah.
And they just looked at me perplexed, like, what? Because, it's just, they don't know. So, they come back to me and say, damn, you're all right. I didn't even know this was based out of China. I'm like, yeah, why do you think I was annoyed? But I'm
glad that they followed up. I'm glad they went so far as to follow up on what you said.
Right, but this is the annoyance of pursuing knowledge, or at least an alternate source, because it's just really in your face. And unfortunately, it's annoying. You roll your eyes and you got to deal with it. But this is just really what the United States is right now, in a sense of our ignorance. But it's gonna happen, and you just got to adjust and kind of plow through, because in the end we succeeded, but it was pretty annoying.
Yeah, definitely. And I'm sure that thank you for sharing that. I'm sure Brandon Young has something similar when it comes to teaching. The kinds of experiences you've had, Brandon, working with technology similar to that has probably happened to you. Yes.
All the time. Hey, I just want to say a couple things, I guess, real quick.
Please, take your time. You said something about Bill Mooney and what he was saying about ghosts, and I think that's relevant.
Oh, Paul Mooney, the comedian, one of the funniest comedians. He said that about ghosts. He was saying, you white people are too obsessed with ghosts. There's so many ghost stories. Hollywood ghosts. Ghosts touched me. This and that, right? And then he's like, white people, get off the crack and the meth. He's like, the ghosts don't exist. He's like, and I can prove it. He's like, white people, if ghosts existed, you do know slaves would come and fuck your shit up, right? So the point is like, you never have a ghost show where it's like slaves constantly fucking people up, right? White people up on revenge if ghosts actually existed, in the way that there is something of truth there. But to what Paul Mooney said, who I do love. But also I got a little bit of a disturbance in the force, I should say. Yeah. Something happened on the previous show, apparently.
Yes.
Okay.
Tell me what you know.
Oh, it just sounded like there's this the cacophony of noise. It sounded like an audio loop, but it could have been many. But honestly, it could be also. I wouldn't be surprised in your case that it was a satanic, demonic sounding, what they call like if you study exorcism and exorcist, this stuff does creep up. Yeah. I think there's a name for it. Exactly. I can't remember the phrase off the top of my head, but I think it's cacophonia. What is it?
Cacodemonia.
Cacodemonia.
Yeah.
So I got that, and I was able to, for just historical purposes, record it.
Oh. There we are.
Not all of it, just like because it was terrible to listen to.
Yes, it was. It was.
So, just to see that it happened.
Do you know what it brought to my mind? It brought to my mind when Art Bell used to, quote unquote, play The Voices in Hell which was, he said, oh, they dug the hole. It was all based on the stupid urban legend that the Russians dug the deepest hole in the world, which they did, but it didn't lead to them hearing all these voices in hell. That was all just bullshit. But there was this very disturbing recording that was made of multiple screams all merged together, and he would play that again and again and say, this is what the Russians heard at the bottom of the deepest hole in the world. And that was an example of Cacodemonia in a technically created sense, but in terms of that is what came to my mind when I heard what I heard, because at that point the voices that I heard were men and women, and they were definitely not the voices of Our Lady Anne Fountain and Joe Ty. They were definitely other voices that were in there. So it was what it was, and it definitely our man Brandon Young is very familiar with some of these phenomenon as well, due to his researches. But so take it from there, Brandon. And
oh, that's it. Yeah, no, and I just thought that was him. So it's smart of you to kind of restart and refresh the program. And also, I just want to say something interesting to bring up. Want to say hi to everybody out there, but also. Did security detail today, not in the sense that you do, but Joe Biden was in town today.
Oh, wow.
Joe Biden. So we had a lot of different dignitaries and local people come into the town. So yeah, so that was interesting. See that, a little bit of that action.
Mm-hmm. That's incredible, and I thank you for sharing that, and we'll probe a little bit more into that soon enough. And with Joe Ty, could you tell us, so what was your experience with what went down? Let's see if he's there first.
I think I was talking about subjects that I shouldn't be talking about.
Okay, and what were they?
How I got approached by the Satanist when I was listening to your program early on in my listening to you.
Yeah.
When I was working at Rain.
Okay.
Yeah. I even got his business card.
Wow.
Yeah. He had like pins on him. He was weird, but now I know why he was weird.
Right.
He was a Satanist. He was like the head Satanist in Massachusetts. They got like and he was like the next state over. What the hell is he doing here?
Right. And he go on.
Yeah, no, yeah, weird stuff. When I listen to your stuff, there are weird things that happen. Yeah, you're right. I'm probably one of these targeted individuals as I'm listening to you.
Yes.
I was when I started listening to you, I was working in a Viennese restaurant in Central Jersey. Yeah. And out of the blue, some guy you were talking about the Satanists and how they attack, use dogs as take them apart. And the next day, some guy would say, "Oh, I treat my dogs very nice. I don't do anything to them." It's like this weird stuff. You know what I'm saying?
By the way, what I believe Joe is referring to is how, and again, you can watch Satan's Crusaders to learn more about this. Certainly, one of the things that was going on at Letterman Army Medical Center was they were performing various kinds of experiments, including weapons experiments on dogs, using dogs as the targets. And all of this was what they tried to gloss over when Ron Johnson, an investigative reporter, started investigating Michael Aquino's 1st Earth Battalion. Then they would say, "Oh, we don't have the heart to hurt dogs, and so we try to kill goats." And that was hence the title, "The Men Who Stare at Goats." And it was all bullshit. They kill, ultimately, it was thousands and thousands of dogs were slaughtered on site at Presidio. A way to break your heart would be the animated feature titled "The Plague Dogs." And the Plague Dogs doesn't mention the Presidio military base, but it definitely talks about experimenting with dogs using plague and other kinds of diseases that they're infecting them with. And so it's an adult cartoon. It's not meant for children. It's something like Watership Down. That being said, I like everybody's opinion. If anybody followed up, I do want people to know that the latest transmission prior to tonight's, the last transmission that I did was one of the most powerful monologues I've done in a while. And it definitely got interfered with in the sense that when we published and uploaded it, the chat did not upload with it, which is very unusual. We have the chat visible right now with the streamline we've got going, the live stream, and the live stream chat was visible then when I was hosting that transmission, but it didn't publish with it. So I did not select that it be not published. I didn't do anything other than what I normally do, like what I'm doing now. So whatever happened, that got interfered with. And then our man, our archivist, John Warrington, cannot download it. So I do ask everyone, download that episode. We never know how much longer this channel is even going to be allowed to remain up. So download every episode that you can. And certainly the last episode before tonight's, hopefully John Warrington, I'll show him something that I have, and maybe he can transfer that over to his Odyssey. He and I will talk about that later. But in terms of his being unable to download it like he normally does, that alone shows there's some kind of block. He said so himself. So already we had that interference, and then what happened tonight was just off the chain. But beyond that, I'll bring up some other issues later. Certainly, I'm glad Joe shared what he did. So between Joe talking about what he was talking about and Ann Fountain talking about what she was talking about, that really triggered them. And by the time I got back, it was what it was, and we had to shut down and start over again. And by the way, anyone who listened to those voices, they could hear how disturbing they were. It was really disturbing to the psyche. So that being said, going back to Anne for a few minutes. So Anne, honey, with everything that we've discussed, you did great the other night, and you're doing great again tonight. And I do want to introduce people to Anne Christine. I would prefer to call her last name Fontaine, but she uses the term Fountain. Do you mind if I refer to you as Anne Fontaine, or do you find that offensive?
No, that's very fancy. Go for it.
Thank you. And so Our Lady Fontaine will hopefully function as our executrix producer, and she is definitely someone who will do the best that she can, and I'd like her to kind of introduce herself. Tell us a bit about yourself, and whatever you're willing to share, because I don't think you really went into it that deeply the other night. But one of the things you said about yourself that was intriguing was that you're a targeted individual. I'm here now, so we don't need to worry about the Cacodemonia, hopefully. So go into what you feel that is safe for you to share.
Okay. Yes. Wow. I'm only a year into all this phenomenon of the SSP, MyLab, and TIs.
And do us a favor, honey. When you use those acronyms, not everybody understands what you're talking about. So when you use those acronyms, spell them out kind of like Secret Space Program. For SSP, TIs would be targeted individuals. My labs would simply be what they are. A lot of people think of them as military abductions, but I understand there's different people who claim the acronym has a different meaning. But by all means, go on.
Yes, thank you for doing that. It's hard to know where to start. It's, as my friend Chris says, it's one big chaotic soup.
Uh-huh.
And being targeted, my biggest hurdle has just been survival mode.
Uh-huh.
Decades of survival mode, like you said, being on the verge of being homeless or all that stuff. And with that, I'll say I'm mostly focused on healing and doing the shadow work and raising self-awareness. And going in through the back door and beating these guys at their own game. I don't know. I'm so new to this. Oh my gosh. And as far as that sound, I'd never heard anything like that. It sounded like there's about 50 or more of me. Almost like that scene in The Matrix where there's all those Neos on the TV screens talking at once. A little bit. I don't know.
Yeah.
So my whole life I've just been trying to get out of survival mode, and unfortunately that's not very fun to talk about, and I don't like to sound like I complain, so I want to be solution oriented.
Yeah, I mean that's important, but
that's where all the healing comes in. And I met an incredibly wonderful close friend that, of course, if you're on my Facebook, if you really want to know more and you pass my vetting, you could catch the details on Facebook. Rocco and I have a very deep connection. We don't know what it is yet, but I'm very grateful he's in my life.
Okay.
It's like I kind of don't know where to start. I apologize.
No worries. It's like obviously I can always probe later. In the meantime, I think that it's simply important that you're here. Let's put it that way. It helps immensely.
Yes. I am the female touch.
Yes. Yes. Very much so, and such being said, when it comes to say what we were speaking of with the Cacodemonia, our dear friend Chris Collins, who he said, I know it wasn't a technical problem. He said, extremely interested in this Cacodemonia as a guitar noisemaker. Please elaborate when such time is appropriate. Not interested in summoning, just the subject matter. I'm not quite sure what else I can add other than what I've already said. It's just basically that when it comes to technically people trying to emulate the phenomenon, probably they would work with just kind of looping, so to speak. But when I returned here, like I said, it sounded like many different voices other than just Joe Tai and Our Lady Anne Fontaine. But such being said, it was I'm glad that Brandon Young recorded some of it. And maybe later on what Brandon can do is I don't know if you're friends with Brandon Young on Facebook, Chris Collins, but you should be. And so if the two of you can link up, then Brandon Young could possibly send you the tape, and then maybe you could analyze that and do something with it. I wouldn't recommend playing it in slow-mo and listening to it again and again in the dark, but it's that's you can't stop people from doing what they do sometimes. So when it comes to our man Mr. Joe Tai, and he was talking about being given a business card by the Satanist. I mean, did the business card say practicing Satanist extraordinaire, or what exactly is on an individual's business card? Somebody who approaches you.
I didn't pay attention, but it has a goat's skull on it, and that's and his name. I didn't even pay attention. I was just interested that he gave me a business card for that. Right? I'm not saying this. I'm going to give you a business card, right? How does that work?
Yeah.
Like I'm going to go see him or something.
I think that was me. I think the card said Brandon Young on it. No,
you're up there in Massachusetts over here opening up that Satanist house. They painted all black.
Oh, the Black House. Yes. Not the one in San Francisco, by the way, which I think is torn down by now. Over on, what is it, 666 California Boulevard, whatever.
Something like that, I suppose.
I forgot what it is. I got to look for that business card, but...
Yeah, that's a cool business card. I mean, I carry around all kinds of business cards. But you know, it would be really funny if that is kind of interesting for some. You know, it's like, you know, who would advert? Who's what Satanist is out there giving around business cards?
Yeah,
It's like,
because I was listening to Douglas. That I think that's what drew him over or something.
pretty cool.
Then after that, there was a bunch of homeless guys right in front of Rain. You know, some weird shit.
Yeah.
And the head of this homeless it's like this gypsy with this motorcycle jacket with, you know, like a motorcycle club, but it's for homeless people. I saw him on the street and I was, what the hell are these? Is it because I'm listening to Douglas and all these weird shit? And yeah, I'm pretty sure it is. You know, I got a girl trying to frame me at the campground.
Right. That's right. Tell us about that.
When I saw yeah, she was half naked. You know, she was trying to not just hit on me, hit on my coworkers where we were tenting at, and those guys were like, she must have some daddy issues. And I said, what? Let me see what's going on. So, you know.
So you were in the camping ground and basically a half-naked girl crawled into your tent and accused you of rape.
No. We talked. She was half naked, yeah, and there was like, she was not afraid to be half naked. You know what I'm saying? I was talking to her, and there was like these bicyclers that was going over there, and she was not afraid to be half naked. You know. It's weird. It's some weird stuff.
Something happened where she tried to frame you. I mean,
yeah. She tried to frame me when I took her home because she was like, yeah, I should have known better. She was mentally disturbed. She was on a bunch of medications. Thank God she had an incident with one of her ex-boyfriends at the campground that I got released from her framing me. You know. Because she tried to get me to kick her ex-boyfriend out of the campsite where she was, you know. It was weird. You know, I hooked up with her at one day, and then next week after the 4th of July of that last year, she brought the guy was with her, and I said, what the fuck is going on here? You know, and some incident happened where there's some altercations. She tried to come over to my campground and try to get me involved, but thank God she called the state police in Vermont and got him charged. You know, but it's some bunch of weird stuff.
Thank you.
I'm wondering because one of my coworkers was his uncle was OSS.
Okay.
So when did does this prove that the U.S. also lost the war because they had to have CIA take over the OSS?
It was part of that, like collateral result. Yeah, it was like that was resultant. The loss of the war was the OSS was then superseded by the CIA. It certainly was. That was a symptom, if you will. Of,
I was wondering. Because Central Intelligence Agency, it was a Chinese intelligence agency, wasn't it, at one time? They changed it over to Central Intelligence Agency.
I don't know about that, but what I have mentioned in the past was that the Koreans basically use the term KCIA for Korean Central Intelligence Agency, like it's a branch office. Yeah, and so I don't know if there was a Chinese variant of that. I never heard of it, but maybe I forgot about it. It doesn't strike me as implausible, but Vicky Johnson says hello. Hey, honey. And thank you to Mirth Ling for joining in the chat room as well. And very glad that all of these ladies are in there. And so T-Tank Barry is bringing up the point that for Sammy Romero, it's respectable to be part of a hazardous response team. Yes, very much so. That entails a lot of responsibility. And so aside from all of that being said, I will kind of maneuver when Noreen returns, we might go back to this kind of things that went down at the various conferences and stuff like that. It was interesting that she took us in that direction. And, oh yeah, Bill Grant. I'm wondering if that was the kid that she... I'll have to ask her when she returns. Might be the kid that was kind of like a young Mickey Rourke. He was showing up at a lot of the conferences. Bill Grant. Poor guy. Aside from that, there was, well, everybody, go ahead and take us back into whatever topics that you'll feel fit to take us back into. Brandon, I know that you have a lot more to talk about with Joe Biden having been in town today and all that stuff. There must have been, yeah, and Sammy.
Oh, no, it's me. Yeah, no, I'm sorry.
Oh, that's fine. Go ahead.
It's just it was an exhausting day because it was so hot and humid here. And
were you working?
Well, yeah, I had to do the detail for my dad's company,
Okay.
And so we had to drive down. I'm not going to say who, a couple people, right. Clients, and sort of secure the perimeter of and things. So there weren't that many people there. It was very short, very sweet. He flew into TF Green, which is the Providence airport. He went, what people don't know is he went and paid homage to H.P. Lovecraft. No, I'm joking. That'd be funny. But, and that was the big story. But then he went to Brayton Point. And just gave, must have been an hour, tops, speech. But you would have thought, the blockade and the security from the local police to the state police, federal to the sheriff, it was just ridiculous.
That noise, that's not you, is it, Brandon?
It's not me.
Okay, is that one of our friends? Is that Joe or Sammy?
Yeah, it might be me.
Sorry. Oh, it might be.
Yeah, it's me. Sorry.
Oh, okay. There we are. Always be careful to mute when you're not speaking. Thank you. And so, Brandon, if you'll continue before I...
Yeah, so it's really cool that, I got to take a look at the presidential blockade, the Secret Service vehicles.
Yeah.
I mean, they use a number of them, but I was always curious because, we always talk about the quote unquote accident that happened, and how that was a former security vehicle that was given to me by my father, right?
Right.
And it was a big black, older, way older from the early 2000s, suburban vehicle, black suburban vehicle, right? Big SUV. And that's exactly what they still have. That's exactly what they still use.
Holy shit.
But it's still outfitted, as you can imagine, with like reinforced, whatever. And all these different things. But little compartments here and there. But that's still like the standard issue sort of vehicle. I do believe they have Cadillacs too. They do have some Cadillacs in the entourage. But man, what a big, like, it was, you would have thought, I mean, it was the president, so everybody was there. John Kerry was there. And he's a good friend of my dad's as well. So it was interesting. It was just kind of like, these days with everything that's going on, I think he just wanted to make it short and sweet, but he did end up saying inadvertently that he had cancer. And apparently...
who said this?
Joe Biden. By accident. I think he was a little slip, but apparently he has had some form of skin cancer in the past.
Okay.
But he did relate it to coal plant, and it was all about clean energy and sort of, because what they're doing over at Brayton Point is converting the old coal plant to wind turbines and things like that. So, it was kind of a thing, a publicity stunt, essentially, for him to like say, well, the Green New Deal, the green economy, the green, which I'm genuinely in support of, but I just think that these issues have to look at carefully. But anyway, yeah, it was exhausting. You know, it was a lot of work for just like what amounted to like 2 hours or an hour of real work. You know.
Yeah. Yeah, definitely. I appreciate you sharing that. I mean, that's profoundly interesting, and so glad that you got to experience a little bit of security work and the detail, so to speak. I think that's always fun, really, in its own way. And so when it comes to what I've experienced lately, I guess it's time to share. I'll certainly appreciate everybody's feedback in this regard, and basically what had happened, so that people know who have, well, I've already informed a number of people, but I think it's important to put this into context. Basically, the lady who was helping me for a while, who I had on my show a few times, was Maria Grigorich. And Maria Grigorich was someone who was a Italian descendant lady who lives in Canada. And basically what had happened was that she had a long time ago tried to help out by establishing a different public community fan page. And this was at the time, of course, that I was being censored, and the Lena Shea had, as an asset, had my timeline shut down. And so another timeline was established by this lady, Maria Grigorich. And then what had happened was, over the years, as does happen, she suffered a number of horrible things that happened to her. Basically, she got poorer and poorer, had to move, and had to sell her house and move into just a little home that didn't really have a yard, had to get rid of her cats because of her allergies, and apparently this broke her heart. And she had a daughter, of course, who had appeared on the show with myself and her, and it was her daughter who essentially expedited the Skype that helped her get on the show. So yet she seemed to be able to speak to me whenever she was online, and when I tried to communicate with her, she'd be able to do that, but apparently that was just through the Facebook Messenger as opposed to the Skype. Seemed to be difficult for her to set up, or at least that was an excuse. And her daughter tended to dominate that Skype contact capability. So she wasn't back on ever again. Her daughter, of course, when she learned that I spoke of being a descendant of Adolf Hitler, her daughter took that, of course, very negatively. Now, her daughter herself is no prize, and the young lady was on my show, and I was actually I think Brandon Young was on the show at the same time. And it was or Brendan Zogit. It was Brendan Zogit, I believe. And Brendan Zogit, I was kind of like having some fun with them, like setting up a date sort of affair sort of thing, having some fun with that. But that, of course, never went further than that, just then some flirtation and whatnot. And then what happened was that her daughter told her never to speak to me again, or not to appear on the show, etc. But she wound up defying her daughter because her daughter was essentially poisoned against her by the abusive husband, the abusive ex. And of course her daughter had tried to commit suicide a few times, was highly neurotic, and I'm not quite sure what she was learning in school. It might have had something to do with psychology, which many disturbed people get into to try to help themselves. But eventually what happened with Maria Grigorich herself was she also became problematic. She basically shut down a few times and stopped talking to everybody, and I wound up being contacted and told about this, and then I followed up by having one of her fellow Canadians, Sarah Thomas Lyons, call the police to conduct a well-being check on her. And when they did so, they reported to Sarah Thomas Lyons that she was okay, but she, I guess, just needed space, so to speak. But bear in mind, somebody who just dismisses everybody and just blocks them off like that, that's kind of a red flag right there. It's kind of a behavior where if you don't have the decency to tell people, I need space, so you may not see me and therefore don't be concerned, that would show that you care about people around you. When you just shut yourself off without communicating that to people, and people start thinking that you've died or something, it's very passive aggressive. So she already exposed herself as being a very passive, aggressive individual. And then apparently she was running out of money and said she was going to lose the second home. And whenever I tried to check in with her, and I did take the trouble to let her know that people were concerned about her, they'd been very worried about her, etc. Then I would listen to her problems, let her talk about what was going on, but she was in a lot of pain, just generally psychological, physiological pain. And as some friends, mutual friends of ours, understood, basically she just stopped talking to everybody at various times and would shut everybody out. But all the time, I pretty much got the feeling that she was just simply unstable. And when she began to... This was what was strange. Basically, when I called her just before I had to terminate Jameson Reese. And when I called her at that time, she had Jameson Reese down. She just pretty much said, he's this psychotic crybaby and all he does is scream about, he's angry at his parents, so he wants everybody on earth to die. And then she, complained a bit about Peter Moon. But other than that, she sounded like she had a handle on things. But I did notice she was never following or engaging with any of my posts, whereas she was continually hearting Jameson Reese's. So there was something already bizarre going on with that. And so she obviously began communicating with him openly within a matter of weeks after his termination. And he convinced her that I had killed all of his cats through black magic, which was preposterous, of course. And then she began to bond with him on this, we've lost our cats bullshit. And then she took down the timeline, the last public community fan page that I had on Facebook. So I do want Dennis Marshall and Gracie Aguilar, who in particular were the two individuals who spoke to me on that timeline, that I'll send them private messages later, but that timeline's gone now, and they'll just have to communicate with me through the Sora Aoi timeline for as long as that's up. But basically, she did so because the last communications I got from her was that Michael Aquino is the hero and Cthulhu is great, and she is now a true Edomite. So this is the madness that we deal with. And she was always gone in the sense of, even before Daniel Arola made it known that he was gone. These are people who, are, of course, all have their own various self-destructive mechanisms with Daniel Arola. When his mistress, in the fullest sense of the term, the woman who managed his entire life in the most invasive sense and controlling sense, took him out for camping in the woods, I remember that when we communicated with him while he was out there in the wilderness, he was just on acid every day. And obviously, you fry your nerves with enough of that lysergic acid just on a daily basis like that. It turns people's chemistry. It oftentimes makes people bipolar. Then, so in her case, she was just constantly in pain over concern about where her life was going, which was always down apparently, and she wanted to spread the pain. And so, since Jameson Reese is a living embodiment of pain, then she was attracted to that, just like some women are attracted to abusive people. And so, with that, she wanted to spread the pain, and so she decided to take the timeline down. Now, the pity of it here, what makes it sad, was there were positive people who were following that timeline, and many people were starting to upvote it and like it, and it was getting much more attention. So she had to shut it down. And that was just her way of obeying Jameson Reese and attacking myself. All of these people, of course, however, they are dealing with the great abandoner, the great forsaker. And what they feel is this tremendous feeling of power at hitting the biggest target on the block, which to them is Douglas Dietrich, is their world. And they feel, let's all get together and see if we can take him down. In the end, of course, what they feel is empowering them will ultimately be that which forsakes them. They are left in their empty void of repercussions that happen with this kind of behavior. And with Maria Grigorich, there's nothing she's going to get from Jameson Reese that is going to be a new home. If he were to inherit one from his parents, it's not like she's going to be going there to live. And if she did, that would be the most horrific experience of her life. And with he himself, he's no longer the Chippendales dancer figure that we always were flattering him to be, just because we were trying to do anything to rehabilitate his character. He's gone completely to flab, just like Daniel Arola has, living soft and living fat with no responsibilities and unemployable as they are, parasitizing off of either rich old ladies or, in the case of Daniel Arola, with the woman who controls his life, and with Jameson Reese off his parents, who desperately want to escape his terror. This is the kind of madness that is the cult of the kings of Edom, these extraordinarily powerless people who then feel that they can empower themselves by striking myself and then swearing this new allegiance to what they think is the rising power in the universe that will remake it in their image. So there we have that. And just...
Well,
yeah. Go on,
yeah.
honey. Yeah.
That's exactly the thought that just popped into my head, was just what you said. I'm sensing the extreme powerlessness, lack of personal power is the bottom line.
Yes. And how do you remain a decent person, honey, while dealing with that challenge? Because you two are kind of in a powerless position yourself, but it's not like you're surrendering yourself into this vile cult.
I got so low where if I would look at happy people on screen somewhere, or people having fun or feeling fulfilled, I would get extremely angry. And yeah, that's how low I was. So then I knew that was a trigger. So then I had to like shield myself from seeing happy people. And you know what? You know how you get through it is day by fucking day. You really do. And eventually you can claw your way out if you want to go up.
Yeah. I think that that's so important to share. I really appreciate your courage in sharing that. And obviously, with Maria Grigorich, she was at that stage where she saw me from... The last post I put up, of course, before she tore down the timeline, was the National Drag Day post. And so she saw those links and obviously was... she had said in the past that she was jealous of me because I looked well enough in drag where I made her envious. And I think that was like the trigger that she saw me enjoying myself and therefore had to strike back and destroy me. Though, albeit, we know she was communicating quite openly with Jameson Reese on her own timeline at that point. And then he was, of course, suggesting that anyway. And so she went with it because of the mood she was in. The danger had always been the fact that she had built the timeline, so she always had the trigger to shut it down. I could have conceivably changed the password, but it was out of respect for her that I let it go for as long as I did and never bothered to try and change it. It's one of these things that, with Lorien Ann Fenton, what I had said with Noreen Halpand, for all her faults, anybody, no matter how criminal or how crazy they might be, just by sheer accident, if nothing else, they can be, right every once in a while. And as my late and sainted sire, the man who raised and guided me, Chief Petty Officer George Joseph Dietrich, used to say, even a stuck clock is right 2 times a day. So Lorien Ann Fenton used to insist that I shouldn't be enjoying talking to people all the time. And this is one of the guilty pleasures that I have, in a sense. I really do love interacting with people, just strangers who are friendly, who are getting on some medium like Facebook, social media, and basically communicating with myself. And for people who are supportive or at least non-hostile, it's always a pleasure to talk to new people. And she always told me I should never do that I had to stop doing that because it really demystified me. And she said, what's so important for you is to do what real celebrities do, which is just not interact with people. That all these people are beneath you, that you shouldn't be interacting with any of them.
Are you serious? That's crazy.
I understand. I hear you. I hate that kind of attitude. But nevertheless, I can also see what she's saying, in the sense that it can take up time, and look at where it led to. I mean, what makes it so bizarre in the end is also what these people knew when they were siding with myself. Whether it was Daniel Arola, who first actually brought myself evidence that Stuart Allison, the alias of Richard K. Cole Jr., was a pedophile who had been in England exposed for dealing in child porn all over the internet, with a massive bank of computers that he was using to spread that shit all over cyberspace. And he's the individual who brought that attention to me, because that's the only photograph we really have of the real Richard K. Cole Jr., who otherwise never shows himself and only shows blurry photographs of other people from different times that he considers his Marine Corps ideal, but have nothing to do with what he really looks like, which is a dirty old man, even though he's a year younger than I am. And so here's Daniel Arola exposing that to me years ago, and then going over to apologize and supplicate himself, prostrate himself before Richard K. Cole Jr. as his new Lord and Master. Then you have Maria Gregorich, who is the one who brought me the evidence that at that time that Lena Shea had knocked off my timelines off of Facebook and got me banned from Facebook as an asset of the cult. Then what happened was when I was setting up my timeline by switching over to ultimately Sora Aoi, the timeline that was gifted to me as the porno actress in Japan was phasing out of business and basically getting married. She was engaged at the time, but eventually she got married. But during that period of time, she was phasing out of the business, phasing into retirement. Before she gifted me the timeline completely, she was allowing me to interact with it in terms of taking over some of its functions. And at that time, I was using Pavel Edwards' timeline. And so when I put up the image of my son as its icon, he started taking advantage of that to friend a bunch of young boys all over Europe, because he was Eurotrash and he actually spoke the Czech language. And but he was especially going after some young boy in Italy, and therefore, because she spoke Italian, Maria Gregorich brought all this photographic evidence to myself. And so she proved to me that Pavel Edward was taking advantage of my son's image to befriend a bunch of young boys overseas. And so here she was exposing the fact that here's this member of the cult who's actively engaging in pedopredation on the internet. And then she goes and swears allegiance to these people, says, these are my people now. This is, so these people are obviously fascinated by evil, and they ultimately wallow in it. They want to be what they claim that they're fighting, really. And that's really the only reason they were ever saying they were fighting it, was because in reality, they were really into it. This is what you have to remember when you are encountering any of these people who are saying, oh, I'm in it to protect the kids. I'm in it to, for justice. So many of them are just the people who are looking for an excuse to wallow in whatever it is that they claim they're trying to stamp out. So there you have that part of the thing to bring to the attention of our listeners. And certainly our lady Anne Fountain has already kind of responded, but we can segue to her or whoever else is willing to share whatever impressions they had. I don't know if Brandon Young is still in communication with any of these people, but he certainly knew a lot of them during the day. And I don't know if you ever interacted with Maria Grigorich, Brandon, or was that the case?
No.
Yeah.
No, never did. No.
Well, you weren't missing anything. It was just a lot of complaining involved. In fact, she complained a lot. She was a really negative person. At any rate, anything else that comes to your mind with what I've brought up, or of course, Joe, Ty, and Sammy are welcome to respond as well. I'm sorry. Go on, Brandon.
Oh no, I just it's always, I'm just kind of perplexed by some, like you said, like I know I thought I knew Daniel Barola, but I just wondering what happened really and everything with that. But I don't really dwell in the past too much. I just kind of move forward.
You have to, yes.
I do believe trust is earned with people. And until otherwise, it's like, I'm very careful about especially online, who you interact with, who you let into your little circle, whether here or there, so that's it.
Yeah, well, when it comes to Daniel, just so you know, what happened was I brought on Viviana Sanchez, and that was a weird interlude in and of itself. And what she did was she triggered Daniel psychotically. What people remembered that was bizarre was he was on with her when I stepped away again for a few minutes, and it makes me really leery of stepping away. And it's amazing just what happens when I step away. But in this case, basically, she was speaking a little bit, I think, about maybe some of her theological ideas. And I think it triggered him because his father had been a preacher. His father had basically been a kind of deacon in some kind of Protestant Baptist or something, some kind of Protestant or Episcopalian, some kind of denomination. And so he may have grown up with a lot of religion so that when she spoke to him briefly about it, he became pathologically hostile. And so when I came back, all I heard was him saying, "I'm being really nice to you right now." Like, I see if I can get that drawl of threat that he had. I'm being really nice to you right now. I can't do it justice, but some other time maybe. But when I heard that, I was kind of like, oh, okay, what's going on? And then he pouted for a while and then slipped into the chat room and started trying to taunt her. But she handled it so well and basically exposed him as gaslighting that he went batshit crazy. And after that, just he ran to the enemy. And now his refrigerator art, you might remember he always had the pictures up of Fat Boy, the Newsy, Jabba the Kiwi, Stephen Outram. And he'd have this picture of a big fat guy with his ass on fire saying, "Someone's burning up watching this video," doing his best to provoke Stephen Outram. And now he just puts my face on it like a photograph, like my head's turned backward or something, like, the young girl in The Exorcist. Megan, what was it? Reagan was her name. So it's like that's his idea of like what he does now. So he does that for Salman Sheikh now on their videos. And so this is like what turned him was Viviana, and then Viviana seemed like she could handle anything. Portrayed herself as kind of like Molly Pritchard at the breach where she's loading the cannons and shit, and then suddenly runs off and deserts post. It was all extraordinarily bizarre. I still think she did us a favor by outing Daniel in a sense, but at the same time, then she, a lot of people told me she was threatened, but it didn't seem like that would have worked with her at first. So, it's these people, Peter Moon says they have a shelf life, but it's not like they didn't volunteer themselves. But that's what makes it all kind of, how would I say it? You have to be very leery of anyone who volunteers themselves simply because of simply because of the history of so many of them doing what they've done. It shows that, well, really, they were always there on the other side and just kind of, quote unquote, insurgent or infiltrating here, just doing everything they could to show up and then kind of sabotage and then pull out. I mean, it's a ceaseless and endless campaign. But that being said, it is what it is. Other than that, unless there's some observations to be made by Sam Romero or Joe Tai, I'll talk about the other weird thing that's going on recently. Sam, Joe, anything that comes to your mind?
Go ahead.
Really? Okay. 1 second. Sorry. No whammo. No, I mean, as far as Daniel and the previous executive producer, it's really just that. I think a lot of these people don't have lives, in my opinion. You need to have something going on in your world, because these subjects that you talk about are not these are not make-believe stories. This is what we're living right now. And as much as I consider you a friend, Doug, I have responsibilities and I have my obligations. And just to be here with you is a treat, like I told you, I had very strenuous training today, and just to unwind and decompress my mind, because it was very challenging, but at the same time too, I like the challenge in the sense that it kind of separates me from the rest of my coworkers, in the sense that I'm not just a donkey. And there's nothing wrong with it. It's just, I like to differentiate myself. But other than that, I mean, it's really just challenging myself. And, to a certain degree, I never really talked to Maria Grigorich. I never really had contact with her. I know she tried to add me.
Interesting.
And I never added her. And it's not that I never liked her or anything. It's just, to me, social media is what it is, and I don't really make it my world. Really, the only person I follow is you. And I mean, in the grand scheme of things, I talk to you. I talk to you as much as I can, live and in private, but really just keep a healthy communication between us, in a sense of helping each other. What's going on in our worlds, you trust me by sharing things that are going on in your world, and vice versa. But it's never in a sense of, I want to know what's going on with Doug. You just really divulge, and I listen, and I give you my input, and then I let it go, because you're very quick to move on, Doug. But at the same time too, I think people that are not aware that those that volunteer are volunteering. You never have them, at gunpoint. Even when Mikhail Grigor, Mikolijic?
Mikhaila Grigorich was her name. Yeah, the lady.
No, I'm sorry. The graphics model for Peter Moon. What's that woman's name?
Jojo Mikolijic. Yeah.
When you had your rendezvous and she asked you about Jameson, that she was a little, a little weird about him, you didn't even acknowledge the fact that you don't really talk to him. It's just, what about him?
Yes.
It's this guy that, just sits there, and, it is what it is.
Yeah.
Advanced, but it's not, and it's not really, nothing, there's no complexity there, but at the same time, you work with what you have. I just think at times, Doug, it's just unfortunate that, because you've been around, these type of people so long, that you've been callous to it a lot of the times, and I think it's unfortunately that you are good-hearted and you have a big heart, but at the same time, what I've learned from you even after is that you don't engage. You have to live your own life.
Yes.
As much as I've been affected by it, I don't make an excuse because you're my friend, but I have things going on, and vice versa. I think it's very important that you have your relationship with your stepson, and you get to decompress at the estate, and not be in that world so much, because in that case you wouldn't be who you are, even with all these people betraying you. This is what makes you unique, because the rest of these people that are in the alternative news, quote unquote, or conspiracy theory, which you are not, you're not even part of that, but you get put in that basket. Richard C. Hogan is not getting this. Who is another asshole? I don't know.
There's so many of them. We could think of
so many of them.
Yeah.
Most of these people are not even really around. I mean, nobody listens to Coast to Coast no more.
Yeah.
Nobody.
Thank God.
I mean,
it's the elderly. It's a palliative care. It's a palliative care crowd in hospices.
Well, I heard them in Maine when I was over there to bring some friends over. They're out in Maine. They got.
Oh, I'm sorry for you.
Out there.
Yeah. Well, you know what? This is what I always noticed. Just a little tangent here. When it came to Coast AM, when they were based, just so people know this, for people who don't know it, whether it was Art Bell or whether it was the Coast AM, they were all essentially Frontier West. Art Bell was basically the desert. Basically, he referred to it as the high desert. He was basically in a trailer park out in the middle of Pahrump, Nevada. And so when you were dealing with Art Bell, he would try and say west of the Rockies, east of the Rockies, and that was the dividing line for him, as opposed to the Mississippi, which is considered more central to American settlement. So when you come to the George Norrie, that's Los Angeles. And so George Norrie is just in Sammy Romero's neck of the woods. George Norrie is just in the Pacific Coast daylight time zone. And so he starts at 10 p.m. Pacific Coast daylight time. And basically when he starts taking the calls about 4 hours into the show. He basically does an hour of open. Then he does like about 2 hours interview. So about 3 hours, 4 hours into the show, he starts taking calls. And the moment he starts taking calls, the overwhelming majority of the calls, almost like 90% at least, are all upstate New York, Maine, New Hampshire, just all that East Coast, Northeast, just white trash Rust Belt area where you've got a bunch of people on welfare or retirement or disability that are just up all night. And all those people calling, I mean, they're on a time zone that's 3 hours ahead of George Norrie and the time zone that he's broadcasting from, which is my time zone. And so all of those people are like, they're broadcasting, they're calling at like, what at their time is literally about 3, 4, 5 a.m. in the morning. So all these people are up at 3, 4, 5 a.m. in the morning, which means they're just up all night and they sleep all day. And all of them are, of course, retirees or disabled or just on hospice, in a retirement center or some shit, on life support. And there you go. I mean, it tells you everything you need to know. And one thing I learned from that idiot who was working with him for a while, what was the guy's name? The big, tall, Frankensteinian-looking guy who looked like Lurch. Then he started his caravan in the desert. John B. Wells, thank you. The thing I learned from John B. Wells was that all the advertisers never sold anything. That the people who were advertising, because there was nobody who had any money to buy anything. These are all disabled or seniors or people on welfare. They had no money to spare to buy their goddamn C. Crane radio or any of that shit. It was just like, he said he didn't know why any of the sponsors were even putting in the money for it. He said something was going on, like it was a front for something, is what his conclusion was, for the sponsors, because he said nobody was buying, nobody was responding to any of the ads because all the people are just basically ne'er-do-wells. There you go. I mean, that puts it in perspective. In other words, what Sammy was bringing up, nobody listens to Coast to Coast, and then Joe Ty brought up, oh, I was up there in Maine and all these people are listening. That puts it into perspective. It's like the guy's broadcasting from the Pacific, but the only people listening to him are in the Rust Belt, up in all these basically like suburban trailer trash communities. Is like what I saw in upstate New York was. Oh, by the way, Ann Fountain says she'll come back at 11 p.m. Central Standard Time. So Ann, do you want to say a goodbye for the moment and let people know you'll be back soon? See if she has time to spare to do that, or maybe she doesn't. That's fine. So hopefully she'll be back. And 11 would be 7 to 8, 8 to 9, 8 p.m., 8 to 9, 9 to 10, no, 9 to 10, 10 to 11. Yeah, she'll be back at 9, our time. 9 in the time zone that Sammy and I are in. So like I was saying, when I was up there in upstate New York, it was like everybody was living in this suburb environment that I could see. And this is when I went to bury my dad and mom at different times. But when I stayed with my niece, I think she was my cousin, niece. It's hard to tell, but older lady, supposed to be my cousin, I think, or something, technically through my dad. But she, they were in a suburb, but all of these houses, they had like trailers parked near the houses. So, like, their kids could live in the trailer and grow up side by side with the parents or some shit like that. It was just absolutely bizarre. So it's like they have trailers and houses at the same time. It's what I saw. And you had these other guys that had junkyards in the front yards and shit. So, yeah, all these people would be like coast-to-coast listeners. So, giving it back to Sammy with that, now that we've kind of clarified that for you as to who listens to Coast to Coast.
Right. No, I mean, and just to wrap it up, it's not even that program is not even, for one, they contradict themselves so many times in a sense of it's not really about anything. Yeah. It's really just nothing. It's nothing in the sense of what I never understood how they interviewed two people, kind of like how they did you, where you talked about Pearl Harbor. And at the same time, they interview someone else who has a completely bogus opinion about it. And really, it's almost a whole different story. Because what you say cuts through, it cuts like straight to the point, where this person is pretty much spewing out bullshit. Yeah. So it's almost like when they interviewed you, they had to sabotage you in a sense of, okay, this guy's going to make too much sense. Yes. Even when I'm sure they gave you guidelines of, stick to topic, don't bring up a keynote, don't bring up, anything like that. It's still very damning in a sense of what you talked about when it came to Pearl Harbor, that when they brought this other guy up, purposely they're trying to confuse the audience of who's who.
Absolutely. By the way, what Sammy is talking about was the other guy that they brought up was that idiot who wrote about quote unquote giants all the time, and giants author, and let me see if I can look this guy up. I'm trying to find something around me to remind me of what that idiot's name was, because like so many of these people, I managed to bleach him out of my mind. Joe, help us here. Do you remember?
Probably Elliot Marzulli or something like that, maybe.
Brandon. Yes, Brandon, you would know. Yes. And
something like that.
Wasn't Eli Marzulli? It was the guy who's oh God. At any rate, he was an idiot, and he was talking about Antarctica. Steve Quayle. That's it. Steve Quayle. Who, by the way, just so people know, Steve Quayle basically confesses that he hears voices in his head, and the way that the man who trademarked his own name, Brian William Hall used to organize conferences and got all fucked up when he teamed up with Laurie and Ann Fenton, and that like crashed and burned him so that he could never hold normal conferences again. And but Brian William Hall, when he was holding conferences, he would say that Stephen Quayle would get straight voice to skull messaging from Langley, Virginia. That was how he described it. He said, Stephen Quayle just gets straight to voice to skull voice to skull messaging from Langley, Virginia, and that was pretty much it. But Stephen Quayle was saying he was getting voices from God, and so Stephen Quayle was writing all this bullshit about Antarctica, and so they had him come on directly after myself to speak about Nazis in Antarctica, just to completely confuse the public when I had already been published in Nexus magazine with what I had spoken of about Unterland. And that whole situation, of course, was again part of that very horrible period in life where they were setting up that ambush for me to go to Australia, and then Duncan Rhodes, who published Nexus magazine, was trying to arrange for my never leaving Australia. And of course, Armand Sammy, in his naivete, and this is where Sam Romero is naive, was assuming that there were guidelines, but it was more like this. It was like and I don't know if Sam remembers this or remembers my saying this. Certainly Brandon does. But the only reason that I got on Coast to Coast AM was I had convinced George Norrie that I was an Aquino cultist. And knowing what he did about me working at the Presidio, he assumed such just to be the case. And this is why he also had on James Casbolt / Michael Prince, who was the same name for different names for the same guy. And he had James Casbolt / Michael Prince on because this individual was known to be very involved with Aquino. Definitely, he had several times publicly asked Aquino to surrender himself to him into his protective custody because he really wanted to be his care provider in Aquino's old age. So there you had that going on with him, and he was on Coast to Coast AM at least once. But when he brought myself on, he thought it was in that vein. And so I was never given any verboten topics other than to just basically, I was told, of course, what they got pissed off about irrationally was the fact that I had alluded to on air the fact that George Norrie was basically a spin doctor. I pointed out that he had been in the Navy working with the public relations, and therefore I pointed out, well, you're familiar with how intelligence works. When I was talking about Pearl Harbor, because I was talking about naval intelligence and how he must be familiar with that, and he took deep umbrage with that, like I had outed him. And so,
go ahead, Doug. I'm sorry.
And then it was like, but that I said that's crazy. That's like I had this one gay friend I knew who hated Madonna, and I was like, why? And he was like, she outed a bunch of her dancers, and I was like, dude, you just look at those guys, and it's not like she told anybody anything that people didn't assume. Everybody just thought they were gay without her saying that they were. Why would that even be an issue? It's like with George Norrie, if he's a public relations officer, the fact that he would be fed from intelligence what to say is just a given. It's not something that he thought that this was exposing him, which, of course, in his own crazed, demented mind, he just thought he had a cover. Like, oh yeah, I was Navy and I was public relations. It has nothing to do with intelligence, and therefore people can't suspect me for being a shill. And this was the absurd. But then what really pissed him off was then publicly, that's what happened. Privately was after the ambush by that guy in Fade to Black, Jimmy Church. Jimmy Church was working on that stupid Dark Matters radio network or whatever that fuck was. What was that called? But it was the Art Bell show was supposed to be called Dark Matters or something. And then the radio network was all being worked by J. Andy Ilias, who nobody knows or remembers, but he became the executive producer for that radio station that was the Art Bell station. And J. Andy Ilias, for anybody who doesn't know, was this guy who was like, basically was in this horrible car accident, was about to lose his hand. They had to cut off his hand and sew it back on, and it was getting terribly infected. And then he was approached by Michael Aquino and said, physically, I can heal you, but you have to give me your soul. And J. Andy Ilias bragged about converting to Satanism. He certainly did so to Lorian Ann Fenton, who then told that to Laura Lee Solomon. And so J. Andy Ilias was known to us to be a convert to the Temple of Set and an acolyte of Michael Aquino, and he was the executive producer for Art Bell. And of course, that was the station Jimmy Church was on with his Fade to Black. And so when Jimmy Church said, oh, I've been abused at the Presidio, just like I was approached by Christine Joanna Hart about, oh, my earliest memories are sexual exploitation by Michael Aquino. And of course, Lena Shea approached me with that same kind of story. I have repressed memories. Everybody who approaches you for help with that kind of tagline, just turn them away, turn around and walk away. But with Jimmy Church, he was telling me, oh, my dad was in the Army band, 6th Army headquarters, and I was raped repeatedly and brought up in Satanism, and I want to talk to you about it on air. And of course, when he brought me on his show, he ambushed me and did it all in the name of Aquino and all that shit. But J. Andy Ilias was producing at the time, and it's all of this is so incestuous. So when George Norrie made Jimmy Church his replacement for when he was taking a break and basically promoted Jimmy Church as the man who would inherit the position of Art Bell, it was Art Bell's ego that just wiped that deal out. It was Art Bell came back and said, I'm not going to have George Norrie decide who replaces me. I'm coming back myself, because that was his trip. His trip was like, I'm retiring, I'm coming back, I'm retiring, I'm coming back. And because he was just so quote unquote popular, he could just abuse the system and jerk everybody around like that. But when it came to that whole situation of incestuous sleaze, all of these guys they knew each other. So what happened was, when I shared with Tom Danheiser, the producer for George Norrie, I said, well, Jimmy Church, he was telling me that, and I want you to know this because of the ambush that happened. I said, he was telling me that George Norrie sleeps with escorts who are tall blondes. That's his fetish, which of course it was. And so that's when Tom Danheiser said, we'll never have you on again. And I said, well, I'm not the one who said it. I mean, it's Jimmy Church who said it. And he said, yeah, but you shouldn't know it. And I was like, who cares? I was like, I use escorts. It's like, I don't give a shit that the guy uses escorts. Oh, but no one can know that about him. And it's like, well, I think that people would prefer to think that than think he's gay. But
well, it makes perfect sense. He would have to pay a woman to touch him. Like, come on, what are you talking about? That's actually, that makes sense. I mean, I'm not saying that to you, but I mean, in theory, it is what it is.
Yes,
really,
yes.
It's actually pretty normal. Given how he looks, he looks like a mummy with hair.
He looks like Aquino. Actually, if you ever saw him close up and you saw Aquino close up, they're both very pasty-faced, and they both have hair that's dyed too black. You know what happens when you dye your hair too black and you
yes.
It just looks like shit. And so they both had that same look, and except George Norrie looked close up Aquino wasn't all that imposing. It was mostly his aura that was more imposing than his way of projecting himself than his size. He was actually short like George Norrie. They're both fucking short. They're both just scrawny guys dressed all in black. This is all they are, and they're both kind of like sleazy looking, pasty looking, and so George Norrie looked like shit. And absolutely no, Sammy's completely right, and I don't take offense at that at all. George Norrie is one of those cases where he uses escorts because it takes a lot of money to pay a woman to make him lickable. So he basically has to pay a lot for that, and he pays it. That's why he said he was never going to retire, because the moment he retires, then his sex life stops. So it was what it was. The guy before him, who was Mark Siegel, was simply brought on because basically, I hate to say this, but it's true. It's basically the guy was Jewish. And then when Art Bell retired, they gave it first to Mark Siegel, who just took it all to the ground. But during the time that Mark Siegel was running coast to coast to the ground, his girlfriend was the Jewish American princess who basically was so kind to me, and I feel I owe her a great deal. And that's Cynthia Siegel. Now, think on that for a minute. They both had the same last name. She insisted she was not related to him. But hey, tell me, Brandon, Sammy, Joe, if you met some girl and her last name was the same last name as yours, I think it's hard to get it up at that point. It just kind of, it's just kind of odd. And
I mean, I've met women that have the last name as me.
Yeah.
Thank God I didn't find them attractive, but I mean, it's conceivable. I mean, I get what you mean. It's kind of creepy. And if not that, just don't even mention it. I mean, if you're with him, just don't even mention it. You guys might as well be married, you know?
Yes.
Well, I married one with the same last name. So.
Oh my God.
Yeah.
Now, was this when you were living in the trailer park?
Oh,
okay.
I'm adopted.
Oh, okay. Oh, you're adopted. Oh, okay.
That's
Yeah.
right. Yeah, okay. I mean, the point's well taken. And by the way, it admittedly, again, to contextualize this, generally in China, there's basically 100 last names. There's basically just 100 last names in the Chinese culture. They when they're Romanized, they spell them all these different ways, but the reality is it's you know, it's that they're very.
It can be hillbilly too. It can be pretty hillbilly over there.
Yeah, it's true. Yeah, I didn't want to say that, but so with Cynthia Siegel, one of the things she told me about Mark Siegel was that he was just terribly hirsute, meaning hairy. It was just awful for her. She said it was like fucking a Brillo pad. It was just like the scrape of his hair against her nipples was actually painful. It it made sex rather unbearable, and then they eventually broke up. There's some gossip to share. But aside from that, yes, she was the one who, when I did Roswell and the Rising Sun, it was her that made it possible, and that's what started the whole hell on earth type deal. But by the way, we hear Joe, I think, walking around. I think that's Joe going around in his slippers or something in the background. But aside from that, yeah, we in terms of continuing to shit on those idiots, I could do that all night. Was there anything else that struck you, Brandon? Do you remember? There's probably some other things you remember about that whole affair.
No, with Coast to Coast, or
yeah, just in general, Coast to Coast and all of that.
well, I just remember going on. I remember he would be brought on for every Pearl Harbor Day.
Right, for a while.
And I do remember the Jimmy Church interview, Ambush,
Yeah.
Which was, I think, one of the more bizarre interviews
Yes.
Church has ever done.
Yeah.
And thank God, because like that guy has just shown himself to be like such a shill, and such like a, he's promoted so much crap, from the Blue Avians to anybody who he can get on that will say pretty much anything, unverified, unfact checked. I think now, that he's dwindled down. So many people are gone. He has the same rotating like 10 guests, which include like Whitley Strieber, and then the incredible, Jason Quitt, people like you've never heard of. You know what I mean? Like, you're gonna basically run around and talk about quantum spiritual dynamics, and it's just like, well, that doesn't. Well, you don't even know what you're talking about at that point, And people are like selling just these offbeat scams, essentially scams. People are just scamming people. So it's just like he promotes it. The fact that you went on and he was just like, I think he brought on this guy Dino.
Yes.
At the time, and he basically let Dino just like be the host, and essentially we're just like, Jimmy Church, are we doing an interview here, or are you the host? Or are you just gonna let this guy just talk? And it was just so bizarre. I've never. But that was like sort of like, I was like, well, good, because I never Never really liked Jimmy Church.
Yeah. Yeah, no, definitely. It was. He tried to erase that episode. He didn't publish it. We got it out of his system through our man John Warrington. It was John Warrington actually hacked his system and sucked that interview out of his archives and published it. That was the only way people knew about it. I was the sole publisher of that for years. Later on, he put it back up, but he was trying to claim that there was quote unquote a guest meltdown and trying to tell people that something that didn't happen. It was just like when Richard Dolan initially attacked me. They tried to present that Richard Dolan had kicked my ass in debate. This is what a lot of his followers got on and started claiming. And all of this started immediately as soon as I became a public informant, and this is when nobody heard of me. But when it came to that whole thing with who else was comes to mind with all of that when we think of that whole crowd. I mean, they're all, when it came to Art Bell, for instance, the way he just spiraled down into nothing, insignificance, before he finally died, and in that whimper instead of a bang. It was he was on Sirius Radio where people were paying to hear him for a while, and I predicted exactly what would happen. Was the idiot just had a bunch of people on his cell phone on speed dial. It was Richard Hoagland and Michio Kaku and just a bunch of, about half a dozen other losers that he would feel comfortable interviewing, where they would just say the same shit over and over again. And these were the people that he would bring on again and again. And what made it so stupid was people who were paying to listen to this on Sirius said, they said, shit, these are the same assholes I hear every night for free on Coast to Coast AM with George Norrie. Why am I paying to hear them talk to Art Bell to say the same shit? So everybody stopped subscribing. And that essentially was when Art Bell just kind of faded back into insignificance and died. And there you have that. So yes, all of you are quite right. There's just there's nobody new that inside of the alternative information media matrix. They all basically know each other. They're incestuous, and they've got a thing going, and they're just trying to promote that agenda. And the agenda is simply one of confusion and misinformation. I could see why, of course, Our Lady Anne Fontaine was so appalled at what Laura Lee Solomon had said. And obviously, if I didn't talk to strangers, if I were someone who was, then I wouldn't know Brandon Young or Sammy Romero or many people who obviously have become very fast and loyal friends. So, I mean, obviously, I would hate to become what Lorian Ann Fenton was insisting I should become, which is somebody who basically treats the public with contempt and acts as kind of a cipher and separates themselves from open communication. But in a sense, this is what the enemy is pushing on me by divorcing my ability to speak with people or anyone new. They're divorcing my ability to do that by just knocking me off the internet in general. And the initial trip that they had was to try and make myself look gay. The entire bizarre aspect of it all was these people had no concept of my sexuality or my attitude towards it when I became a public informant. And it was like when I was at my son's wedding in 2015, when he ultimately got married to the man who became his husband, who we maintain in anonymity for his security and my son's, sugar daddy, as we obliquely refer to him as. When I was in drag for that wedding, Lorian Ann Fenton had no idea that I had even done that. She was supposed to be my manageress, but she was oblivious. She was just totally oblivious and had no idea that it happened, and was at the same time telling me what an idiot that, oh God, I'm trying to remember the, what's so funny about this is Chelsea Elizabeth Manning, of course, was once Bradley Manning. She was talking about what an idiot Bradley Manning was for coming out as a crossdresser, which is what he was before he got a sex change. And she was busy telling me about that without even knowing anything that I was doing. And so none of these people really, in a very sense, knew anything about me. And I think that what Aquino knew, he never really shared, or seemed incapable of sharing, maybe because he was afraid of looking like he had been intimate with myself or something. But when it came to these people, the first thing that Stephen Alrim did when he attacked me was he set up a Wikipedia page, which Brandon Young might remember briefly. There was a Wikipedia page that was up for a few days, and it was set up by Stephen Outram, and he had all these links, which he must have worked days on. And he linked me to hundreds of gay organizations. And this was his way of, this will destroy Douglas Dietrich. And so he was up there saying, oh, Douglas Dietrich is this, he put everything in the most negative possible light. And it was actually quite funny, really. What he said was outlandishly out there, but he was just basically saying, oh, Douglas Dietrich is this gay guy, and here's all these links to all these gay communities that he put on the Wikipedia page. And all I was thinking was, oh, wow, he's introducing me to a bunch of new friends, or, helping me to network or whatnot. I never took this as a destruction of my identity, which is what they obviously thought it was going to be. And then they kept reporting whenever I put up any straight sex kind of illustrations, like I did for guys' birthdays, drawing sexy ladies as like, here's a birthday gift on some guy's birthday, and then they'd report that these same kind of gang stalkers. But I noticed that whenever I put up any effete looking young boys or anything effeminate with the pretty boy spectrum, they wouldn't touch it. And so they were obviously leaving that alone because they felt that somehow that damaged my image. And so that came to dominate as my aesthetic, and it was the one thing they weren't attacking. They probably felt that they were cornering me into something I would never escape from. But it's really, how would I say it? It's just, Brandon Young says, I'll be right back, 5 to 10 minutes or so. Okay, Brandon, thank you. At any rate, Sammy, you're welcome to come on for a moment to help me take a breath here. And, after that, we'll go back to roundtabling, hopefully, when other people return. Or Joe as well.
Yeah,
you're gone.
Yes, no, I mean, it's one of those things where things like that seem to backfire in the sense that I don't think they realize how much that doesn't faze you in the sense of where you live at. Yeah. It's not that big of a deal. I think this is where I sometimes I've learned to not fall into that trap of being so bigoted towards somebody that's different, something as sexual orientation. I think it's something that I've had to really take into account, because at the end of the day, when I always hear, for example, I ran into that military contractor that always wants me to shake his hand. And he always emphasizes, well, right here, where I'm from in the Air Force, we shake hands. We don't fist bump, Oh, and I feel like tying a moron. We're not in the Air Force.
Thank you.
We're not in the Air Force.
I call that character Mr. Entitlement. I call him Mr. Entitlement, but go on.
Well, this guy's shaped like a Oompa Loompa. He might as well be one. I should take a picture of him and send it to you. You'll probably laugh your ass off. So, and to make it even worse, he's Raza. He's Hispanic. So, go figure, And it's one of those things where I get it. You probably went through hell in the Air Force. You probably got raped. And you have to mask it with this masculinity. And you look, to me, it really it reeks of, I want to be macho. And, I look at him like shut up. Because I'm in the middle of trying to close a flight and do all these things. Here you come, walk around. And really, Doug, he really doesn't do anything. All he does is he pushes a pen. It's just his arrogance. He reeks of arrogance in the sense that he doesn't wear a mask, doesn't really wear a uniform. In a sense of professional looking, he's usually in, gym shorts, like he even goes to the gym. And, it's it's almost like he lives there, and that's really where he lives. I almost think like he's really broke. I don't know. And he walks around in his Air Force hat and his shirt, and it's almost like you look like a moron because you're working for a military contractor. So why are you even wearing it? I mean, it's like you're not in the military, but it's one of those things where I'm just not impressed. It doesn't really impress me because there's nothing to be impressed by. So I kind of have to I play along and entertain the idiot and just nod my head, but really it's just there's no use. I think and especially the people really the people under him are just a bunch of grease monkeys. They're they look very uninterested even in him as far as an authority figure.
Right.
It's just it's one of those things you observe, and it really clarifies how most people in the military are really are just that, a cult.
Yes.
Even I have to even take it apart. Even some of my coworkers who are in the military. They're really gay, especially the ex-Marines.
Yeah.
In a sense of that, I see them on social media, the pictures they take, especially a lot of the older ones, especially around your age and stuff.
Yeah.
They have for example, one of my coworkers wanted to be a sheriff, of all things. Wow, wow, what a big surprise. And his wife wrote a letter to the LA County Sheriff's recruiting office that he had anger issues, that he had emotional anger issues.
Good for her. Good for her.
And they disqualified him. And, I can tell he holds a little resentment because he always mentions it. And I looked at him like, you saved yourself actually a lot of trouble because, it's just, she actually probably saved his life because it's just, imagine giving quote unquote a gun and authority to someone like that. You probably would have gotten killed.
Yes.
Because it goes to your head. But he has the same cycle of abuse goes in his family. His daughter, who she's gay, she's a lesbian.
Yeah.
But I don't know if you ever had this, but you go on Facebook, people's phone numbers pop up and their profiles pop up.
Yeah.
I guess he must have switched with his daughter, and his daughter was in the military. And some of her posts in Iraq was, "This is what's life in the military." It literally was her sitting in a lawn chair, staring at the desert.
Yeah. Yes.
With it's just you're a glorified you might as well be a glorified mall cop, and it's just in the middle of nowhere. Excuse me. And it reeks of, he probably forced her into the military, of all things, and, it's just one of those things where, it's a lot of things are validated, you say, and at first meeting you and talking to you, I'm first naive to saying like, well, Doug, the military's not bad. Why would they do that? Why would they abuse their soldiers? Why would Aquino be into? But he's a chaplain. He wrote the chaplain's handbook. Isn't he Christian? And you roll your eyes like, even I might as well call Aquino a Mason. He'd probably spit in my face. But it's just what Americans. It's pretty much the mindset of Americans, and it's really even the younger you get from the generations, Doug, the more they still think it's a fairy tale. It's not as glorified as it was once, maybe 30, 40 years ago. To me, it's almost more like, I don't know, Independence Day now. They think World War II is because of the way they depict it. The aliens. Well, wasn't Will Smith, fighting the Nazis? I don't know.
Yes.
It all gets convoluted because, they think, the whole transition of that movie, that's what we did to the Japanese. We dropped the bombs and we told all the allies, that's how you beat them. That's, like the movie.
Yes.
It's I have to quote Independence Day because the first hour is actually not bad. The second hour, when who's that guy that came out on the fly, the actor, Jeff Goldblum, is it?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, it's Jeff Goldblum. Yeah.
Some Jewish name, you know what I'm talking about.
Yeah, and then there was the guy who played in Taxi, who plays like his father, who's like,
yes, those two Christ killers. There you go.
Yes.
For some reason, someone was smoking some good stuff because the last hour of that movie is so stereotypical. He breaks out the yarmulke and they're praying, and he, obviously he's not a rabbi, but hey, I'm Jewish. I'll put him in a yarmulke and say these these prayers. It's just, it's, and then they have the gay guy. I better call my mother.
And none of it. What was so bizarre about the film was it was kind of like The Fifth Element, in the sense that you had Bruce Willis, who was supposed to be a cab driver, but then turns into some intergalactic spy, and it just was
right.
It didn't make any sense. It was that way with Independence Day because it starts off with the guy who used to star in the series Taxi is basically driving a taxi. He's like supposed to be like a cab driver, but then somehow he knows the president, and he winds up like in the White House essentially.
Can I imitate him? Can I imitate him?
Oh yeah, please. Yeah.
You the bunker, yes, and the 40s. Yeah. You had the bunker, yes. Area 51, and you did nothing about it. My David.
Yeah.
Very stereotypical. It's just one of those things where, and it's very interesting. Obviously the Area 51 came up and the whole aliens thing, and of course, they have to. They have to dox it up with Hollywood, but in a sense too, though, it's that film. It just got ruined. The last hour was horrible. So it's like they got writers and they said, "Wait a minute, Area 51. Okay, bring in a new cast. Hey, someone from Langley. Bring in someone from Langley to revise the script because they're getting into crap that we don't want to get into." But It's kind of like that to me, how I see when I've talked to the younger generations. All this history gets convoluted with entertainment,
Yes.
And it's where someone like you, if they just listen to you, they would really have to listen in the sense of breaking through the monotony of the propaganda, really. And it's terrible propaganda because it's not even good. Dr. Paul Joseph Goebbels, was the master of it, but at least his were, thoughtful. This is just crazy. It's not even not even witty. It's just, it doesn't make sense.
Yeah, and by the way, just to verify, just to vindicate everything you're saying, my game brother Beaver, who's not a big history buff, he just like many other people gets confused by what he sees in the films. And the original Wonder Woman series back in the 70s they started off where she was fighting Nazis. It was World War II. Then when they released the film more recently, which was the big blockbuster where Wonder Woman's in World War I, and I knew that for a fact, and I asked Beaver, "Oh, how'd you like the Wonder Woman film?" And this was shortly after he saw it, and he says, "Whatever, it was just what it was." And I said, "Do you remember when it took place?" And he was saying, "Yeah, World War II. She's fighting Nazis." And I said, "Dude, it was World War I." And he was like, "Really?" And it wasn't until he like checked back on it, and he just, the way they portrayed the Germans was so stereotypically the way they portray them in every film. He just thought it was World War II and it was Nazis. It was like, and that was like, but I'm sure plenty of people thought that there's no difference to them. It was like, so it verifies everything you say. In other words, history just melts into like a ball, a calico.
Well, Doug, and to kind of make, this might be a dumb statement to you, you probably roll your eyes, but my sister that is a little bit older than me, she actually still thought David Carradine was actually Asian. And I'm like, no, he's not Asian. He's not Asian.
That's delightful.
That's,
oh my
that's
God.
that's how disrespectful Americans are. That he's not Asian. Her name is Tabitha. But he's not Asian. No, he's not.
Oh my God.
So he's like, really? Are you sure? I'm like, no. In fact, if you would say that to an Asian person, they would probably slap the shit out of you because, well, someone that actually cared. But no, he's not. He's not Asian. He was just imitating what an Asian was, quote unquote, the stereotypical, very stoic and yes, my friend, I will help you. No, it's just what America is. It's what it is. What I'm trying to tell you.
It's true. And then they would use him repeatedly in this role where he would be ethnically ambiguous. They would continually exploit his ambience after he developed that kung fu mystique as an ethnically ambiguous person in many films. And but the one thing I did say, and I brought it up this is one time when Danny Rolla was here, and it was like something, I don't know how he felt about it, but I never really asked. I didn't really care. I basically had brought up the fact that the person who had written that script, of course, and I'm sure Sammy Romero knows this, was Bruce Lee. And so when Bruce Lee wrote the Kung Fu about that he roamed the West on an endless quest, this was his role. He wrote it for himself.
Right.
Yeah, but the people said, well, nobody's going to relate to a Chinese guy wandering around, and so they had to find a white guy to play the role. And of course, he was always bitter about that, and who could blame him? But at the same time, there's one thing I have to acquiesce to, because they did interview David Carradine about that, and when they interviewed him about that and whether he felt bad about that, the cultural appropriation, what he did was then later, who's that Jewish girl who winds up always in these ethnic roles? She became infamous for it, and people finally, shut her down just by she played in Matrix, or what is the Ghost in the Shell? Who's the one who played in Ghost in the Shell? She also played in Lucy. Those two films. She was famous for taking everybody's ethnic roles. So let me look that up. Lucy.
Scarlett Johansson.
Yes, thank you.
Scarlett Johansson. Okay.
Yeah. Yes, there we are. And so people were asking him about how he felt pulling that kind of Scarlett Johansson. And what he said was that. I had to, and by the way, Brandon's back.
We're talking about Derek Carradine. My sister actually didn't know he wasn't Asian.
She thought he was Asian.
Yeah.
That was so cute. That's cute.
I had to tell her, no, he's not Asian. In fact, that's probably one of the, it's just embarrassing, but he's not Asian. No.
Well, I can see why people would think that. It's just unfortunately the problem is they don't see enough Asians in Western TV to even really know. I mean, this is what people don't get. People really just when I talked to them originally, when I started talking to people about the Asians as aliens trip, when they couldn't recognize the people at Roswell, they thought they were from outer space, and not the troops who had fought them in the Pacific. Like I said, that one Sergeant Melvin Brown who had spoken with his family, and basically the person who was the fireman, one of the firemen who had to deal with the bodies at Roswell, talked to Keith Call personally and said they were clearly Japanese. So he's brought up much to basically affirm everything I've said, but in terms of when it comes to David Carradine and how he felt about what he did, he mentioned that he said that the reason Bruce Lee would have been inappropriate for the role was because he was simply too angry for the character, and the character was trying to convey a sense of a man at peace no matter where he went in a violent world, and Bruce Lee was just too angry to do that. And I agreed. I thought that David Carradine was quite correct, that David Carradine had one thing Bruce Lee couldn't have, which was the heroin addict's he had the heroin addict's sense of lackadaisical, I don't give a shit, that the attitude towards the world where I don't care what's going on around me because I'm high. It's
Oh,
basically,
okay.
yeah. And so he was able to carry off what the character was meant to do that Bruce Lee really couldn't have done. So and in the end, that was more of the important message of the Kung Fu series. Really, the important message behind the series of Kung Fu was really a man seeking peace as opposed to a man of action. So that's why they did everything kind of like the Bionic Man. Everything was in slow mo. Basically, that was also because, of course, David Carradine couldn't do kung fu to save his soul, so they just had to do it all in slow mo to kind of pretend it was kung fu. And
Right.
but that nevertheless, it had its own. It served its purpose. So it did what it did, and it was what it was. But so in that sense, he did a service. He did a service. By the way, I did want to ask about two things I do want to bring up to people who are asking, and they asked why I had the strange promotional banner. And for anybody who can still see me on the internet, the one place that the people who know where to look, the Sorayoi timeline, this Christmas in July was because July 20th, this was the day that Operation Valkyrie took place, in which the old Prussian elite aristocracy, led by Count von Stauffenberg, they tried to assassinate my biological father, Adolf Hitler, and failed. And this was when they placed a bomb right next to Adolf Hitler, only it was blocked by several inches of solid hard oak wood, and my father wound up being blown halfway across the room, if not all the way across the room, but surviving with that big piece of wood protecting him from all the shrapnel and the blow of the bomb, which killed everybody else, and survived in his uniform, which was full of holes, and yet he barely had a scratch. Some injury on his arm, maybe even on his ass, where he basically hit the wall with that. But other than that, he pulled through and regained control of the situation, which, by the way, for the horror of Tom Cruise, who I hate with the passion of 1,000 suns, I cannot stand Tom Cruise, and the horror is they keep trying to portray him as a tough guy, and they had him portray Count von Stauffenberg. I mean, it was just preposterous. But the aspect of the film which was well done, and this is the horror, is that if you remove Tom Cruise from several of his movies, you actually have a decent film. In several movies that he's in, just remove Tom Cruise and you've got a fine film. But with Operation Valkyrie, they showed how basically one of the generals who was part of the conspiracy was a young man who then went to arrest Joseph Goebbels, who then talked him into turning against the conspiracy. But the way they show it in the film was may have been something tangential to real life, but basically they had Hitler call in, and basically Goebbels told the young general. And by the way, you see in that scene that Goebbels puts something in his mouth before the young general enters, where Goebbels is ready to kill himself rather than be captured by the conspirators. So he's putting a cyanide capsule in his mouth, which he's ready to break into and kill himself, so that the conspirators can't capture him. And but when Goebbels does that, he basically hands the phone to the general and says, "This is your Führer speaking." And then the man at the other end of the phone is supposed to be Adolf Hitler, who says, "Do you recognize my voice?" And the man says, "Yes." And the man says, "Turn against these men who have sent you to arrest Goebbels and arrest them for me." And that's when the general turns around and turns against the conspiracy, which blows the whole conspiracy wide open. But in other words, it exposes all the men who conspired against Hitler. Otherwise, they would not have netted them all in one huge dragnet like they did. But when that's portrayed in the film, this was obviously a very important day in history, but at the same time, what most people don't know is it brings up an opportunity to really expose the fact that Adolf Hitler led a truly charmed life. There were something like 1,000 assassination attempts on him. There's at least 500 that are recorded. Most people don't know this, but there were 500 attempts that we know of to kill Adolf Hitler, and all of them failed. And he literally got into a plane that certain officers put a bomb on. And when he ordered the plane to be taken to a higher altitude to avoid gunfire, the higher altitude froze the mechanisms of the bomb that otherwise would have gone off. And another time, even before he was leading Germany, he was just giving a speech that somebody had put a bomb behind the podium, and he suddenly said, "I better cut this speech short today." And he walked off and away from the podium, and then it blew up, and everybody died but him. It was just story after story like that. It's just every assassination attempt failed, would often wind up killing the assassins, and he survived all of them. This was just a sign of divine protection, was how it was taken by many people. Other people would claim, oh, well, he had diabolic protection. It was essentially, as myself with the Peacock Angel, it's just, there was this element of the cartoon character to him, almost like I was telling Anne Fontaine the other day when she was like, shocked about what I was exposing about my own carelessness when I was talking about, she was asking me about privately. When I spoke with Anne Fontaine privately, she was asking me about attempts on my life. And I told her, well, one time I was swatted, and she didn't know what that meant. And I said, people call a SWAT team to your home saying that there's a hostage situation. And then usually the SWAT team will arrive and they're looking for a fight. So they pretty much kill everybody who's there because they don't know who the hostage taker is. When they're called to a home where nothing's going on, they wind up killing everybody who's the innocent person. All the dogs that run out, they kill them immediately. They often will kill people who have nothing to do with anything because they were called to a place where nothing was going on. But since they're used to responding to a situation and process, they're all jacked up and ready to kill, and this is what they wind up doing. So people use them as kind of an assassination team on the taxpayer dollar. So they tried to do that with me, and it didn't work out. The San Francisco Police Department was incredibly professional in terms of trying to contact me and whatnot. But another time, they told some white guy, I guess, that he could get money from me. And anyhow, so the doorbell rang, and I was asleep. And oftentimes I sleep in the nude. And then I woke up and naked, opened the door like an idiot. And there's this white guy outside saying, "Hey, give me some money." And I was like, well, who are you? And this went on for a few moments because it looked like he was trying to pull out an ID or something. And then he decided against showing his ID and then just kept saying, "I need money." And I just finally shut the door on him. And nothing happened. But I called the cops, of course, because it was disconcerting. But because it was COVID, they had changed their entire operational procedure. And it was just a series of stupid things happened after that. But obviously he was never apprehended and questioned. But obviously one of the gang stalkers told him he could get money from me if he just rang my doorbell, and everybody knows my address. And so she couldn't believe I had answered the door naked and cracked it open and was talking that I would be that lackadaisical about my own physical security. And I told her, look, you're thinking that I'm this incredibly alert individual who spends all his time. If I lived like that, I would go insane. If I were to live like every moment thinking about my security, what would be the point in living? So I told her, really, I'm like a Looney Tunes cartoon character. Half the time I'm just surviving due to being oblivious to the threat. And there's certainly been several events which I survived just based on not paying attention to my surroundings rather than the other way around. So these things can really work out strangely in that regard. But yeah, she was shocked to learn that. And of course, she found it quite funny. But yeah, it's one of these things that obviously most people don't suspect about me. And sharing that with most people doesn't really threaten me because, look at what's happened so far. And think of Adolf Hitler and the examples of him. He had entire nations mobilized trying to develop a way to assassinate him, and nothing worked. And it was kind of like that way with Fidel Castro. The CIA was trying to assassinate him for years, and they thought up the craziest schemes, and yet he just was basically invulnerable. So there's just certain men, for some reason, like that, and it has something to do with they're here for a reason, and until they've completed that mission, they really just aren't going to disappear because you want them to. But The other thing I wanted to ask, particularly Sam, was about the Uvalde cops. I don't know if you know this, but there's new body cam footage out, and Ruben Ruiz was heading towards the classroom to rescue his wife, but the other officers stopped him. So the Uvalde cops held back the officer whose wife was shot and dying. I was just wondering, do you think a lot of the Uvalde had a race issue to it? I think it was a race component in the sense that most of the victims were Latinx, and that nobody really cared about what happened to them, and that they almost look at this as almost like violence in an ethnic community. I mean, is that your...
Yes, I actually do. Really, because most of law enforcement's background is a military, white, or whitey. They're pretty much in that cold law enforcement because the transition is very streamlined. Yeah. And I have to say it because even our own sheriff here in Los Angeles is going through his scrutiny, and actually the city council is on the verge of pretty much getting them out, extracting them out. And the union's been trying to fight. Well, there was testimony a couple of weeks ago that one of his officers under him admitted that they were in a gang called the Executioners. And he
this
was
is a uniformed police gang, essentially, right?
Yes, absolutely, yes. This was damning testimony, and how the sheriff tried to respond to that was he feared for his life. That he ordered, the deputies to guard his house because he feared for his life. And it's very interesting because it's very cowardly in a sense of he defied court orders to testify. He didn't want to testify, and he pretty much is looking behind his back because he's ex-military, you can tell, but it's the cowardliness, and it's, how can I say it? It's almost, you're hiding something. You're hiding something already as it is. And I've noticed even in the whole city how much melee is happening because of this, in a sense of police officers protesting, of not doing their job because of the gang involvement, which they are. They're their own gang in a sense, but them not wanting to do their job. And city council is trying to, get them out. And his response to that is, I'm not going to dispatch my officers to do their job. And they're going to hold the ground in a sense of the Blue Mafia, where they can collect their check. And, how you even stated, and Isaac actually told me this because he was working for Motorola with their telecommunications, with their radio side. What Isaac did was he pretty much was the one programming all the patented stuff that Motorola still has, I guess, on that side, So he had to be in all these stations. And what he told me was that most of these officers, and what you told me, kind of co-aligned what both of you were saying, that they pretty much were getting paid twice. And all this corruption is going on, and it's no surprise. I mean, when this comes out, this is just the tip of the iceberg. Our previous sheriff, who is in prison right now, Sheriff Libaka, was committing atrocities with the inmates in Ali County Jail. He was torturing inmates. He actually tortured an undercover FBI cop. He found out he was an undercover cop, and he erased his record from the bookings in the jail, and they had him sequestered. And he was brought to justice, but he was trying to portray as an old senile sheriff that trying to get the sympathy vote. But this is very typical. this is very typical in the sense that they get scared.
Yeah.
They get scared in the sense of they're going to do to me what I've been doing, to the taxpaying electorate. So it's no, all this stuff really just coincides with what you talked about. Yeah. And I wouldn't be saying this if, and at times I want you to be wrong. I really do, but you're not. Unfortunately, you're not. Yeah.
Oh, thank you. Yes, that makes sense. And so, Joe and Brandon, you must have some stories to share in this regard. It also must bring mind several things in mind to both of you, I'm sure. Let's see if they're with us.
Yeah, I'm here. I just want Joe to go. He hasn't spoken in a while.
Oh, I think maybe he's asleep.
Almost there.
Oh, Joe,
yeah.
So, Joe,
the cops, the cop outs.
Yeah.
Basically, they get paid for not doing their job.
And so Joe, when are you? Just out of curiosity, I mean, certainly I appreciate the fact that you're available to be with us throughout the night. But how long are you on workers' comp? And just out of curiosity, do you have any idea when the rehabilitation ends and you go back to work?
Next week.
Oh God!
Next week I go back.
And then what are your hours going to be like? Just regular day working hours and stuff every day, every weekday?
Yeah.
Oh.
If it rains, then I'm off.
Okay. Well, definitely we'll miss you, and hopefully you'll be able to stick with us for a while during the early part of the night. Is that possible?
Absolutely.
Oh, good.
Absolutely.
Good. Even though you're 3 hours ahead of me, you're on Eastern Daylight Time. So, yeah. And by the way, when he was talking about rain, that was a very famous restaurant, and they're closed now, right? Because of the COVID, they couldn't survive.
No, they're open. They're open.
Thank God. Okay. And
yeah, but they didn't. These East Coast tongs are not as useful as the West Coast tong. They chicken out. Yeah, that's why I realize over here, East Coast, these somewhat Chinese gangsters, they're not effective anymore. I mean, you know what I'm saying?
Yes, I get it. Sad. Well, they're in an unaccommodating area. Well, obviously, Joe was kind of relaxed and kind of checking into Slumberland. So, Brandon, you're more than welcome to speak. And you're still on Eastern Daylight Time, aren't you? Or are you more Central, Brandon?
Right now I'm on East Coast.
Okay.
But I'm still very much awake.
It's incredible.
I don't blame people for falling asleep at this point. I did have a nap earlier and a good shower. So I'm feeling fine and alert at the moment. But when you get into monologue, I probably will drop off. But we'll be listening.
Where are you in, Brandon?
I'm in Boston, Massachusetts.
Oh, you're in Boston, yeah.
Yeah, how about you?
I'm in Albany here.
Oh, cool.
He's in Lena Shea's fucking city. He lives in.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Interesting. Small world, Yeah, I used to have an ex-girlfriend from Albany. Her father, there's an Albany Veterans Medical Center up there. Her father did a lot of the research for the Gulf Wars, what was called Gulf War syndrome.
Right.
Oh. And is probably the leading expert in that. But anyway, and her mother is one of these big political advisors on K Street and whatever. But they're focused in Albany. And the little I love the Egg. There's a place called the Egg in Albany.
Oh yeah.
Start. I like going to the Egg. I like it's just kind of neat. I think some of the land out there is quite beautiful. Even though
it's right next to the river.
Well, yeah, and it's just upstate New York has like these just. I think Douglas was describing it earlier as just very rural as opposed to the city life.
Yeah, I prefer here than Boston. Boston's like metropolitan. You got tunnels. You got traffic.
Sure.
Over here, the traffic is lighter. 10 minutes, you're out in the countryside.
Yeah, I used to live in Lenox, and just right on the border of New. That's about maybe a half hour away to Albany off the pike, Route 90. I think it turns into something different in New York State. But yeah, it's beautiful there. But yeah, we're both on the East Coast, so there you go. So that's cool. But Douglas, what I wanted to say too, for everybody too, not just Douglas, but regarding John Kane and the Kung Fu series with David Carradine. Yeah, it was one of these double-bladed shows where, obviously, as you say, like Carradine was not Asian at all, and it was meant for Bruce Lee. Although I've heard people like Quentin Tarantino argue against it, run against that. But a really funny story. I was really into martial arts, and still am, but I was very much into practicing and the allure of it. And so they would have reruns when I was maybe 8 years old of the Kung Fu TV, The Legend Continues TV series, which was sort of like a, 20 years later.
Yes. Yes.
Sort of, yeah.
Go on.
And they brought him back. And, I always thought it was funny that, David Carradine could never move as well as Bruce Lee, and so the actions were really slow, and it's kind of like, how could this guy take anybody, But anyway, but
that wasn't the point. Yes, go on. Yeah.
Well, there's a part where he has to leave the Shaolin Temple, and in order to leave, he has to pick up a pot of hot coals or something like that.
That's right. That's how he brands his arms with the Shaolin tattoos.
Dragon.
Yeah, the brands.
Dragon and the tiger.
Yeah.
And so I said, wouldn't that be great? Kind of cool to get that as a tattoo. Just joking with my friend. My friend ended up getting that as a tattoo. Like the first thing he did was get that as a tattoo. The dragon and the tiger right on the forearms there, where you have to move it because it was the test. You couldn't do it with your hands. How do you get past this? This is the final test of the Shaolin. And we thought it was really cool. I never would actually get that, but he did. And I actually got to say it does hold up.
Wow.
Kind of cool. But at the time, it was a bit cartoony for him to get that kind of a tattoo. I was like, it was just a suggestion. It wasn't really, I didn't say, you have to go get this. I didn't think it was, but it was pretty good. I mean, for what it was, it introduced people to some sort of concept of history and the fact that Asian people actually existed before 1900 in America.
Yeah, it definitely provided some unusual perspectives that at least, like you said, educated people to the fact that there was an Asian culture at all. And so when people used to say to me that we know what Asians look like, when I was saying there was a confusion over them and aliens, well, a lot of Americans don't. They really didn't. And so, I mean, this is why they had, during World War II, I mean, they had a bunch of white people portraying Asians constantly in their propaganda films. The Good Earth. Anybody watches The Good Earth from the World War II era, so it's obviously produced during the 1940s. So when you see this, The Good Earth, which was based on this one white woman who had written a bunch of novels on Asia, and she had lived in Asia, and so then they produced The Good Earth as kind of like a World War II propaganda film, but they had almost no Asians in it. It was all white people, all made up, and so no, white people really didn't know what Asians looked like. So it's just awful, but such is what it is. And what was it? Oh, Joe, are you awake?
Yep.
Oh yeah. So I want you to know, Diane Hillis Buchberger will probably kill me for saying this, but she loves the way you act, and she was telling me that it was like, instead of Girls Gone Wild, it's like Chinese Gone Wild. She said it was like you weren't behaving in this stereotypical fashion in the way people expected Chinese to behave. This was when you were talking with Anne Fontaine the other night when I left you both alone and it all worked out fine. It was when we were opening the hour tonight that they had to hit us, of course, because they try to hit you in the opening is what they do to fuck the show up. Is they try to make everything as stressful as possible when you open the show. That's the pattern of their attack. So I just wanted to.
Does she want to find out how wild I am?
I'll relay that to her. Oh my god! And hopefully she's listening and she'll catch it. I haven't seen her leave any messages though, so I'm not quite sure if she's with us tonight. Hopefully she is, and I do look forward to speaking to her again later about some things. Certainly, the photographs of that Our Lady Anne Fontaine took of herself in Rocco, there was some strange stuff going on in the background. Some strange effects kind of presented themselves with some of those photos. I'll ask her about that.
Yeah, I'm banned on Facebook for 20 days.
How'd you manage that? What did you do?
They got like a picture of F. Biden with little kids on there. The Trumpers.
Yeah.
And, I said, yeah. You're teaching your kids to be victims of dirty old men. Basically, I'm saying you're training your kids to be victims for these pedophiles, but
yeah, I mean that's
what they say, right?
Yeah,
F Biden. That means you're having sex with the
president.
You want to have sex with the president? Yeah, so.
Yeah, and they didn't like that. They reported you for that, right? And got you.
Yeah.
Oh my God. Oh, it's sometimes it's better not to engage. Just don't engage.
Yeah. As they, my Asian's gone wild. You know what I'm saying?
Yes. Yeah. That's it. Yes. By the way, I want people to know I'm a subscriber to. Various medical journals because I was, always concerned about taking care of my parents, and so these things were maintained long after my parents' passing. But you just brought that up along the side because I just realized one of the things that's going on with myself right now that is so bizarre was it was in April. That it was the first time I had the Curious Girl on, and that was Amalia Willard. And when the night that I was going to have her on was when for a while, because of the arthritis, whenever I would sleep with pressure on one arm, particularly the left arm, I would usually get numb, and then by the time I woke up, have to kind of shake it and get the feeling back in it. And then, so I had to be careful about how I positioned myself. But this was after I'd been up for hours and was active, and then was setting up the studio for the night, so to speak, where I host the show from basically my bed. And then my arm went numb. There's no other word for it. It wasn't responding to commands, which I've never had happen. So that's pretty disconcerting. And so I thought maybe I'm having a stroke, and I turned the phone on in case I had to call 911. But when then I lay down as much on my back as I could, leaning my head against where I had the monitor up on, it all normalized, and I didn't have any other symptoms with it. So I went on to host the show that night. When I talked to my, of course, when I was talking to V about it, who massages myself, she says all her clients have shit like that happen all the time. But I wasn't dismissive of it. I talked to my nurse case manager, and then she seemed pretty dismissive of it. But she had the doctor call me, and then he said, "Oh, let's set up a physical appointment." When he heard, "Oh, you were up and you were active and this happened," he wanted to go all out with this to follow up. And so I appreciate that. And he said, let's get some blood and urine tests, which I did on Tuesday. But he was saying, let's set up an MRI. And so I says to him, well, my lungs collapsed multiple times after the Gulf War, and they finally had to be stapled to my rib cage. And I don't know whether those staples are metal or whether they're ceramic. And you can't have anyone go inside an MRI with anything metal inside them. It'll be ripped out of the body. I mean, for those of you who don't know, MRIs, the magnetics of the MRI machine are so powerful that, as an example of how powerful they are, they're filthy. They're filthy because they won't let janitors clean them. Because what happened one time was one young man, I think it was in Nevada, was a boy, was taken into the MRI, and some janitor who had been cleaning the room in which the MRI machine was in had left a bucket or a hammer. It had to be something heavy like a hammer or a wrench. He left that in the room. And when they turned the MRI on, the magnet was so powerful, the magnet attracted the hammer or the wrench, whatever it was, from all the way across the room. It came flying like a projectile and smashed open the boy's skull and killed him. I mean, so if you've got something metal in your body, it'll rip it right out of your body. And so when I'm telling the doctor that I'd like to try and find out what's in my body first, and this was done years and years ago, this surgery, he was like, oh, I don't know, talk to the technician about it, see what they say. And, you know, when the MRI kept calling me up to make an appointment, and I talked to them about this, I said, really like to find out what's going on, to get my records from UCSF where the surgery was performed. And they were like, oh, I'll talk to the technician about it. And then the technician was like, oh, it's okay. I'm like thinking, I really don't understand this cavalier attitude about, hey, yeah, let's try it and see what happens bullshit. So I'm basically going through UCSF, and I called the records department, and they have to send me a form, which I have to sign. Then ultimately, this might take 14 days or so. I mean, like, it's been 3 months already anyway. And the MD was like admonishing me, next time this happens, just call 911 and just go straight into the emergency room. But of course, nothing like that has happened again, thank God. But I just find it odd that there's this cavalier attitude towards something that could potentially kill me. So there you go with that. And we'll see how this works out. Obviously, I'm not going to do anything until I get the records from the UCSF basically sent over to the MD, and we take it from there. But there you have that. And so that was odd. That's odd, and another odd thing going on in my life, along with the odd thing that in general MRI magnets are so powerful. My landlady was an MRI technician. Might still be one for all I know. She's one of these people who never stops working type of person. And a lot of people claim they see extra-dimensional phenomena. Like they get maybe it's just something fucked up with their brain because, humans have magnetic guidance, kind of like an inner compass, like a passenger pigeon does. So we have an inner sense of direction. This is what gets fucked up when the poles flip. The magnetic poles. If the magnetic poles flip, then birds lose a sense of direction, and in a sense, humans do as well. So something to be concerned about for the future. But when it comes to a human being's magnetics, maybe the magnets are so powerful in an MRI machine that they cause hallucinations based on scrambling the internal magnet mechanism in a human being. But people claim they see people walking in and out of walls in the MRI room. That they get the feeling that people are walking in and out of the walls or in and out of the room, that people have seen this kind of phenomenon, and they feel that this might be impacting on other dimensions. And but my landlady related some experiences like that. And so MRI technicians who work at these things for years and years see this sort of thing. And then after a while, they just stop paying attention to it. But there you go with that. Some interesting MRI stories. I don't know if that reminds any of you of anything, but you're all welcome to respond. And don't all shout at once, of course.
Yeah, it's pretty dangerous, I guess.
Were you ever in one?
No, my cousin was. But,
what happened to him?
Nothing. He had spina bifida. He was a short guy that wanted to get tall, and he was working out with these ex-basketball stars from China.
Uh-huh.
That was a dishwasher at my father's place.
Uh-huh.
But yeah.
And then
he was trying to stretch himself out because he's short.
Yeah, that's so sad.
So I think that aggravated it. Hey, you're born the way you are. I'd rather be short than tall.
Yeah. Are you
I'd
short?
rather be short than tall. Yeah, 5'6".
Wow.
You know? I don't have to worry about
Mhm.
ceiling fans. You know what I'm saying?
Yes. Yes. Oh my God. Yeah. Thank you for sharing that. I had no idea that you were short like that.
So Doug.
Yeah.
So you don't know if they're ceramic or they're metal. Your staples.
No, I don't. I think
okay.
I think they might be metal. I vaguely remember, but it might be my imagination. I've done a lot of drugs since then. But what I remember the doctor, or what I thought I remember the doctor saying, was that you can never take an MRI again in your life. But then I know an MRI was taken at one point when I went deaf in my right ear due to suffering chickenpox as an adult that I got when I went through the police academy, and that one idiot basically came in with chickenpox, and they let him, attend. And I wound up doing some of the martial arts with him like they ordered, and I told them I had the potential of contracting it, which I ultimately did. It made me deaf as an adult, and ultimately they did an MRI because of that. But that was after the Gulf War, but they were both after the Gulf War, because my lungs didn't start collapsing until after the Gulf War, and they were collapsing repeatedly, like at the rate of once a year. By the time the surgery was performed, it was January of 1999. So the Gulf War was in 91. So it was about every 1.5 years, or one, I wound up with 7 lung collapses, but some of them were in the other lung. And of course, when they finally went in there, they also shaved all of the chemical war blisters off of my lungs. So that there was a bunch of blisters left from scarring from the exposure to the cyclosorine nerve gas that were in my lungs. They shaved those. They stapled the lungs to the rib cage. So that was January of 1999. It was remarkable to me that they still had any records. They might not. Maybe the records are like empty, but somehow they had it in there that I was there in January of 99 in surgery. So there must be something, because it was experimental surgery. When I tried to get this before, when I was trying to apply for Social Security, and ultimately received it because of such mechanical injuries, as they call them, then they told me they couldn't find the records. It was actually just because I had the scar sites, the chest tube sites, to prove it, and they took an X-ray and they could see the staples, but that doesn't necessarily show you what they're made of. That went towards my getting Social Security, which I then had to give up when I became a care provider for my parents, and that's why I had to get back on SSDI later, based on the psychiatric post-traumatic stress disorder. So Anne Fontaine is attempting to contact us, so I will hang up on her and essentially call her. I'll bring her back on. So here we go. Let me see if I can do the ad. How do we do that? The ad. Here we are. There we go. And then Anne Fontaine. Good. Click her and press ad. Okay. And hopefully she gets the message. And like I said, I could have imagined the doctor saying that. And there she is, honey. So, honey, yeah. So unless you're calling someone else next time, all you need to do when you check out is just, you're probably doing this on your phone, so that's why you had to hang up. Got it. So what happens is when you try to call back, Anne, say hi. Hi, Anne.
Hi, yes, I'm here.
Yes. So just so you know, in the future, the way it works is you did it just right. I mean, you call me back, and that way I know you're trying to get back on. But understand that I can't answer you, because if I answer you, then it knocks everybody else off the call. It's really weird the way that works. So the way that I bring you on is just hang up on you and then call you. So when we do this again in the future, that's probably the best way to do it, is the way we did it tonight. And and by the way, Brandon, Sammy was saying how cool your story was about your tattoos. Your friend's tattoos. And
yeah, interesting. Yeah, it's thank you, thanks, Sammy.
Yeah, and do you all have tattoos? I'm just curious.
I don't. I don't have a single one.
Oh, neither do I.
Yeah.
Yeah. And
Except for the 666 on the forehead.
that's Michael Aquino's. Yes. Yes.
No, I don't. No, I don't.
Okay.
One of the reasons why, because, I don't know. That's not my thing.
Yeah. No, that's fine. And
That's
Joe?
pretty smart. You guys are smart because you don't have tattoos. Why do you need tattoos, right?
Yeah.
Well, if you're a gangster, I'm surprised you don't have one.
Oh, well, you know why? I was the guy who had to do drag. I mean, I almost came out with saying honey when I said that. I'm so used to those kinds of remarks when I'm in drag that when I even speak about the subject, I sometimes go into persona. Yeah, it's one of those things where if I got them like the rest, then I wouldn't be able to function as their vanguard. But when it comes to, how about you, honey? And this time I'm referring to Our Lady Anne, of course. Any tattoos, darling?
No, but I've thought about it many times.
I'm so glad you haven't gotten them. Oh my God, really? I so wish more women would be like you and maintain themselves as pristine in terms of their presentation. Honestly, it's very seldom tattoos really work with people. Sometimes they do, but most of the time I really feel that they ruin a person's presentation.
Absolutely. Like my ex,
Yeah.
she got a tattoo from her father. That's at 17, so that's sick. You know what I'm saying? He did it to all his daughters.
Like personally tattooed them, like he was welding the ink?
Yeah, branding them.
Jesus, that's awful. What did he brand them with?
I heard one with the heart, and my ex with a sad and happy face. They were ugly tattoos. They were ugly.
So sorry. How did she ever think of getting them removed?
I said, why don't you use this as proof that your father abused you?
Yeah.
Or,
Yeah.
I yelled at the son. You don't even have to dust fingerprints. It's right on your mom's body.
Yeah.
Right on your aunt's body.
Yeah. Mom's. I mean, first you said mom, and then it was aunts. Is this something like
both of them? Yeah, they were both tattooed by the grandfather.
Oh, okay. Yeah. All right. Got it. If you ever see the movie Chinatown, this woman is both, I can't remember what it was, but there was incest involved. So she was both one role and another. So I thought that was something like that for a moment. Oh my God, that's awful. That's just awful. And she had a son by you?
No, not by me, by her ex Marine that molested his daughter.
Oh my God.
His
Is this the Marine you were
younger
dating?
sister.
Is this the Marine you were dating?
Yeah. Now I know how screwed up these guys are,
Yeah. Oh my God. So she joined the military.
Generations.
She joined the military because her father made her join the military. No. Her
ex joined the military. Her father is in the military, and her ex-husband suckered his son into the military.
Okay.
Into the Marines. So 3 generations of messed up people.
Yeah, abuse. Oh God, that's terrible. And so anyhow, very proud of you, honey, for not getting those tattoos. Not that I've got anything against women who get them, but most of the time it's you're lucky if it works out well. I mean, certainly my dad had them all over because he was a sailor, and back then that was the only kind of men who got them, were sailors and criminals. And he was really self-conscious about them, and the rest of his life was saying how he had regretted getting them, and I was telling him, oh God, you're just in vogue. Everybody's got them now. And it's it's just a pity so many women get them, and they get them when they're really young too. And I just think it's so unnecessary, and it just leaves you marked with something that kind of like you don't need it. And so you did right, Anne. I'm so glad about that. And so in terms of, are you envisioning yourself as trying to help Rocco raise his kids? Is that how you kind of envision yourself, kind of assuming a role up? Or You don't need to
Um,
answer that. I'm sorry. Go on.
who couldn't use a extra helping hand raising children?
Yeah. I guess. Yeah. And having a father
Actually, I don't really have a family per se. I have a mom, of course. And that's it. I never had children of my own. So this is like my first family, it feels like.
And so your mother is still with us. That's good. Right?
Yeah, but I'm an only child, and feel like I really haven't had the experience of having family yet.
Okay. Yeah. Well, as everyone has probably noticed, I've been doing an aggressive roundtable. Let's take a look at what's going on with the people in chat. And okay, so the sex bots, every time they came on, I managed to catch them pretty early. I'm rather impressed by that, at least. Vicky Johnson was agreeing that George Norrie is a creeper, and Mirthling is asking about Tony Curtis playing the Slavic Taras Bulba. There we are. Lioness 77 Alphar says, "Hi, my friend. Hi, honey." And I'm wondering if that is one of my friends from Facebook. I'm trying to. She appears to be very similar to someone I know. Oh my God! I just was exchanging messages with her today. So is that Leza Dyer Cross? It looks like it might be her. So if so, good evening. And aside from that, who else is in the chat room? Vicky Johnson was saying follow and share. Oh, you're so kind. Thank you so much. And so Mirthling was talking about upstate New York, mountains, trees and fences, cows. Yes, llama, cow, dogs. Yes, hair, sheep, trees. Yes, I was spitting out buckshot when I was eating venison in upstate New York. And it was, yes, very rural, and the people up there are a lot of people walking around in hunting jackets that are bright orange so they don't get shot from people hiding in the bushes or something. It's like, it's like they've been hunting, but they still wear the hunting safety vest, like they could get shot anywhere by accident. So, which I suppose in upstate New York is possible. So it's just, yeah, it's distinct. It's a distinctive feeling up there. Okay, so all of that being said, by all means, if any of you would like to take the conversation, I don't think I didn't give people a chance to respond to what I had said about Hitler with all the assassination attempts, but if that brings up any thoughts in anybody's mind, go ahead and respond to that. Or about.
Well, I guess he's born with a guardian angel.
Mm.
I think I have one too, and who else has it?
There you are.
You have one for sure, the peacock angel.
Yeah. And Brandon, you were about to say something?
I was going to say my friend Josh, Lord Josh, who's over in England. Shout out to Lord Josh. He's a Taoist, and he's actually a big fan of Zhu Yang and Kong Ming, who is I'm sure you're familiar with, and practices Taoism, but he has this theory, this occult theory, where he does believe that certain people like Hitler, or your biological father, or other people,
Castro, right?
Castro, not just leaders, not just political leaders, but very controversially, even he includes
George Knight has one too, I think.
Everyone has a holy guardian angel, but I think and a demon, but I think assigned to them at birth, at least one or two. So, but that's the traditional thinking anyway. But he would say that like some of these, even the serial killers, seem to be protected. Some of these leaders, some of these certain people do seem to be protected some weird way. Like he mentioned, I forget who he mentioned. One of these killers who survived like so many attempts on his Rasputin, famously, even so on. So anyway,
he ended up dead though.
Yeah, eventually, maybe. Maybe he's Alexander Dugin, you know.
Essentially,
well, they got
yes.
Aquino, you know, the little leagues. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
Aquino was.
Yes, and so let's see if Lioness 77 Alpha are answers, and whoever you are, so glad to have you with us, as well as Vicky Johnson and Mirthling and all these lovely ladies. Peggy Wood, hopefully still with us, and Peggy, you're welcome to leave another wonderful comment like you did under the thread of the video, like you did earlier. As for everybody and what they're speaking of, I was just curious with Our Lady Anne Fontaine. So, honey, when it comes to where you were born, where were you born in the United States?
Florida.
Really? Oh my God! And so, in the city or country, you know, swamp side or the out in the Everglades or Miami? Which part?
A place called Eustis.
Eustis, Florida. Interesting.
I think it's relatively close to Clearwater.
Uh-huh. Okay.
And ironically, that's where Rocco was born. It was Clearwater.
Oh, wow. Wow. So, yeah. And so, were you very familiar with the Disney World situation, or was that further away from where you were born and raised?
Further away.
Further
and
away.
I only lived there for 4 years.
Oh, okay. So you left when you were very young. You were taken.
Yeah.
Okay.
There as well. Yeah.
What was that, Joe?
I lived there as well.
Oh, really?
Wow. In Disney World, I worked there.
Oh, Brandon. Oh, right. Yeah. And
I was raised by a gator. We wrestle a gator and we make gator meat. Bro, make gator pie. You know, people down there, it's funny.
It is funny down there. So like, when do you have anything? What do you think of all the politics that are going down there now with what they did with Disney World and trying to take away its sovereign status and all of that? Isn't that disastrous?
It is, and I think, you know, when I worked there, we were, because I worked for a group of people called Imagineers who were like, it was only for a summer-long gig internship in my freshman year, but these people actually exist, and they're sort of like engineers, but like kooky engineers, and they design all the parks and the rides and the experiences and everything. And they were thinking about making its own sovereign country, like almost like a
city-state, like Monaco or something. Go on. Yes.
Monaco or Malta or something, or like even the Vatican City or London, you know, it's Washington, like an independent. Because if you look at what they're doing, Disney Corporation has enough revenue and money flowing in and out of it, where it essentially is a small country.
Yes.
At this point in time, including its real estate.
Yeah.
And its assets.
I think that's a wonderful idea. Honestly, they need to secede from the Union, and
yeah, they're gonna lead Robert E. Mickey Mouse.
Yeah. And literally become a sovereign state where they'd be like Monaco would be the best comparison, and that would, because Monaco's a gambling industry kind of deal, and it would be like a fantasy entertainment kind of deal. I mean, that's a marvelous idea. Oh my God, I'm surprised.
Well, it already functions on its own. It's very clean. You know, you go to Disney World, it actually, for the most part, is very clean down there. You know, when I lived there, around the Orlando, Kissimmee area, Florida's a big state, you know, and it's a lot of different areas in there. Like St. Augustine is its own thing, and of course Key West is its own thing, of course, and so on. And it's very interesting, the history, because traditionally it was the Spanish who ruled over obviously over Florida, and looking for this Ponce de Leon Fountain of Youth thing. But it also included the first free slave colony in the United States. I believe Fort Mose is the name of it, or maybe one of the first. And so any free slave, because the Spanish, I think at this point, were fighting the English, and they said any free slave can come to New Spain or to Florida, and live in this place, Fort Mose, which is a little north of St. Augustine. But anyway, I could go on and on about it. But yeah, Disney World as its own sovereign nation, it already is in a way. I mean, if you look at the outlet of, and I studied the architecture of this because you had to. We had a whole course and introduction on this sort of thing for the fellowship, which is the Imagineers are these people who are sort of pretty high up in the rank of the Disney world. Anyone who's worked for Disney or knows anything about them knows about these Imagineers. But anyway, I was just a sort of a secretary running around, but I still had to be ingratiated into the mores and the manners and the history. Well, if you look at Epcot Center is every little country, like not every single country, but fair representation of what it would be like to have like a United Nations or a united world or confederacy of a world confederacy. And there you have different people from different worlds already around the world. They already, get people from Italy, from Mexico, from all around the world. Now, a lot of people say, they don't make a lot of money when they get there, and they're kind of bought into a dream that never gets realized or whatever. But it is what it is. But it's kind of already set up and ready to be its own nation.
Yeah,
I think it's a unique idea. Yeah.
Yes, absolutely, and I think it's remarkable. Honestly, it's really wish they would pursue that. Probably not going to happen because of the silliness of politics. But then again, the way politics is going, who knows? It's going to be a wild ride for all of us. I mean, we know that much. And before I start monologue, because what I think I'll do is basically kind of go easy tonight and basically kind of speak about zombies, which was requested by a man who asked to remain anonymous a while back when they made their $250 contribution. I mean, certainly if George Knight shows up later in the night, he can tell us about how London is burning down again in wildfires because of the record heat wave. I feel sorry for him because he works outdoors a lot, and God knows he's probably glad to check into houses. Basically, someone was asking me to address zombies again. The interesting thing was I actually did an interview on zombies with, of all people, Salman Sheikh. And we made the mistake of not downloading that and putting that on Odyssey. And then he deleted it, of course, because he, is on this retribution campaign against myself. So that was a wasted effort and the usual kind of thing that can be disappointing when you're dealing with various psychotics that are essentially infiltrating to do some damage later. When I get into that tonight, I'll speak about all that I can remember or try to cover it from any number of different directions. But I'm not quite sure I'll be able to make a full 12 hours tonight, but we'll see. And, my format might even shorten a little bit while Peter Moon is gone. Especially what concerns me, however, is that John Warrington wasn't able to upload the full show like he normally does. So hopefully when I show him what I've got, which is the full thing in my own files, hopefully we'll find a way where we can get that over to where he can access it. So all that being said, which one of you individuals wants to talk about anything you want? Anything comes to mind that you want to bring up with our listeners that you feel should be paid attention to?
In Florida, the Republicans just want the money from Disney. That's why they're forcing them to take. They had like a tax. They didn't have to pay taxes on their properties in Disney. That's why the Republicans is going after Disney right now.
It's awful, yes. And so they're trying to claim that Disney's promoting gayness and alternative lifestyles and homosexuality and everything else. So they just want,
Mm.
yeah, go on.
Yeah, it's the Republicans that are doing it, you know?
Yeah, at the Republican conventions is they are far young boys are far more popular as the prostitutes than the females are.
I
Uh,
know, I see him up here. The Republican guy up here as he's gay, I can tell.
yeah, there you
The top
go.
guy in Albany here.
Yeah, well, there you
Yeah.
go. I mean, yeah, it's just the way they are, and the I just
Cohen people, like, Trump's stepdaddy.
yes, yes.
I'm pretty sure he had to do something for Mr. Cohen.
Yes. Well, that's what Peter Moon has said. Peter Moon has said as much
Yeah.
in the past, and so there's obviously that background to so many of them. Oh my God. And of course, aside from so Anne Fontaine, you know, of course, probably, well, you may not know this, but obviously, yeah, mostly my program has a political bent that would be more towards liberal progressive center left kind of attitude, because we're kind of the opposite of all of, or the antithesis of so much of the radicalized right that has overtaken alternative media. So I don't know if you're a very political person, but I don't know if you knew that about us. Certainly you probably don't know that Peter Moon and I, my co-author and I, are actually opposite ends of the political spectrum. And he's fairly Republican, though he's had some, shall I say, disillusions with, George Bush Jr. and stuff like that. He's still remarkably taken by Donald Trump. So I don't know if you have any political bone in your body at all, but feel free to share that with us, whatever you're willing to share. Do you have any politics or kind of?
I do have a funny little story. I Let's see, for the 4 years we had Trump, I had TDS for the first 3.5, Trump derangement syndrome, and I bought into the media that he was an awful, awful man. And so the very last year, I did a total 180 from more democratic views to supporting Trump, because I did some research and I saw his unedited clips outside of mainstream media, and they portrayed a different man, and I could see how the media had brainwashed me. And then after this selection or election, I had a lot of hopium around the beginning of 2021. I fell into the hopium crowd, and then I got disillusioned with that. So now I guess I'm back to being pretty apolitical. I'm not too interested in politics, and two sides of the same dirty coin is where I'm standing right now when I look at the right and the left.
Okay. Yeah, probably best not to be too interested in politics. Then maybe, maybe that's for the best. And
No, I mean, just look at Roe versus Wade. The Republicans have made women slaves, so you should have a voice.
Right. I mean, yeah, of course, it takes some context to express these things, and so just out of curiosity, you don't need to answer, of course, if it's a sensitive subject. But do you have any feeling or impression about what's going on with Roe v. Wade, Anne? And
That's a wow, what a can of worms. I
you don't need to answer, of course, but if you do, take your time and just.
Oh, are you asking what my opinion on abortion is?
That could be construed as such. I mean, your opinion on the Supreme Court, abortion, Roe v. Wade. Obviously, what Joe has said has been something that I've been personally expressing. I've articulated that. I'm not necessarily fishing for compliments, but let's ask Sammy and Brandon. I don't know if Brandon listens to the totality of my episodes, but Sammy does. So. Sam, let's start with you. Did you hear all of the latest episode and what I had to say about abortion?
I didn't get a chance to finish it, but on your previous transmissions, I've heard what you had to contextualize. I don't know if it's changed, but
I've further contextualized it. So what I think that I started the conclusion, which was what I had said about abortion, as basically the first timestamp I put up so that people would hear that first. I thought it was that important. But when you get around to it, I will look forward to your feedback. And
yes.
Because that's probably one of the most potent things I've expressed in a while. And so I did, and certainly it's gotten a positive response. Thank God that. I'm sorry.
Can I?
Yeah.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
No, by all means, go ahead and tell us what.
Well, what I've come to realize, and this is my personal opinion, because it's not to me. It's more complicated than just aborting babies, because in how I view life in these very short 35 years I've lived, is that life's not black and white. It's many shades of gray, and there's to me the statistics of rape in this country.
Yeah.
How every day a woman gets raped, and people can look this up.
Yeah.
That reason alone, they should have the option.
Yes.
And the reason why I say that, because it's just the fact. When you start talking about this, then you start talking about, well, if it's not, then where are all these social programs at? Because at the end of the day, if we still have children starving in this country, there's going to be more children being born the next decade, heck, the next 5 years, and there needs to be an infrastructure that is willing to support these lives. And I've never liked the idea of picking yourself up by your own bootstraps. I think that's a load of shit. Coming from a country that has raped and pillaged and stolen land that never was theirs. The European rejects that came and did all this, which they defied the Royal Proclamation. They should have stayed in those 13 colonies.
Right.
And you talked about this.
Yes.
This is the country of defiance in a sense of humanity. And I have to go back to even casualties. I can't stand when people talk about, yes, the Holocaust was a horrible thing. I'm not denying that never happened. But they don't talk about the Holocaust in Laos and Vietnam and all these countries that were bombed for 10 years. And there's still mortars in those countries that haven't detonated. And, all these lives have been affected. And I know I'm going off on a tangent so much, but I hate the fact that life that is perceived as color is never acknowledged. Their suffering doesn't matter. Or you can look at what's going on with people in our southern border, and they're not necessarily of Mexican descent. These are from Central America. Their lives, their suffering doesn't matter. And so on and so forth is what I'm trying to say. That there's plenty of suffering in this country, and I liked how you put it, where even other societies have already looked at this problem already, in a sense of having having how do I say it? Having a place where women can go and visit their aborted babies, what you call cemeteries.
Yes.
You know, honoring. You know, being sensitive, because things. This is the thing about America: is things are not. It's not black and white, and what I mean by that is, people still mourn when they abort babies, but there's you know, the human psyche, the human experience is so complicated that we don't take it to offense. You know, like just the fact that you know, child abduction is not recorded in this country. There's no statistics. There's no actual fact. The law enforcement does not keep track of this for a reason. So that should already alert people. Forget the rape. I mean, just the fact that missing children are not tracked. Okay, you can go from the White House boys, when you talk about the Dozier Dig, to the Catholic Church and the Catholic schools in Canada, what's going on there, the atrocities. But back to the States, none of this is recorded. You know, you alluded to the atrocities at the Presidio. You don't even know how many children were missing there, and you worked there.
Yes.
This is prior to you even arriving, setting foot in that military base, and when you were born. It's like when you worked there. So, there's very nuanced. It's not just a simple answer of you can't abort babies. No, this is the problem, is we lack culture. When we lack culture, you lack empathy and all these things. And I don't want to sound like, well, not that I want to sound like it, but America needs to find its culture in a sense that it doesn't have one. Mm-hmm. And I don't identify with, you know, the Windsors of England. I don't identify with, you know, any European ethnic, even the Spanish. I don't identify with them. And when we see what's going on, and we still honor these royalties, especially the Windsors, and you see it on television, I don't give a damn about the royals, but I do understand that it is almost like our de facto monarchy, in a sense that we are this country comes from a foundation of European rejects. And I like to say that because it's what they are. That they hold on to these, and they're not that. The fact that some of these East Coast cities are named after, you know, Cambridge, Massachusetts, where is Harvard? Or I'm not, you know, if I'm mistaken, but you know what I'm talking about. It's just all this is just, to me, a multi-layer sandwich of shit, you know, and
Yeah.
and it's and when it comes to our women who bear our children, it's the ultimate slap in the face, because once Roe versus Wade goes, then, you know, I can be an enemy alien like I was supposed to be. Yeah. I can be a slave, a runaway slave like I'm supposed to be. Women's rights, voting rights, and all these descendants of these European rejects that are making these laws are really just taking on the tradition of their forefathers who hate themselves. Yeah. And the fact that they're miserable. And, you know, this country needs to come to grips, how you say, and I completely agree with you, we are an empire. Yes. And as an empire, we need to act as a global empire. That means we need to start recognizing multiculturalness. Someone from Arkansas does not recognize me. Mitch McConnell does not recognize me. Nancy Pelosi does not. She doesn't represent me. Right. I do not. You know what I'm saying. Oh, yeah. I don't know if I'm coming clear. Is none of these people represent us. Even the young Democratic representative from the Bronx. Mm-hmm. You know, she's Puerto Rican, but in a sense, she doesn't represent me either, because, you know, I understand where she's coming from, but I think people need to be centered in a sense of understanding we're an empire. And I've never heard no one say that but you, because when you say empire, then that brings up the ugliness that empires do.
Yes.
And this is what we don't want to talk about, is this country has committed atrocities under that empire. Commodore Perry, if people look up the story of Commodore Perry, he is exactly what, he's just another European reject that wanted to have, he was a pirate, a glorified pirate, but it wasn't even glorified pirate. The fact that Emperor Hirohito made them carry the Commodore Perry flag. Why? Because he wanted to close that circle of violence of losers,
that had been opened.
Violence, but mostly losers. It's what they are, losers. And I say that, I mean that, losers, because this is what comes with that, is the abuse of their life givers. That, in a sense, it needs to progress, because as an empire, if we don't, we're going to fall. And that's just in a nutshell. And if I was all over the place, I apologize, but it's just the truth. And the reason why I say it's because I have to work with all these these people that represent, all these companies that represent these countries that, unfortunately, we need them as much as, they need us. As mostly we need them, but yeah.
Yeah, no, definitely. And I thank you for sharing that. And really, it all needs to be expressed, and it kind of took us off what could have been a downward spiral in terms of speaking about right or left otherwise. And I thank Chris Collins for in the private messages saying that he just felt that he expressed it best. I don't know if I should read it out loud unless he gives me permission to do so. But effectively, he just felt that Peter might not necessarily be a Trumpist in the sense of others, that he simply has a very strong distaste for the liberal establishment and appreciates certain aspects of the Trump phenomenon. He says never talk to him about it, but I guarantee he's not backing the dumb Republican folks. But he also says, this is Chris, I hate the liberal establishment as well, and so does most of your audience. We hate the Republican folks too, just saying. But of course, here's the challenge that we're presented with, that we do have to come to grips with. And I want to definitely express the fact that when it comes to the situation that we're in now at this point in history, in the past, there really was this period of time where you could basically say a pox on both houses when it came to the Republican and Democratic parties. As a matter of fact, in the early days of the Republic, there was such a thing as basically what they called Republican Democrats, or Democratic Republicans. People can look this up. They were part of the same party that was like something that was, God knows what it represented. It was just some bizarre kind of amalgam that suddenly emerged, and then kind of later, around the time of the Civil War, became violently opposed to each other and in a state of war with each other. And at that time, the Democrats represented everything that we consider Republican today, and the Republicans represented everything we consider Democrat today. Very bizarre. But that was the way it was. The Democrats were the people who were thinking in the terms of classical democracy, in quotes, of Athens and Hellas, ancient Greece, and Sparta, and the Roman Republic, where the people who were voting were propertied, and they were basically slave owners, many of them. So slavery was legal in ancient Greece, and so therefore the slaves that the original founders of Western civilization they carried that onto the American Republican ideal. But the people who were manifested it most practically, in effect, were the Democrats of the Deep South, of the Solid South, Dixie. The so-called Dixiecrats was the actual name that was often used for them. Ann Fountain says, I'll catch you next time, everyone. Good night. So Ann Fountain's going to retire to bed, right? Ann, you're going to bed now, right? Yes?
Yeah. Thank you so much, Douglas.
Yeah. Okay.
I admit I'm sometimes, or well, I won't lie. Most of the time, I'm really not good at small talk.
That's
but
okay.
That's okay. I'm still really enjoying getting to know everyone, and I'm learning so much from you, Douglas. And thanks again.
And
we'll talk.
Thank you. Oh yeah, and honey, do say goodnight to the listeners specifically, okay? As well as to, yes, what you've just said was wonderful, but honestly, you're quite charming, and we certainly need your feminine touch. And you're going to bed is kind of a sign for me to switch into monologue soon. So I'll do that quite soon, and I thank you for helping to make tonight possible. Okay.
You're very welcome.
Yes. Okay.
Okay. Bye.
Bye for now. So that's Anne Fontaine, and glad she's adapting to my pronouncing her name the way I feel it should be. And with that, we got a Peggy Wood Amalal is also saying too sleepy, we'll listen tomorrow, good night. So when it comes to the original Democrats, they were thinking in that classical sense, and these were the people who represented the continuity of slavery. The Republicans had radicalized towards a different vision at that time, and hence we had the Civil War, ultimately as a result. Now, things have changed 180 degrees, but before they did, what had happened was, most decisively, was when Lyndon Baines Johnson pretty much said that he was establishing welfare. And he said, his words, I'll have those niggers voting Democrat for the next 100 years. And at the time, one of the men who truly protested this was Malcolm X. And so Malcolm X was someone who said, if you vote for the Democrats, you're a chump. And if you continue to vote for the Democrats, you are going to be a chump who's suckered in for the rest of your life. And when I published that once on my old timeline that ultimately got taken down, then that was something that one young black African-American lady was astonished. She had no idea where Malcolm X was coming from because she had grown up in a world where the Democrats represented her interests. And when I published that to give historical perspective, it's also something that I think we try to maintain ourselves with a kind of sense of streetwise cynicism. And we wind up condemning both parties, but we can't afford to do that. One party at this point in history has grown so extreme in the other direction, very similar to how the Democrats were at the time of the issue of slavery, that we have to stand with the side if you're basically someone who is a minority of any sort, or a woman, which is really another form of minority due to underrepresentation. Then you have to stand by the Democrats. It's whatever faults they may have, the general arc of their narrative is the one that is progressive for you. Whereas the Republicans are not. They are reactionary. And they insist on reverting to a world that we no longer want to exist. Certainly not the majority. This is why the majority of Americans are very disappointed with the Supreme Court. The Supreme Court approval rating is as low as Joe Biden's. And so whatever Americans are dissatisfied with Joe Biden because of inflation, the equal number of Americans are dissatisfied with the Supreme Court because of the ability to control their own bodies, their politics, etc. So all of this is part of the narrative that we have to adhere to now, which is one of you have to take a side and ultimately make that side work. Then yes, it's why I say we have to stand with Democrats. Now, in terms of people who are dissatisfied with a liberal establishment, I think that a lot of that has to do with like, Samuel Romero's has got to go for now. Might be back later. Thank you, sir. And with that, we will stick with the Joe Tai if he's awake. He can signal if he is. And Brandon Young for as long as he wishes to stay for a few minutes. And, Brandon, if you're there, I'd like to
I am.
Oh, yeah. I'll take you on a short trip down memory lane, but you can respond to what I've said. I'm sure that you can add to it. If you have any dimensions to add to what I've said, go ahead.
No, I don't have a total regarding, I think it was last show, the show before, where you recommended a movie. So it's a totally different trajectory than what you're going on. So
go ahead. Go there. Go there, by all means.
Well, you recommended this film Possum.
Yes, I wouldn't say I recommended it in the sense that I was effusing, so do clarify that.
Oh, yes. No, well, I mean, it was, but I did watch it.
Share that with us. Oh, my God.
Yeah, well, I think as a biopic and biography about me, it didn't hold up. No, I'm joking.
No.
Inside joke, everybody, between me and Douglas. But no. I thought it was fascinating. I thought it was dark and, as you said, deeply disturbing. I thought you brought up an analysis of it or an interpretation of it regarding the puppet, the spider puppet. That was really interesting. It's a level of interpretation that really, I forget exactly how you put it, but it was very deeply disturbing. And interesting, but it did remind me of the uncanny, this sense of Freud's uncanny, where it's something not real or familiar enough to be unreal, but also it plays on these very sparse horror film tropes that go back. So I think actually it was quite an interesting film. So thank you.
And tell people, without spoilers, I suppose. I can't imagine anyone wanting to experience spoilers with a film like that. Like, oh, don't spoil it for me. Don't tell me what happens. But it's oh my God, it's one of these films that it is one of those films that's impossible for me to watch from the beginning to the end. It's basically, I can only take it in short bits, because the horror of it, with what I had to deal with real life pedo predators, is just so there in your face. Yeah. I mean, even to the point, I think one of the things that stands out to me that, say for instance, that maybe nobody would get, but you have no idea how sinister these people are, because the way that they reproduce, pedo predators, the way they reproduce is, you saw in the film that, was it his uncle or his father? Who was it that was basically abducted the child and, had
uncle at the end. Yeah.
Who was that? His
the uncle, although there's some, it's up in the air whether or not the uncle is actually a projection of his own self.
Understood. That that's part of the horror of the film. Is his uncle alive? In other words, his uncle, by the way, George Knight may join us. So let me try and bring him on. Let me see. I'll ask him here. But when it comes to can you come on? But aside from that, you will notice that the actual pedo predator, not the uncle, he goes to his school. He goes to the school that he went to, and he says, I used to go to this school, and the headmaster comes out and just basically says, why don't you just move along?
Right.
And but when it comes to, here's what they do. Aside from the familial cycle that we're all familiar with, such as if his uncle is real and not a figment of his imagination, and what I would argue is that his uncle at least was real. Obviously, his
Yes.
uncle made him a pedophile, and whether he's still alive or not and has this child or whatnot is the question at that point, because the uncle then serves as he's forever in his mind. He can't escape his uncle no matter what. So when it comes to, however, what was done to him was that he became branded with the reputation of the child predator, and for that reason, he's not welcome in normal society. He is forever going to be on the fringes. The sinister thing that pedopredators do is they do their best to get you branded as a pedopredator so that you will forever be one of them. Now, in a way that was completely non-functional for doing that in my regard, it was more of like an inside kind of like attempt to normalize me in the eyes of the rest of the predators. As I brought up before, when I was in Letterman Army Medical Center with that full blood transfusion and this young girl came in to have sex with me, but her designation indicated that she was months old as opposed to my age or a few years older. And so when and for those of you who don't know, I've referred to this before, and Joe Ty was thinking this young lady was a clone because he was thinking she was only a few months old. When I brought up the young lady who was sent in to have sex with myself and basically had kind of, how would I say it? They were trying to make certain that the nanoplasma not only took hold in such a way that it wouldn't interfere with my ability to function as a man, it as sexually, they were trying to basically see if I could reproduce and whether the nanoplasma would somehow transfer at least some of its traits through my sperm. I mean, this is really what they later on confirmed, basically told me. So when I had sex with this girl several times a day, every day for a few weeks, and when you're young, yeah, you can do that. I could still do that. But when it comes to the young lady's name and her designation, it was such that she was indicated as basically being a few months old. And even though she was my age or a few years older. And the reason for that was to make me look like I was one of them, like another baby raping son of a bitch. And this was something that was like an inside way of making me normalized in their crowd. This is what Michael Aquino and Dr. John Henry Hagman, this was their way of doing me a solid. This is their way of doing me what they consider to be a favor. But what also is done is they will have you ultimately branded as some kind of pedopredator to make certain that you become one of them because there's no other society to turn to. This is why Miguel Andahar dumped a whole portable documents file, a PDF of child pornography, into the computer of Brendan Zoget, and why he was so violently upset by that, because he had to basically fry his entire computer. He had to like scrub it to get that shit out of there and make certain it left no trace. This is the kind of nonsense that they do. And Sterling Allen David, the man who was affiliated with that idiot, James Arthur Yanchik, would do that. He would dump whole torrents, as they call them, of child porn into people's computers so that they would suddenly become branded with that name and that reputation. And this is in a sense how the pedopredators reproduce. If they can get enough people who are condemned as such and then exiled as ostracized as such, then they reproduce their community. And that's the horror of the world we live in. That's the horror of America, because a lot of you are not familiar with this, that there are pedopredators who are reputed as such who are not. And then there are people who are never exposed as such who are. We're in a truly nightmare scenario. And so that being said, I don't know if they conveyed any of that in the film. Was there any hint of that, or what kind of hint did you get from the film in general?
Right. No, I appreciate that. That's some really good insight. I would say that, as you say, like this reproduction in that sense of because it's not entirely clear. Like, there's no exact evidence that points to the fact that this guy is some sort of pedophile, but he does look like it. It plays on our the way we just look at people and judge them. Oh, they look like that, so they must be. So on. When really what happened was this. I mean, it's all up into interpretation in this film, but what I interpret it as is that something traumatic had happened to him, for sure, by his uncle, and that a certain segment of the population who are outsiders must be condemned as such names and as perverts. You see, there's a scene where there are these two young, I guess they're high schoolers or something like that, kids smoking a cigarette on the stairwell, and he walks by them and they just kind of yell pervert at him.
That's so awful.
No, but I mean, if it was true, it's true, right?
Yeah.
But I think we can say so. You know, seeing people post things online where they just accuse people of being, you know, the worst thing in the world without any evidence.
Yeah.
With it just saying, well, just look at him. He must be. It's like, well, no, you can't really say that, because you can say that about anybody. Let's look at you and let's say that about you. And so, you know, it's like throwing mud. It's like the person that throws the most mud wins the argument.
Right.
You know, and so it's like name calling, essentially. It's like calling somebody a troll or so. You know, it doesn't, without any evidence behind it. So anyway, there's no evidence really in the film so much. It's implied. It's definitely implied. And he definitely lost his job as a school puppeteer. And I can see why he carried around a puppet that's frightening. I mean, when you see this thing, it's just the most hideous puppet you'll ever see. And you can see why maybe he lost his job. Right? I think it had to do with the spider that comes out of, you know, jeez. But, you know, in the poem, and he's working on this art. But it's not completely clear. But what is clear is that he has this hang-up and shadow work to do, and is constantly played by the demon, essentially. That is his uncle. As he's not his parent, because his parents are in the photograph and were burned. And it's implied that, you know, spoiler alerts to everybody who's not going to see this, but because it's a little difficult to find, but you can find it out there. It's just, you know, you have to watch and decide for yourself. But yeah, there is this sort of, like you said, the schoolmaster that just comes out, and just because, you know, he's like, oh, I went to school there, you know, and he's just like, okay, leave, you know, and that is creepy, you know, I mean, but, you know, it's all like, maybe it is innocent, you know, and maybe the only thing that he felt safe going to when he was abused was the school, because he goes back to the school to go back into sort of, I don't know what
he's trying to go back in time.
Yeah, essentially. So it's fascinating film on a lot of different levels. I mean, for an American audience that's used to Infinity Gauntlet and Infinity War, attention span is not going to be there, right? But the soundtrack the score behind it was also very disturbing and discordant. I mean, talk about cacophony. And everything, and just tension building, and just everything about it was just, it's a character study. It's all these things, you know. If you can stomach it, I would say it is something to check out, to watch. And apparently it was a short story at one point.
Well, I didn't know that.
Yeah, and it was also part of an anthology of short films in the UK, apparently independent short films in the UK. But whoever the acting is spectacular. It's only about 3-4 people, if not 1 or 2, basically. Yeah. And those actors spent time apart because they did not want to have any chemistry on film whatsoever. They wanted to make it seem like they were just these diametrically opposed figures, just absolutely diametrically opposed. But you can see that there is a sort of thing, a dynamic, a struggle, a power struggle going on there. Anyway, it's a fascinating film. I thank you for bringing it to my attention.
You've made me appreciate it at a level that I could never have done so without you. Believe me.
Oh.
And I want people to understand that Brandon is a very sensitive individual, and he's very insightful, and his insights are incredibly, how would I say it? They're just deep, and they're and certainly one of the things that George Knight commented on a post that I'm tagged in, so he's definitely out there. I'm not quite sure if he's available to jump on the call. He doesn't seem to be responding to that, but so there we are. He's responding to Eileen Antalya, and so glad that she's responding to him. Now a lot of these things are tagged to me, but I'm not quite sure where they are on my timeline. And there we are. And she was talking about my being a amazing wealth of information. Oh, bless you, Eileen Antalya. I hope I pronounced her name correctly. Eileen Antalya. So when it comes to the film Possum, and one of the things that I think is more important now that Brandon and I have discussed it, is the potential innocence of the main character, which makes it even more of a horror story. But he's so fucking damaged that the way he behaves, yeah, anyone would think he's guilty because he's running around with a giant puppet spider that is just so fucking grotesque. And so when it comes to the film itself, what made it so disturbing to me was because of the attempts that were made to make certain that everyone somehow got locked into this community of pedopredation. And that was the, and it is a kind of important question when one asks about gay couples, and it's a legitimate question because certainly one talks about, let's see, when I grew up in San Francisco, obviously I wasn't born here, but we came here when I was young after escaping from New York. Fuck the movie. I mean, certainly in my case, the escape was quite real. And when my dad wanted to move as far away from American culture as possible and into a cosmopolitan Pacific culture, he chose San Francisco for the obvious reason, and so many other reasons. But he also knew, not that this was why he came here, it wasn't, but he also knew that it was very much a gay city because he knew the Navy dropped off all of the men that they found to be gay. They would basically summarily discharge them and drop them off in San Francisco. So this was basically how San Francisco became gay, was because the U.S. Navy was dropping off all of the sailors it was rejecting and basically stranding them here. And so when the gay community became more and more of the norm, obviously I grew up in an environment your average American would never dream of. And I'm not saying that like I'm effusing. I don't feel it was really a positive environment to grow up in that sense, but basically men were fucking each other pretty much on the street. And the advertisement for gay things, matters of gay concern were everywhere. So it would be like, I never really looked at them because I found it's not like your normal ads which show pretty girls and then, your average guy stares because there's a pretty girl involved. And then that's what's the ad. That's what's promoting whatever the product or anything is. And no, it's gay ads were everywhere in San Francisco, but I wouldn't tend to look at them because I really wasn't attracted to it. So I wouldn't look at what they were advertising. So I'm not quite sure what many of them were advertising. I do know some of them were what I found fairly funny social campaigns. And they'd be funny sometimes because of the incredibly cynical humor of my gang brother, Beaver. I mean, one of them was on a bus and there was some poor young guy who's, well, he's in bed and he's naked and he's crying and he's saying, I'm sorry, this is awful. He's saying, I thought he was a nice guy. And it's a social service promotional for gay rape. Basically, if you've been raped, there are services to turn to towards counseling or reporting this sort of event or something. Anyhow, what made it hideously funny was, of course, my gang brother Beaver with his horribly dark sense of humor that comes from being raised a criminal, essentially. He basically said, "That's how guys feel around you, Douglas. They always feel like they've been raped and fucked over." Yeah, shit. I'm so sorry that was so. And of course, I found that hideously funny. But one of the philosophical things he pointed out that I thought was quite true was when I was bringing up some concerns that people had expressed to me, like with all these gay ads around, are children being indoctrinated into being gay? Are children being programmed into being gay? Are they being culturally encouraged to be gay? Of course, what Beaver pointed out was something that I had subconsciously knew, was that unless you're innately gay, you're not going to be looking at these ads. You're just going to look away. Like what I've done all my life is that mostly you see these big what do they call them again? Meat cakes, beef cakes. That's it. These beef cakes or these various gay looking ads. Yeah, I just tend to look away. So it's not like, unless someone is innately interested, then it's really, that's not the way that gays reproduce. Where it might become a bit more questionable or even sinister is that gays do tend to, if they're going to adopt children, then it's hard to imagine that they, just by raising him in that environment with two gay parents, that the child would not be impacted by that incredibly, that the child would simply take that as the norm. And would they be so open? I mean, your average straight parents are not that open. Your average straight parents are not going to say, son, you can grow up to fuck anyone you want. It's just not, humanity's just not wired that way. So it's hard to imagine a couple of gay guys raising a kid that they're going to say, hey, if you like girls, that's all right with us. For one thing, they really have no advice to give the child on how to pursue that. It's like, if you grow up with a straight couple of parents, they can, in their own way, give you hints as to how to appeal to girls, how to behave around girls if you're a straight boy growing up, or the other way around if you're a straight girl. If you've got two mommies or two daddies, it's hard to imagine how they could do that. And they only know what they know. It's kind of like, despite the fact that you would think I hang out with a lot of gay people in the sense of the blood boys or my son, but it's kind of different. It's not like I go out and necessarily seek the company of gay men to hang out with in a more open social sense, like go to meet them in gay bars or something. It's not really something I would do voluntarily on my own without mitigating circumstances. It's one of those things because I'm not seeking what they have to offer. So I think this should begin to make sense to some people. It is still an open question to me as to, it's not the same-sex marriage that bothers me at all. The adoption and the raising children does leave me uncomfortable. And like I said, I obviously have issues with it because, like I said, one time I was walking my mother as I took her for long walks, took her shopping when after her catastrophic brain injury. And at one point, we were in Cal Law's Market, back when it was still open. And there was a gay couple, and the gay guy was holding an infant in his hands. And I felt instantly like I wanted to kill him. And that was because it looked so sinister to me. It looked so dangerously pedo-predatory to me. That's how I instantly took it. And certainly restrained myself. But think about everything I saw at the Presidio. you'll begin to understand that complexly post-traumatically stress disordered reaction. So, do you have any feedback on that, Brandon? I mean, like, you get what I'm saying. I hope I'm coherent in what I'm communicating.
Of course, that's very well. I mean, I can't say that I grew up in San Francisco, but I grew up in another progressive city. Not nearly as much of a mecca for the gay community. But yeah, as you say, there is that sense of growing up in that and just being used to it and not getting over homophobia in a sense, which I think is super important. I did have an uncle that lived in San Francisco. He went out to San Francisco. He wasn't really spoken about by my family, unfortunately. They did, but he'd left, and I never really saw him too much. But he lived in San Francisco, and I think went out there because it was, like you say, it was one of these meccas, or it was one of these cosmopolitan cities. So I can appreciate it for sure, and they're just people. It's nothing to be afraid of, and it's, some people might feel uneasy being on a train or trolley or with somebody, and you might not understand at first, but I don't know, it's just, I don't know, they're just people, it's nothing about it. But I didn't know that about the Navy sort of sequestering Navy and discharging them and leaving them in San Francisco, essentially stranded.
Yeah,
like that.
Abandoning them, basically. Yes, they'd find out some sailor was gay, and then they'd drop him off in San Francisco. Again, my father was intimately familiar with that whole phenomenon, but he didn't come here for that. He came here for the Presidio military base, access to the base because theoretically he was going to get free medical care the rest of his life from the Letterman Army Medical Center, and so would his wife and children, at least his children to the legal age of 18. And so it was one of these things that he was counting on. And of course, he felt secure in the environment because the sailors would usually always, the majority of the time, win in the bar fights against the Marines because the sailors were street fighters and dirty fighters, and the Marines were not. They didn't know all the tricks the sailors had learned. So he felt he was in his element, and he felt that, and he was a drinker, an alcoholic, basically, which he overcame to his credit during the time that he raised myself. But in terms of what Brandon's saying, yeah, they're just people. But yes, it's still hard for me to get used to the idea of the child. They're raising children just yet. So, by the way, just a little bit of a sad tour here. I'm going to, share screen with our friend Brandon Young. I'm going to ask if he can see this. So, Brandon, can you see the cursor moving around the JT symbol here on the screen share?
Yep.
Okay.
Gotcha.
Yeah. So basically, I got from on my inbox this letter from Facebook, and here we are. This sad letter, I guess, if I can find it again, and I figure I will. Let me take a look at it. All right, here we are. Facebook notification. If I look that up, Facebook. And Facebook password change, Facebook, that wouldn't be it. Why isn't that, they gave me this warning about that the Facebook page was going to be deleted. And so just sad. Well, you never got a warning like that, did you? Or any kind of...
No, I never did, but I'll be honest, for my own purposes, and I took a break from Facebook and from social media for a while, and I tend to stay off of it because of the gang stalking that goes on and threats and the different things. Not just that, but I just sort of make it family.
No, definitely appreciate you sharing that. And so I hear you. I hear you. It may not be a healthy environment just because of the kind of it was going all right for me for in terms of most things recently, but definitely. It's a violation that Michaela Gregorich does this, and of course that's exactly why she's doing it. Let me see now if I can find the. That wouldn't be it. What am I looking for here? Oh yes, I have to go all the way up and then press the show more messages, and then should be able to find it with that. If I can't find it, it's no big deal. I was going to do like a little trip down memory lane with. Brandon Young on the page that's about to be deleted. They give you 14 days to try and contact the person running the page to beg them not to or something. And obviously there's no point in that. She's beyond reason or she wouldn't have done it in the first place. So it just definitely is what it is. And if anyone else has joined us on the call, I heard some noise there for a second. So don't know, if that was someone else or whether that was on Brandon's side. So delete it. Let me see if we can get that. Use that as the search word. So let me see. It's a YouTube copyright claim. I guess maybe we won't take that trip down memory lane, and maybe that's for the best because I can't seem to find the notification again. But our man has got the right idea. Brandon Young is just a lot of times just ignore it. So aside from all of that, Brandon, how is of course Kelsey? Is she doing well?
Yeah, she's doing well. She came over today earlier. We had breakfast and talked about plans for the summer and those just normal things. But of course, I had to be in the hot, humid heat down here today. So, but other than that, no, she's great. She's just, she's not used to not working and having the summers off. So, she's getting a little antsy about that. But other than that, she's great. She's fantastic. She always asks about you. She's very generous, very nice, and we're very happy. So, but thank you. Yeah, I appreciate that.
Wow, and that's so wonderful. Honestly, I'm so excited for you. Honestly, I've got to get involved with somebody seriously at some romantic level just to have some stability in life and really just kind of, but it's to do that. People have to meet somebody at work. Really, this is really where people meet people is at work. So you met her at work, right? Essentially.
Yes. Yeah. It's. I'll say it's just you really when you meet someone on the internet. Obviously, I mean, you just don't know. And not just romantically, in any sense, But when you work with somebody, you get to see them day in, day out. You get to see them happy, sad, tired, hungry, all the other things, and how they interact with people, just their character and everything like that. So I think that sort of brought us together and made us sort of attracted to one another. And yeah, it just kind of blossomed from there. But yeah, I really don't know how people meet people these days because I'm not at the age where I'm going out in the bars every night or, partying at frat houses and sort of going around. I've generally met the women I've dated through some sort of work environment. Very rarely through a party or through a bar or through a dating app or anything like that. I've never really been on a dating app. So yeah, I feel bad for some people. Or I don't feel bad. It's like, but I do think that if you do get out there is somebody out there for everybody. And well, most people.
Unless you're running around with a big spider puppet that's
Yeah. Yeah, unless you're doing that, then you only have an uncle. But other than that, I'm going to actually. I'm getting a little tired.
Understood. I understand.
I love you very much, and thank you. I'm glad you're still here.
Yes.
I'm glad you got through the earlier transmission, which
you.
really I have to go back and analyze that audio clip from the show. But I'm glad you got past that. Glad everybody came on tonight. It was a good show. I'm missing Peter Moon, wherever he is. Safe travels. Hope he's doing well.
Yes.
And thank you so much, Douglas, for your patience, your kindness, your gratitude, and your time.
Bless you. And, well, we love you dearly and share that love with Kelsey. Okay? Yes. And that was Brandon Young. And so now it's just Joe Ty and me. And Joe Ty is doing fine, I suppose, in La La Land. And now you're all just stuck with me. And I'll have to do what, we were here for the usual time. Normally around this time would be about the time that, it'd be a little, it'd be about, maybe about an hour ago. Pete would have signed off, half an hour ago. Yeah, He usually signs off at about 9-ish Pacific Daylight Time, 9:30-ish. So it's now 10:19. And it's around this time, usually after Peter takes off, that, some people come on, speak with me for a while. And then it's around this time that I usually start monologue. So it's... I don't know if I'll make it through 12 hours tonight, and it's not necessary that I do so, but it is definitely one of those nights where, you know what, I pretty much, that's why I'm going to talk about zombies tonight, and I will, of course, then send the link to that individual who asked that I speak about them again, but I'll be talking about that primarily because it's a fallback. It's a fallback because I basically blew my wad for this week with the Sunday transmission. So do review that. I'm very proud of it. And I pretty much conducted a tour de force. And with that, I'm definitely, I think, going places in the sense of getting the message out. And that's what's important. Enough where I'm enough of a threat where the cult decides to, seduce the blue hairs, one of the old ladies, to take down a gift she had given me of a timeline that was quite functional. So it's just fucking sad. And it's really, just disgusting what these people are and what they do. And she did this under Jameson Reese's, of course, spell, no other word to... describe it really, and therefore she's seduced by his violence and his hatred and his all the putrid aspects about his disgusting personality, just as Sarah Thomas Lyons was. So these mentally ill women, and they both said they're mentally ill, they're very negative, and they're attracted to something that's beyond dark. It's just like there's dark and there's dirt. I'm dark, but Jambo the Reese Monkey is just pure dirt. So that's what they're attracted to. You're talking about an individual who said he wants everyone dead repeatedly and all the time. And honestly, Crystal River, when she was on and exposed to him, never came back since, though she's maintained communications with me privately. And I could understand that. It's one of these things that, as Noreen Helpan said, she was just shocked. The demeanor of someone who just openly states the crap that he would spew out. It's anyone who finds themselves somehow sympathetic to that, as Michaela Grigorich did. What does that tell us about her? I know she's monomaniacal enough where one of the paintings that I produced, which was not for her, even though I produced paintings and poems for both her and Sarah Thomas Lyons, But no, they dumped me in a heartbeat for all the work I did for someone who they feel is abusive and dangerous. This has nothing to do with my being a bad boy, good boy dichotomy. It's not like he's the bad boy and I'm the good guy. I certainly am no angel. But he is filthy. And they really go for that because of the sleazy nature of it. Just the complete nihilism, the complete nullity an existence that's totally destructive, not only of themselves, but of everyone around them, is their desire to seek self-destruction. Their desire to seek self-destruction brings them into his realm, the realm of the Edomites and anti-gods. And once you've made that choice, that's it. There's no turning back. In terms of some kind of redemption or recovery from someone who's been involved with, say, for instance, the cults of Edom, some other day I might speak to that, sometime in the far future. Certainly nothing to go into tonight, but people have asked me about that. But you certainly heard Viviana Sanchez say the right thing when she was here. Don't ever take them back. And of course, with that, we turn towards what's an almost comparatively tame topic, the topic of the zombism, or the phenomenon of zombies. One of the things I'll do first is I will read to everyone the shout-outs that I have for at least one individual who's contributed. And I do ask, of course, anyone else who can contribute to do so, because it's definitely crunch time. We're heading towards the end of the month. And I basically need people to help me with the rent and help me with making rent. I need basically $300 at this point. And with that, hopefully, I will be able to make the rent. I can most certainly do so with $300. So need each of you out there who's able to do so to contribute $100 each. Each of you out there who's able to contribute $100, just do it. And that'll help me get through the month. Now, in terms of a shout out to one of our contributors, Anonymous contributed $25.38. One contribution was $9.99. One was $6.66. One was $3.33. One was $3.60, like a 360-degree circle. One was $1.80, like a 180-degree turn. These are all very symbolic contributions. The person who asked not to be named, and I'll just look up PayPal and should be able to find him as the latest contribution. PayPal, you got money. The person asked not to be named said simply anonymous. Then thanks, good times, anonymous. Hi there, DD, from an unnamed fan. Well, I got his name. And unblock your fans, DD, even if they remain anonymous. Don't be a jerk. I have no idea what he means. That's so someone I blocked, apparently. It was if so, thank you for your contributions, and if you tell me what to unblock, maybe I'll unblock it. I don't remember you. So there we have that, and grateful for the contribution, and certainly need about forgive me. Holy shit. $275 more dollars worth of contributions. All right. That being said, with everything that I've gone into, covered in the past, I think that some of you might be familiar with the topic. Certainly, I covered it with that, what's his name? Salman Sheikh before he deleted it. And all of that being said, let me see if I can psych myself into the zone and talk about a subject that back in the old days I spoke of at great length. And so having spracketh of this subject at great length in the past, we'll see if I can get myself in the mood to do it again. There was a time when I was talking about this all the time, and that was how people got to know about me. And, I appreciate that. All right. Now, getting myself into a mood again, getting myself into kind of a space. And I think that, how do I start this? By the way, if there's anyone who wants to come on bandwidth and actually talk to me, you're welcome to do so. That's just another way of my escaping the inevitable, of course. But if you also are in the chat room, go ahead and say something. Otherwise, you know how it is. Forever hold your tongue, because once I start talking, I suck all the oxygen out of the room. Hey, I hear somebody. Is that Joe?
Yep.
Oh, good man, Joe. This way I can change my clothing. I have a thin long sleeve underwear on now. I'm going to change to more of a sweatshirt affair so I can, maintain my arms a little warmer than they are. Why don't you speak about what's on your mind? If you were napping a bit, maybe, do you remember your dreams? Maybe you can share your dream a little bit. If it's something that...
Well, I'll figure something out. Well, I always figure something out. Anne's coming back. Is it 11? Did she call back? Or?
She did, actually. Yeah. She was with us for a little bit, and then she went to sleep, which doesn't bode well for her being Executrix producer throughout the all night long, in the future. But, when you're working, what time do you get up in the morning when you are working? About 4 in the morning or something like that?
Yep.
Why so early?
To put in the hours so you don't have to work later on.
Oh my god!
Get out by 2.
So you're out by 2. Oh my god, that's cool, I guess. And when you're but on that means, of course, that you'd start with us maybe at 5 p.m. and speak for. I guess you could still stay with us for a little while on those work nights, right?
Yep.
Yeah, that's good. I mean, but of course, 5 p.m. for me is 8 p.m. No, 9 p.m. for you, right? 8 p.m. 8 p.m. for you, right? You're East Coast time.
Yeah, I'm
5,
East
6,
Coast.
6, 7, 7, 8. Yeah, it's 8 p.m. for you. So you could stay up from 8 p.m. to... Jesus! Doesn't a normal person have to go to sleep at 8 p.m. to wake up at 4 a.m.?
Yeah.
Oh my god.
I'm not normal.
Yeah, but still, four. Let me try and calculate that. 8 to 9, 9 to 10, 10 to 11, 11 to 12, 12 to 1, 1 to 2, 2 to 3, 3 to 4. Yeah, you. Oh my god. Ooh. Yeah, I guess you could join us for an hour, but basically, or 2. But don't hurt yourself. Whatever you do, don't overstress yourself or do something that would damage your health. Obviously, I don't want you to deprive yourself of sleep. One of the biggest problems in the world today, especially America, is really sleep deprivation. Most people have sleep deficit. Have you ever heard that term?
Yep.
Yeah. Okay, so I'm going to take my earbuds off for a second while I remove this one cover and put on the other. And you can talk a little bit, speak about something that comes to your mind.
Yeah. Yeah, all right. Yeah.
So,
Yeah,
targeted
see if he's
individual. Yeah, I guess I've been targeted.
He's talking.
Because every time I get involved, so how listening to you, there's weird things, weird people that visit me at my work. Like when I told you about when I was working at a Viennese place, how Saints Crusader, I guess. I was looking at how we're killing dogs, and somebody the next day came in and said, "Oh, I love my dogs. I got beautiful Afghans." He said, like, I can tell he's like a Satanist. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. I hear you.
And there was this guy with the Cthulhuid jacket that did deliveries for that restaurant, like Grubhub.
Yeah.
And there's some weird stuff.
Yeah, the upstate New York is seething with Satanism. It is saturated with it.
Yeah, because I met one. Remember?
Yeah.
Just came over from. They opened that's during like 3 years ago, when they opened up this. When I was listening to you, they opened up one in Massachusetts. I think it's in Salem. I guess I don't know. I don't remember. I was trying to look for the.
Yeah,
I was trying to look for the business card he gave me.
Really?
I should have gone and just check them out. Oh, he gave me a business card. So how do you think I'll drop by and just see how the Satanists work in the East Coast?
Yeah. I get it. Yeah, and. I really appreciate you sharing this. By the way, it's something that people need to be made aware of. All right, so let me try and breathe.
Upstate New York here, we're famous for sex trafficking too, because of Nexium, Keith Ramirez, and how he duped women into his cult. You know what I'm saying? But what do you expect? We had a state where the governor had a black book. Spitzer, Governor Spitzer. It's like a couple years before Cuomo. He had like a black book where he was the attorney general, and he was getting prostitutes.
Yeah, there you go.
I guess that's how they do it. They had other women in there branding other women. They had doctors branding women for this cult.
Yeah, that's right. They were.
Yeah.
And
it was these millionaires, the Seagram's heiress, and their women that worked for to start this cult. How they frame these other women into prostitution. So you got to be careful what secrets you tell other people, or they use it against you. One minute you're on Truth and Dare, next minute they're branding you.
Yeah, isn't that awful? I mean, oh my God,
One time I was on this bus. She's a beautiful lady, and then I realized, oh shit, she feels insecure. She's like, why would she walk like this or hide like this? Because they're all over the goddamn place. And probably a bunch of these people trying to kick them into prostitution cult thing. I was like watching this, the bus, getting off and talking to the bus driver. It was weird, It was during the time of this Keith Ramirez stuff, and apparently these women, I feel for them,
Yeah. In terms of your own experiences with women, how many wives have you had?
No, I only had one. I'm not stupid enough to get another one yet. The one I was arranged, thank God. If I got married to some of these women, I'll be in big trouble.
I'm sorry. What was that?
So were you ever married, Doug? We're almost, right? A couple times, but never kind of not.
Yeah, that's right. Thank you. Now I'm sad again.
You gotta find you sugar mama.
Yes, I do need one.
One like Daniel Rolla.
Well, the problem with Daniel Rolla is, of course, that's not for one thing, they're not married. And so she basically has total control over that punk's life, and that's not a relationship. It's not healthy. It's not certainly one thing that I have been looking for because of my Japanese culture instilled into myself by my mother, that Japanois, it encourages me to kind of samurai style, the pride in service. The very term samurai, just for people who don't know, samurai simply means service person, so it means one who serves. So really, it's all about service, and you will notice this in Japanese pop culture, even their anime or their manga. There is the sense of service that one has, that I will serve someone who takes me on as their vassal, then I will give my all, just pretty much dedicate myself, devote myself to.
So how long do you last in the bedroom? The service.
That's cute. That's I feel I do pretty well. But such being said, that's cute. I mean, this is like taking a
I'm
highbrow.
trying to bring the Asians gone wild out of you.
Yeah, there we are. Yes. Yeah. You're somewhat similar to Daniel Rolla in that regard. You're somewhat similar to Jameson too, and sometimes you say things that are fairly provocative. Yes. So it's is what it is, and okay, certainly your tone of voice is such that you're far less offensive than they are, at least, in terms of what they say. None of that stupid, hey, where the white woman at? Well, I fuck a white woman. Yeah, that shit, or, stupid. It was Daniel, or not like Jameson with, I want everybody dead, and, that's what I wanted to say about his refrigerator art. Daniel Rolla's refrigerator art is that, he's trying to use the same shit for me that he did for Stephen Outram, and it doesn't even look like me. I mean, I'm not fat, so it's like, how stupid can you be recycling that shit?
Yeah, don't worry about the kindergarten artwork. That's why they're on the fridges.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah. His refrigerator art does, it actually exemplifies their whole cause of contra-Dietrichonic, their anti-Dietrichism.
I don't get them, right? It's like you just to what they join just to piss. Once they turn they have to go against you all the time. Well, they don't have their own lives. You know what I'm saying?
No, of course not. No. There's nothing in their lives other than trying to lash out at myself because of their own misery and pain. Certainly that's the case with Michaela Grigorich. She's wallowing, and because she's going down, she wants to drag everybody else down with her.
Yeah, that's what I realized. People like to drag people under with them.
Yeah, they do. They do. Okay, so let's see if I can get into the mood for this and provide some talk about zombies. And I'll ask you do you want to kind of play the role of Ed McMahon?
Oh, yeah, I'll do that.
Yeah. I
Does that
mean,
sound better?
yeah, you do that well. You do that well. Let's see if I can get into this. And honestly, it's like shit. I don't really want to do this, but I'll try. I'll try. We've got to. Okay. See if I can get into the zone here, or get into where we're heading with all this.
Yeah. They get misled. These white women, they think I'm small and Asian, right? Once I get them into the bedroom, they're surprised. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm. Cool. I mean, I'm glad.
They think they think I'm a Minuteman. I don't fight no Revolutionary Wars.
Okay, I'll try my best to uplift the weight here and pick up the slack. I mean, you're doing great. Thank you. I mean, I really appreciate you being here. I'm going to try and get into it now. So let's tell people a little bit about. You can go ahead and, by the way, say goodnight to our listeners.
Good night, guys.
Yeah, thank you.
I'm just keeping them alert.
You are. No, I mean, I appreciate it, really. And couldn't do it without you. And I'm so glad that you were here with that young lady, Anne, earlier. And definitely, just glad that, she's able to hang for as long as she does. All right. In the time we have remaining, which at this point would be about, we've been on for 5 hours. So that means we've got approximately 7 hours left. Which, I don't need to cover that full 7 hours, but, I'll cover some of it. So, all right. The way that I was first introduced, as so many people were, to the phenomenon of zombism was through Haiti, or Haiti. And this is, of course, the about a third of the island of Hispaniola, which is the other 2/3 are occupied by the Dominican Republic. Haiti is this incredibly tragic land that is just haunted by catastrophe after catastrophe. But it was there that the pharmaceutical industry turned to try and find that element which medically creates the original voodoo zombie, or vajahoudoons. Now, the pharmaceutical industry is leviathanic. It's comprising a financial market of about 300 billion United States dollars a year. And last time I checked on that was 10 years ago. It might be more now. And the power to purchase policy that makes other lobbies pale. In 1982, Wade Davis, then a doctoral candidate in ethnobotany at Harvard, was sponsored by a pharmaceutical company. The power of Big Pharma is reflected in the fact that this corporation's anonymity was protected in the 1987 film titled The Serpent and the Rainbow. They protected it behind the fictitious title of Boston Biocorp. And he was contracted to recover would be the word for it, recover and isolate, RNI, recover and isolate the agents of zombification, to be developed pharmacologically as an anesthetic. Now, there is no doubt that government and private contracts were established concerning the active ingredients of poudre zombie, or zombie powder, that instituted of far more sinister uses, as zombinol, the trade name applied in the film for the BB, or Boston Biocorp entity, that instituted, basically, whatever zombinol is, well, I can tell you what it is, but it's never reached the operating table in a, mass production form. And so far as I know, 50,000 patients a year are still lost to anesthetic shock. But Wade Davis's mission and success in completing it were very real. So, Wade Davis traveled to Haiti, the proper name for Haiti, the poorest and least educated land of the Western Hemisphere, yet the most powerful center of Vajahudouns, or voodoo, on the face of the earth. So it is a place that is just, how would I say it? If you're going there, be prepared for the shock of poverty. It's like seeing the dark side of the moon. But in terms of its spiritual ramifications, in terms of the Caribbean spirituality, Santeria, Candomblé in Brazil, all of these forms of voodoo have as their origin point the Isle of Haiti. And therefore it is kind of like the Vatican City of voodoo on earth. And with influence on initiates worldwide out of all proportion with the island size and population. By initiating into the spiritual practice of Vajahudouns himself, Wade Davis helped to confirm that the primary compound integral to all of the culturally different zombie powder concocted throughout the New World is tetrodotoxin, TTX, found in the spiny dermis, the needle-bristling skin, and internal organs of 4 kinds of toxic pufferfish, considered to be the second most deadly creature on Earth, but specifically the crapaud de mer when fishing the Haitian coastline. Other known components are a gland from the bauga toad, containing the potent psychoactive chemicals bufogenin, bufotoxin, and bufotenine. Millipedes and tarantulas, which provide biotoxic irritants, the skin of poisonous tree frogs, the seeds and leaves of a bewildering variety of deadly plants, which vary a great deal regionally, and the ground-up elements, the remains, of human cadavers. Now, the last element is the most insidious, as herein is introduced the potential for prionic, prion being an acronym. It should be written all in the uppercase, Prion. It is an acronym for proteinaceous infectious ion. So the potential for prionic transmission is introduced through the ground-up remains of human cadavers that are rendered a component of the zombie powder. This enhances the chances for a transmission of prions that could potentially degenerate the victim from a zombie, spelled Z-O-M-B-I, denoting both the singular and the plural, the term referring to person or persons controlled by another's will, into an actual zombie, as Z-O-M-B-I with an E attached at the end, that listens to no one but reacts like a shark smelling blood, single-mindedly lusting only for human flesh and the spreading of the infectious protein by tooth and nail. Now, this danger had been non-existent until the late 20th century, but its threat increases as we move into the 21st. The prion was first hypothesized by Dr. Stanley Proisner in 1982 for which he was awarded the Nobel Prize in Physiology and Medicine circa 1997. And, well, we need not discuss that any further for a few minutes, because right now we're addressing the purpose-induced zombie pharmacoses. And that's zombie spelled with only an I and no E, ZOMBI, dash pharmacosis, meaning that you're pharmaceutically, herbally really, deranged into thinking of yourself as not alive, as being dead and deprived of your own will, and obeying the will of others. Now, TTX, tetrodotoxin, is a neurotoxin drug that blocks critical sodium or salt particle ion gates in nerve fibers. With these specific ion gates blocked, the neuromuscular action potential and transmission of impulses is inhibited, resulting in sluggish motor control. The use of properly prepared TTX results in a catatonic, zombie-like state. Its combination with the ingredients in recipes, as I have already outlined, produce a paralytic state so profound that even medical experts are convinced that the sufferer has expired. Now, Haiti is too poor a nation to indulge in embalming, and the zombie suffers total lucidity while being pronounced dead, usually by a coroner, and then the overwhelming trauma of being buried alive. The absolute reality of such conditions were verified in the year 2009 by Dr. Stephen Lowries, a neurologist who used modern imaging technology to prove that Rom Hauben, a patient diagnosed circa 1983 as existing in persistent vegetative state with extinct consciousness, was totally aware throughout 23 years of comatic paralysis incident to vehicular crash. Now, exhumed zombies are controlled by regular ingestions of the plant Datura stramonium, traditionally identified as concombre zombie, zombie's cucumber, or Jimson weed, which contains several narcotic alkaloids, including solanine. It's a botanical member of the nightshade family, so the plant generates scopolamine, a tropane alkaloid drug whose effects have been described by rehabilitated zombie as the endless waking nightmare, in which the subject is awake but is totally unconnected to the immediate world. All of this is obviously a very complicated process, and much of it is ritualized to confuse the uninitiated, as well as being geared towards psychological breakdown of the victims of zombification into total mental submission. By the way, Sammy Romero says, "Hi, Doug, off to bed to catch up on some Z's." He's going to be sawing wood. He says, "Try and catch your monologue tomorrow morning. God bless. God bless you as well, dear man. And share our love with Maria." And that being said, returning to thread of narrative, if I can pick up the thread again. So, you're trying to break down a victim into total mental submission. And it's like basically an ambulatory coma. This is horrible. It doesn't do it justice. It is, of course, something you never want to experience, and it will leave you permanently brain damaged if you do. All right, such being said, these mindless, shambling creatures are mostly used as slaves. If a remote plantation never hires hands, and its owners keep to themselves, rumors inevitably circulate that it is worked by zombies. Since the overwhelming majority of Haitians wallow in unemployment, citizens of Haiti, oh, by the way, the very name of the nation means land of mountains, Haiti. They all agree, Haiti, c'est République Zombie. Haiti is the Republic of the Zombie. Believers in Jombi, or zombie tradition, pity zombie rather than fearing them. Instead, what they fear is that they or one of their family may share the Jombi fate by juju, or black magic. Now, despite brain damage suffered while in this ambulatory comatic state, juju zombies are aware of their condition, but are pharmacologically deprived of the willpower and other faculties to do anything except whatever their masters command of them. They work tirelessly and require nothing but food to keep them going. The only thing a zombie owner must be careful of is salt. This must be kept out of their diet at all costs, because any taste of salt breaks the zombie's slavery, and it immediately leaves and claws its way back into its grave, becoming truly, permanently dead, or so traditional Jombi Juju would have the uninitiated believe. By the way, my man John Henry is under maintenance. I'm getting 2,880 fragments, which is 4 hours. Give me a second here, and let me speak with this man. All right. Let me ask him. Can you come on call now? Okay. And good God, this is like, what he's saying is truly frightening, and something that we want to deal with. Let's hope he responds. It's kind of like, maybe it's all those wildfires going on in London. Both these guys are, George Knight and John Henry are communicating very sporadically. This may have something to do with their internet. Hopefully our man gets them all transferred to 5G at some point. Okay. Now, the last time I checked, which again was a long time ago, something like maybe 12 years ago by now, there was still an organization associated with an evangelical church group in Port-au-Prince, the capital of Haiti, that works to rehabilitate zombies. Now, the pastors on site have intervened in many cases of liberated zombies, sometimes after years of bondage. They conclude that a healthy diet, medical treatment, familial affection, and prayer are almost always sufficient to return a zombie to proper health. But their secret weapon is salt. Medical experiments have shown that sodium is vital for a number of physical and mental functions. It's the only mineral we can eat. Obviously, you supplement minerals through your vitamins, but, you can only eat one type of mineral directly, and that is salt. And a zombie can be returned to something like its living physical and mental state by receiving the right amounts of salt. Since eating too much salt causes vomiting, it's administered over a period of time through a saline drip. With rehabilitation, the zombie may recover some or all of its old personality and abilities. Now, the form of vaudous in each nation of the Caribbean and Latin America descends from whence the black population hailed from Africa, or whichever part of Africa they hailed from. Haitians are mostly descendants of slaves traded from the West African kingdom of Benin, formerly the Obadam of Dahomey, from whence the term Obama comes from, and part of French West Africa until 1975, where the belief system of Vahudus is still today the official religion of the nation. In the early 1480s, the Edo people of Beninia, under their emperor, the Oba, that Africanism from whence the name Obama is derived, raided the west of Africa for slaves and sacrifices to the gods of their ancestors. Their army was an Amazon army, an all-female fighting force. When girls reached puberty, they were inspected by the authorities of the Obadam. The most beautiful were sent to the palace to become royal wives. Any considered as sickly or disabled faced execution. The majority were conscripted into the army throughout their teenage years, after which they were allowed to marry. I mean, it's hard to imagine a society that advanced. You could argue that they were truly great at social progress in a certain sense. The Portuguese recognized the strategic importance of courting the Obadam and established trade with the greatest slaver kingdom in Black Africa. They traded iron, firearms, and textiles for gold, ivory, and slaves. In 1481, over a decade before invading the Americas, the first European settlements in sub-Saharan Africa were established just west of Benin. El Mina, or El Mina, the mine, referring to its original gold export, was what was then called a factory, which in pre-industrial Europe meant a fortified trading post used to store gold en route to Europe and stockade slaves. Factories were built as complete towns inside fortifications strong as any medieval castle, protected by companies of musketeers and batteries of cannon mounted on firing platforms to protect numerous storerooms, accommodation blocks, smithies, carpenters' workshops, and artisans' posts, a church, a hospital, and a governor's residence. With the discovery and conquest of the New World, El Mina became a slave factory, the first of countless slave factories from which sourced all Vajahuduns practiced in the Western Hemisphere today. The British reached Benin in 1553 and began trading with the Edo people, officially instigating the slave race of the colonial powers, a race to see who could garner the most slaves and transport them to the New World to replace all of the people they were killing. Well over 20 million men and women were enslaved and taken to America. At least 1/5 died en route, and another half perished after a few months or years of deadly labor and torture. The subhuman conditions inherent to chattel slavery transmuted Vajahudus into a political belief. From the perspective of the Black Afro-Caribbean diaspora, slavery was one of the worst cases of human sacrifice in history, far superseding the Holocaust. This mass sacrifice was believed to have acted as a titanic summoning ritual, and evil entities answered the summons by the thousands. their influence continues to be felt centuries later. Valjahoduns syncretized these incendiary beliefs. On August 22nd of 1791, a Francophobic Hungan, which would be a positive voodoo priest who hated the French, that's why I use the term Francophobic, with the ability to reverse a zombie's condition by magical ritual. That would be the positive voodoo priest. The Hungan can do that. And this one, named Boukman, claimed his charms made bullets miss their mark and led a massive slave uprising of 50,000 blacks and mulattoes that killed 2,000 of their white masters and destroyed 180 sugar plantations, 900 coffee plantations, and inflicted 2 million francs worth of damage. Now, by 1791, 1/5 of France's foreign trade consisted of commerce to and from Haiti. The news of this night of fire reached Paris by sail on November 22nd that year. Another Hugon named Toussaint Louverture pitted his highly trained black armies against all three of the most powerful empires in the world of his time through a series of wars for Haitian independence that soon made him the greatest black military hero in modern history. Now, the men under his command, many of the men under his command, volunteered to be zombified if they should fall mortally wounded in battle. And he ordered poudre zombie administered into their wounds. The Spanish, who invaded after the expulsion of the French from their half of the island of Hispaniola, now the Dominican Republic, were no match at this time for the forces under Toussaint. The British secured a beachhead of 25,000 troops, expecting to fill the vacuum in European power, but were forced to evacuate after suffering the worst casualties in their history prior to World War I, when 60 to 70,000 or more men could die in a single day by machine gun fire. The folklore of the zombie was proven true. Only salt in the food seems to have any deterrent effect. The British troops salted their bayonets in desperation and delivered rock salt by shotgun, but to no avail. Since zombie, like PCP or phenylcyclohexyl piperidine substance abusers, feel no pain, the salt shot didn't even sting. Now, PCP, that phenylcyclohexyl piperidine, is a veterinary anesthetic, specifically a zoologist's drug, to be administered as elephant tranquilizer. The PCP abuser is able to perform inhuman feats of strength, not because the drug makes him stronger, but because the drug eliminates all experience of pain while in effect. Now, I have personally witnessed PCP abusers take multiple rounds and continue to advance and proceed to lift automobiles, obviously impervious to agony as their discs audibly popped out of spinal alignment. Now, the rise of Napoleon Bonaparte, however, meant that France would no longer tolerate a black slave, quote unquote, ruling the richest colony in the Caribbean. The largest invasion fleet in French history set forth to depose Toussaint and restore slavery. The first of the blacks faced his greatest challenge when the first of the whites dispatched his army exceeding 60,000 men to exterminate all of Haiti's black population and repopulate it from Africa. Bloodhounds were imported from Spanish Cuba that fed only on black human meat. 4/5 of this expeditionary force died of yellow fever spread initially by zombie bite, including 18 of its half a hundred generals. Soon only 7,000 starving, sickly troops, all enervated, sick on the point of collapse, survived to be deported by the British fleet. Toussaint accepted an invitation to recognize his nation, but was treacherously abducted and smuggled to France. There, Napoleon himself had him imprisoned in a dungeon within Fortress des Jeux, high in the Jura Mountains, the French Alps, and tortured him without mercy in an attempt to crack the pharmacopoeian zombie formula from Toussaint. He even encouraged the black servants of some of his high officers to taunt Louverture as having become a Gongon, a Hugon who has lost his powers. Since Napoleon had already invaded Egypt, he had access to an enormous pool of colonial manpower to potentially zombify for deployment on the fields of Europe and in the New World. But the Black Napoleon died without breaking, alone in his cell, on the 7th day in April of 1803. Now, the world's first free black republic was declared on the 1st of January in 1804. The second republic to fight for and win its independence in the Americas after these United States. Now, okay, jeez. Looking at some incoming notifications, but it's not our man, John Warrington. Okay. Now, this was the Cuba Missile Crisis of its day. At least 350,000 people died in the 13 years of war for Haitian freedom, directly compelling the United States to assert the Monroe Doctrine of 1823, establishing control over the entire Western Hemisphere to deter another series of imperial invasions and counter-invasions by extra-hemispheric powers. U.S. President James Monroe's Pan-American security stance was to be violated irreversibly in 1956, when Fidel Castro landed in Cuba and hid in the Sierra Maestra with a handful of guerrillas. Now, contrary to his image as a doctrinaire Marxist intellectual with a complete disdain for superstition, Castro domestically fostered the mystique of a powerful brujo, a sorcerer with supernatural powers. Between 1956 and 1959, a powerful Meombe, an evil spirit that draws energy from human suffering, appeared to Castro in his dreams, and the revolutionary cultivated the rumor of a pact. Shortly after he experienced these visions, a sympathetic American reporter and camera crew made a pilgrimage to the Sierra Maestra to give Castro the international exposure he needed to increase support. A string of miraculous victories against the government, a surge in public discontent at home, and tremendous popular support gained abroad, via the American media no less, overthrew Fulgencio Batista and placed Castro in power. The shootings and executions that followed were just the beginning of repetitive sacrificial payments. In 1962, Castro's spirit advisor, almost plunged this world into nuclear war, as Soviet emplacements of nuclear weapons in Cuba prompted American blockade of that island and nearly sparked a hot war or a nuclear exchange. World War III, by the communist paradigm, was already in progress. Meanwhile, a secret agreement between Cuban President Fidel Castro and his other malevolent benefactor, Soviet Premier Nikita Khrushchev, saw Soviet rubles pay for a number of covert operations that stationed Russian-sponsored drug traffickers and terrorists in safe havens on the island. But that was only part of the story. Helped by the secrecy that surrounds all dictatorial governments, Cuba's side of the bargain had never been made public. Until I proceeded to do so, back when I first spracketh of this, in the last year of my mother's life, 2011. Maybe 2010, really, before she died, because she died early in 2011. God, about, what is that? 22, no, thank God, only 11 years ago? Something like that, 2010, 12 years ago. Oh my God. So, in exchange for Russian military and intelligence aid against the growing threat of American invasion of Cuba, Castro sent 5 men to the Union of Soviet Socialist Republics. And their travel papers described them as cultural attachés to the Cuban embassy in Moscow. But none of them had any prior diplomatic experience. Most, indeed, listed their occupation as farmer on Cuban government documents prior to their posting. But the men were bokors, negative voodooistas, of Arara Shango, Cuban voodoo. While Castro had used the mythos of the Palo Mayombe to intimidate the peasantry, these bokor were genuine meomberos, the magical equivalent of hired assassins or thugs. They abused their power to murder people at the behest of their clients. The bokor are tempters and corruptors. Their clients often suffer as much as their intended victims. The spiritual allies are demonic spirits that enjoy inflicting pain on helpless humans. The bokor tend to be solitary practitioners, but such meomberos usually lead a small group of minions and apprentices. They are a common fixture in South America and the Caribbean, and are becoming more common in the inner cities of the United States with immigration. Because these particular sorcerers were linked by allegiance to the cult of Babalu-I, or Baron Samedi, lord of the cimetière, the cemetery, first introduced to popular culture in the West via the James Bond film Live and Let Die, and had each victimized hundreds of families. They were universally hated in their homeland and were glad to take residence in the Soviet Union to help with the growing problem of political dissidence. You see, in the few years since the death of, or rather the assassination of Joseph Stalin, Nikita Khrushchev's comparatively liberal policies had led to increasingly open criticism of the government. Khrushchev knew that mass indoctrination like the Commu-Chinese re-education efforts would never work in Russia, and was looking for another way to turn troublesome dissidents into quiet and productive members of society. Initial results were not encouraging. While the dissidents were indeed much more placid in zombie form, the changes in their personalities could never pass unnoticed, even in the Soviet Union. To get them out of the way, they were sent to a logging camp in Siberia, one of many labor camps where Stalin had sent millions of unfortunate people. In 1964, Khrushchev was deposed by the hardliner Leonid Brezhnev, and the Stalinist faction within the Politburo, the political bureau of the Central Communist Party, and the gulags, the concentrated labor camps, started to fill up again. Brezhnev's administration had no scruples about making use of the Bokors, and many political opponents were silenced and made productive in the mines and logging camps of Soviet East Asia. Sensibly, they were not used in the salt mines. In the 1990s, when I was employed in Serbia on mercenary contract, I worked with the former officer of the GRU, the Glavnoi Razvede Vatelnoi Upravolnei, the Central Intelligence Office, the Chief Intelligence Directorate of the Soviet Army General Staff, the military version of the KGB. The GRU surveyed and suppressed the larger Russian army in the same manner that the KGB policed the civilian population, and both organizations fielded foreign intelligence operations. Only the KGB functioned via espionage networking, and the GRU operated as an army on aggressive reconnaissance, what they would call reconnaissance in force in America for search and destroy units. In the GRU's case, opting for force of arms over the KGB's favored blackmail and kidnapping. At the time this particular GRU officer served, during the 70s and 80s, the GRU had close to 25,000 personnel and comprised several subdivisions, including Spetsnaz, the Spetselnoye Nazначение, or special purposes, the most highly trained special operatives in the Soviet military, equivalent to the U.S. Navy SEALs or the United Kingdom's SAS, or Special Aero Service Special Ops Forces combined. When I was asking this individual about the Bokors, liaisoned by Castro, to establish a Soviet suppression program using zombification, he looked like he'd just been shot, even staggering back in shock at my query. When I shared my background in documents destruction for the United States Department of the Defense, to explain exposure to such matters, the former GRU officer related his personal experience with what he and his fellow soldiers called the Ubogi Doma, the charnel houses. And he explained that the labor camps officially did not exist, and those populated by zombies were doubly secret. To this day, no official record exists of their locations. In order to reduce the risk of exposure, more to isolate potential disease than concerns regarding culpability, these camps were staffed, they were staffed entirely by zombies. The absolute worst of the slackers, alcoholics, and deserters of the Russian military forces were zombified, and these zombie guards were drilled into shooting anyone who came too close. Other perennial screw-ups were processed into hunter zombies and zombie cooks to supply food, and most numerous were the civilian malcontents converted into zombie laborers. These Yobogidoma became entirely self-sufficient and self-perpetuating. And he had encountered an Yobogidoma while carrying out his duties as an officer in the regular army, and was ultimately selected for GRU status after handling a near panic on the part of his troops, when after a particularly harsh winter, the hunter zombies were trying to shoot his unit as game for cannibalism. Units of troops had been dispatched to these godforsaken wildernesses to pick up the stacked log piles produced by these Ubogidoma on a monthly schedule, but always avoided camp proximity to prevent the zombie guards from firing upon them. The laborers were routinized into stacking wood piles at prearranged sites far from camp. Now, because zombies feel no pain, their bodies could take enormous damage until literally falling apart, enabling teams of them to carry logs to these drop sites from increasingly further ranges over the years. When the subject of cannibalism was broached, the GRU man insisted that the zombie must be eating Siberian indigenous peoples who strayed too close when herding their deer and eventually each other when they physically deteriorated. He had seen the piles of human bone. But he emphasized that the Arctic cold and wind dehydrated, parched, and practically mummified these cadaverous yet ambulatory lost souls, so that he was convinced they were to last for twice as long as a normal human being. As he put it, it's a frozen desert that preserves them by desiccation. So when approached concerning camp closure and dismantling after the collapse of the Soviet Union, he shook his head adamantly, and he proclaimed unto myself that they are still there. The Ubogidoma still exists today, forgotten by the few living people who ever knew of their existence. They might be discovered by an expedition prospecting for oil or timber eventually. See, understand that officially these areas have never been worked, so they are still thought to be virgin forest. Now, I know for a fact that during the Sino-Soviet War, the zombie were deployed as a weapon of mass destruction. Whatever process the Bokors had gifted the Presidium, the inner council of the Supreme Soviet, the constitutional state of the Soviet Union, had been stripped of all herbal apothecary to be synthesized with further degenerative impact on the recipients. This is the only logical conclusion to be drawn from confiscated CHICOM, or Chinese Communist Diaries, translated by U.S. military intelligence. These private journals had been obtained fairly innocuously. After 1975, Red China and the United States of America cooperated heavily in fighting the Soviet Union, which Red China had literally been waging a very hot war with since 1969, when that resource-deprived, overpopulated empire was so financially impoverished from its crash industrialization program that it had no hard currency with which to buy gas or oil to fuel its modernization. Red China had invaded Siberia to access such elements from the very land that Russia had stolen from them in their age of imperial decline. On March of 1969, nothing less than the largest nuclear war in history that you've never heard of commenced on Damansky in the Russian, Zhenbao in the Chinese. It's an island in the Yuzhny River, astride the border between Chinese Heilongjiang and the Soviet Siberian Primorye, where over 1,000 soldiers died, mainly on the Chinese side. There followed a head-to-head crash between 21 Soviet divisions and 28 Communist Chinese divisions along the longest border on the face of the planet, 4,300 kilometers, that's 2,670 miles, that soon necessitated deployment of in-theater, short-range tactical nuclear weapons in order to shatter several Chinese-massed wave infantry attacks, which stabilized the front into the Soviet Union's own World War I-styled Vietnam, a perpetual low-intensity conflict in which border trenches, fortifications, fire bases, and barriers were chronically shifted in a quagmire reminiscent of the post-1951 Korean War. Now, both sides were steeped in totalitarian control mechanisms that prevented any significant intelligence penetration by external agencies, American or otherwise. And the nuclear detonations were interpreted as above-ground nuclear atomic testing conducted by the Communist Chinese Empire in both its western Turkestanic region of Xinjiang Wijaya, where today they're annihilating the Caucasoid Turkic Uyghur Muslim culture, and the Inner Mongolian deserts. This war was soon the core motivation for the intensive commitment of the USSR to drive the United States out of Vietnam. The Soviet Union desperately needed the massive warm water port facilities of South Vietnam's Cam Ranh Bay in order to strategically contain Red China. When the Soviets succeeded in uniting the Vietnams by force, North and South, this national entity, now with a population of around 78 million peoples, was immediately recognized as the third largest communist nation on earth, both in manpower and in military. The first and second in these regards, behind China and the Soviet Union, respectively. Now, Communist China's armed conflict with the Russian Empire did not end until 1979, when it was forced to redeploy the majority of its military in a foiled invasion of Vietnam, while attempting a forced regime change in pro-Soviet Hanoi. While the Soviets constantly violated Japanese aerospace, airlifting personnel and supplies to Vietnam, ultimately helping that nation to repulse no less than 3 multi-pronged communist Chinese invasions. They also committed to the support of Asian India in terms of military modernization, as India had chosen to enter Soviet orbit after losing a full-scale border war with the Communist Chinese Empire, incident on that nation's invasion of Tibet and seizure of adjacent Himalayan mountain ranges, circa 1951. In fact, Communist China still occupies areas of Kashmir today. All of these aforecited geopolitics realigned both Red China and these United States as on the ground operational partners in supporting the Cambodian and Pakistani nation-states. Both the American Empire and Communist China reinforced the genocidal Communist Khmer Rouge of Kampuchea, Cambodia, in their attempted invasions of Vietnam. Both the Communist Chinese and American empires still prop up the national fiction of Pakistan today, tracing back to counterbalance of Russophile India. Pakistan, of course, is purely a collection of tribes. It's the only nation in the world whose name comprises an acronym, PAK, which stands for Pashtuns, Afghans, and Kashmiris. Now, no doubt, American possessions were shipped back to the People's Republic of China if U.S. Special Forces or intelligence operatives fell in action and their Commu-Chinese liaison took the opportunity to salvage, it has stripped the body, or steal from its remains. Certainly, the journals that I reference are evidence that Americans took whatever opportunity appeared to plunder the corpses of their erstwhile allies and send parcels of intelligence back to states for analysis. Unfortunately, since even long before dismantling the OSS, the Office of Strategic Services, U.S. intelligence, foreign or domestic, civilian or military, has constantly been found wanting. So, what I shall quote was never coordinated with 1960s documentation regarding the Cuban connection, nor with the ramifications of Sino-Soviet conflict, which, indeed, most military and intelligence personnel of the West knew alarmingly little about. All too many pertinent connections are to be made where so much diverse information ultimately converges at the incinerator, where I, at my former post, held the paradoxically panoramic position of the pathologist, who has access to all of the comorbidities which killed the patient at a time when said body is far beyond any help. As I said, the old medical saying for years was that the general internal medicine practitioner, the GIMP, your basic doctor, your family doctor, the one you see, is someone who, how did they say it, knows everything and does nothing. They're pill rollers. The surgeon does everything and knows nothing. He's a person who's just given a case to cut, and he cuts without necessarily even knowing the reasons why. He's given the orders, I guess you could call them, or kind of like the situation. Told that this needs to be removed, that needs to be fixed or sewn, and he does it. He doesn't really need to know all the reasons why. The old joke was that dermatologists who work with the skin, which is the biggest organ on the body if you're into size, know nothing and do nothing. And that's not exactly true, of course. Their own general rule is, if it's wet, dry it. If it's dry, wet it. And when all else fails, use steroids. And finally, they would say about forensic pathologists. The pathologist knows everything and does everything, but it's too late because the patient's already dead. That's what an incinerator, a documents destruction specialist, is like for any morbid empire. Moribund empire. An empire headed for death, which doesn't know how to converge intelligence. It all converges at the incinerator, and the only man who sees it is about to destroy it. That was my position in this world. So, I came across the pocket journal of a Chinese veteran found dead in Kampuchea who had obviously served earlier on China's Russian front. It describes his detachment's experience upon attempting to distribute medical services and food to what was initially assumed to be Russian wounded abandoned by their own retreating forces. I speak and read Chinese, so I was able to translate. No intelligence officer ever read this. Several of them, Russians, burnt by flamethrowers, had no longer the semblance of a human face. They were blistered, shapeless bundles of flesh. A bullet had taken away the lower jaw of one man. The scrap of flesh which sealed the wound did not hide the view of the trachea through which the breath escaped in bubbles, accompanied by a kind of snoring. 5 machine gun bullets had threshed into pulp the shoulder and arm of another man, who was also without any dressings. His blood seemed to be running out through several pipes. I have 5 campaigns to my credit, but I have never seen anything like this. Not a cry, not a moan escaped the lips of these injured, who were almost all seated on the grass. Hardly had the distribution of supplies begun than the Russians, even the dying, rose and flung themselves forward. The man without a jaw could scarcely stand upright. The one-armed man clung with his arm to a tree trunk. The shapeless burnt bundles advanced as quickly as possible. Some half a dozen of them who were lying down, also rose, holding in their entrails with one hand and stretching out the other with a gesture of supplication. Each of them left behind a flow of blood which spread in an ever-increasing stream. Now, there are, of course, as you might expect from something recovered from a dead man's body, elements of this little booklet about the size of Mao's Little Red Book, as was issued to all communist Chinese citizenry during the Cold War era, or the era at least of Mao Zedong, the collectivist era, that are so severely damaged they simply cannot be retrieved. Missing pages, missing parts of pages, or pages missing parts. And this might have been originally reviewed by a DIA or a Defense Intelligence Agency translator, if any coherent standard operational procedures had been followed at all, who probably simply, in translation, if they ever did bother to read it, review it, attempt to analyze its contents, they probably just deemed the Chinese corpsman's diary as observations, well, rather the ravings of a madman, because the item was marked for documentary destruction. It was never passed on for content analysis by any intelligence officer. I could see it never got that far. And it was never marked as even reviewed. So there was another military log, in this case, as opposed to a journal, of a Chinese intelligence officer who was killed on duty in Pakistan, also relating his earlier experiences in the Sino-Soviet War. Some pertinent passages that I will read to you now. Perhaps the most horrifying opponents encountered on the modern mechanized atomic battlefield are the social imperialists, that's a Chinese communist term, wartime term for Soviet, social imperialists, to disambiguate them from collectivist communists. Then he goes on with naming these zombies as gyonchi, literally stiff corpse. That's a term that's derived from traditional Chinese hopping ghost phenomenon, where improper burial in a site with bad feng shui or geomantic disequilibrium would supposedly reanimate cadavers. The term is used to denote both singular and plural gyonchi troops, as this man refers to them, whose minds have been chemically destroyed. These walking atrocities prove very challenging to neutralize for troops encountering them. Although their overall effectiveness is questionable, they have proven some of the toughest troops fielded by the social imperialists. Rumors persist that gyonchi are almost as dangerous to their side's own troops as they are hard to kill. Evidence collected in the field allegedly proves that gyonchis are not animated corpses, but most troops have no intention of researching this themselves. Rumors persist that anyone wounded by gyonchi is susceptible to the gyonchi disease and may become one. The gyonchi are unable to use any kind of firearm, much less drive a vehicle. They rely on their hands and crude close combat implements. Gyonchi can wear body armor if someone dresses them in it. They're clumsy and slow, and tend to walk into obstacles before going around them. Gyonchi tactics are simple. Once they are driven away from their release point, usually by judicious application of cattle prods or bayonets. They head in a mob in a straight line in the direction they were pointed until they detect infantry or a vehicle, which they immediately attack, regardless of affiliation. Another section here. Beleaguered units cannot surrender to the Gyonchi. If forced to do so, they are cornered and brutally torn apart. When attacked by Gyonchi, units panic unless the unit is elite or highly disciplined. The Chinese intelligence officer outlined the information wrenched from a Russian prisoner of war captured later into his tour of duty in a separate section of his journal, as I shall reiterate. I shall translate this for you now. The Jalonjni Pokoi, they would call them Poikoniki. The Jalonjni Pokoiniki, literally that would mean unclean dead. The reason I'm having some difficulty with this is I'm translating a Russian word that is written in Chinese characters. So understand, this is, I realize what the guy is trying to say from what the prisoner has said, that he was interrogating, and hopefully this comes out coherently enough. The Jalonjnie Pokoi Niki, as I said, unclean dead, a term derived from Imperial Russian condemnation of heretics to denial of burial and subsequent abuse of such corpses to convince their damned souls not to bring misfortune to the living. That term is used to denote both singular and plural, but what the Russian called Jalonjni or Pokoi Niki, or unclean dead units, employed against the Mongolskaya Ugrozha, literally Mongol threat, which is the Soviet wartime term for the communist Chinese, has proven totally useless against prepared opponent. Often the shambling creatures will be torn apart by mortar or machine gun fire long before they close with the enemy fortifications or formations. A solution appeared when a Kitaiskaya, that would mean Chinese, Kitaiskaya. They get that from a dynasty, the Kitai dynasty. They refer to the Chinese as that, but that's really the name of a long ago barbarian dynasty. A Kitaiskaya unit inadvertently occupied a position where a Jalonjnie squad, a squad of the unclean dead, had been buried by shellfire. The sight of the corpses clawing their way out of the dirt to attack them caused the Kitaiskaya unit to flee in short order. The incident prompted the commander of the local Jalonjnie formation to experiment with Jalonjnie minefields. By attaching a timer to the control harness, these minefields could be left in captured areas to wreak havoc with the enemy's rear areas. Later, a more powerful transmitter allowed a nearby controller to activate these minefields as enemy formations entered them. In other words, they could electronically stimulate the brains of these half-dead, pseudo-dead, para-necro forces to reanimate. The same prisoner was tortured into revealing what little he understood of zombie cybernetics as employed to automate aspects of Soviet operational doctrine on their China front. By fitting an electrical EGOT, that's literally yoke, almost certainly implying a neural motivator developed for battlefield zombie deployment, rudimentary control can be exerted over the creatures' actions. They can be herded towards the enemy, where a signal will motivate them to attack, or left behind, buried in abandoned positions and set to activate several days later. The disruption and fear these creatures cause is significant. Jalonjni Pokoi Niki lack any form of real intelligence and can only use improvised close-quarters skirmish weapons. In open battle, they are driven towards the enemy, while normal troops armed with machine guns keep the enemy pinned down with suppressive fire. To improve their effectiveness, some jalonniers are fitted with demolition charges set to explode either by remote control or when brain function ceases. Jalonniers tend to be used from company to battalion strength, as smaller units proved too vulnerable. These units are universally hated. An assignment to such a unit is considered a punishment detail by the troops. For many unruly soldiers, the mere threat of posting to such a unit is sufficient to keep them in line. In context, the Russian soldier was not referring to being zombified, but being designated to a jalonnier company, that would be spelled with a K, as part of a jalonnier HQ, our headquarters, our control equipment section, acting as infantry fire support, or equipping jalonniers with demolition bags. Such nuances, though translated quite efficiently, certainly escaped any American DIA or Defense Intelligence Agency offices that received this priceless information. The only comment attached to the journal besides the destruction mandate was a pithy paragraph expressing that its contents proved conclusively that torturing prisoners for information never works because it causes them to spout gibberish. Now, the Soviet Union was able to prevent Red China's invasion of Cyberasia and areas of the Soviet Central Asiatic republics by methods such as those that I convey to you this night. But they ultimately lost their war against the world, undeniably due to the enormity of resources expended on the China front. Even after ceasefire in 1979, the Soviet Pacific Fleet continued to receive the most modern warships in significant numbers, and Soviet naval deployments in the Western Pacific and in the South China Sea gathered pace throughout the early 1980s. By the mid-1980s, the Union of Soviet Socialist Republics devoted over 25% of its worldwide military assets to Eastern Russia and the Chinese border region. In particular, two powerful armored groupings, comparable only to one stationed in East Germany, were deployed in Mongolia and the Transbaikal Military District to reinforce the demilitarized zone. In fact, the Transbaikal MD, or Military District, was regarded as the most powerful military entity of the Soviet armed forces. The Soviet police action in Afghanistan was not casual, but symptomatic of Russian communist decline and collapse, the rearguard action of an empire in retreat. The Third World War, in effect, ended on Christmas Day, December 25th, 1991, as the Soviet flag was hauled down for the last time over the Kremlin in Moscow, and the so-called Empire of Nations it represented ceased to exist. The Communist Party, which had led that empire in a century of war against the West, had already been outlawed. The legacy of ecocide left behind is reflected throughout Eurasia in toxic zones like Verozhdeniye Isle, a Renaissance island, festering in the Aral Sea 5 miles from the shore of Uzbekistan. Soviet scientists conducted biowarfare experiments on that site since the mid-1900s, making Verozhdeniye a legend in that frightening field. Anthrax, smallpox, and bubonic plagues were all revived on Verozhdeniye and bioengineered into more potent forms. Towards the end of the 1980s, when United Nations investigators began asking questions about reported biological weaponization experiments in other parts of the disintegrating Soviet Union, then-President Mikhail Gorbachev ordered more than 11 metric tons of weapons-grade anthrax dumped on Renaissance Island. This action rendered the site uninhabitable for any life forms above the level of pestilence. But local sailors avoid that island at all costs to this day. Not because of germs they cannot see through their binoculars or telescopes, but because of the aimless, crawling, vaguely human figures that they can. World War III, or the so-called Cold War, was over, but the undead remained to haunt us. And, of course, this is what led to the Satanists of Russia following the Rasputin legacy and traditions to put Vladimir Putin in power as a response to a massive cleanup that was needed when the Aral Sea dried to the point where the zombies walked ashore. That was one of the reasons for the overthrow of Leonid Brezhnev and the silent coup d'etat which introduced Vladimir Putin as dictator of the former Soviet Union, when he mobilized the intensive zombie hunt to destroy the last of the undead that had been unleashed by the drying of the Aral Sea, bearing diseases that could have wiped out the world. All of this is that hidden history which only my listeners even know of. In terms of live streaming, is anybody out there? I know I have listeners, but some feedback would always help. Let's have some interaction in the chat room if we can. And I do see, of course, that we're still live streaming and connection seems to be well enough. Excellent connection, as a matter of fact. I know that all of you can hear me. So, interact in the chat room. Feedback's always appreciated. And we've got potentially another 6 hours. So, let me try and provide some further history. Away from just plain zombies, ending with an I, to the zombies you've all come to know and love through popular media. Not that I'm talking about cinema at all, mind you. This is all quite real. And the challenge again is where to fucking begin. Basically, we could start with 1958, when Dr. Cohen, an individual who was, of course, Samuel Cohen. His name was obviously Jewish descent, and he was inspired, if you will, by the fact that the Third Reich had conducted one of the great panzer heists in history. Almost all of Adolf Hitler's industry could never match, in terms of mass production, the sheer industrial scale of output by the Allies. So, in that regard, what Adolf Hitler had to do was order his men to basically steal a lot of panzers, a lot of enemy tanks. And these became part of the backbone of the Wehrmacht, the German armed forces. And because of this large-scale panzer heist, this conversion or cannibalization of enemy armor, Dr. Samuel Cohen was, realized that he could create a bomb that would allow the extermination of the enemy forces without destroying their armored assets. since the most potent thing that the Soviets were perceived as having was their spearheads, their vanguards of mechanized armored columns. To eradicate the soldiers within them, the tank crews, would enable America to, in time of war, do what Hitler did and basically appropriate their armored assets for conversion to use against the enemy. So what Dr. Samuel Cohen developed was what ultimately, as a dirty bomb, the ultimate dirty bomb, basically an energy weapon in a shell. It was classified as an energy weapon, as a matter of fact. He developed the neutron bomb. Now, a neutron bomb is an ERW, an enhanced radiation weapon. It's a tactical fission-fusion thermonuclear weapon designed specifically to release a large portion of its energy as energetic neutron radiation rather than explosive energy. The burst of neutrons generated by its fusion reaction are intentionally allowed to escape the ER, or enhanced radiation weapons, explosion, rather than being absorbed by its other components, as is standard thermonuclear weapons. Well, it's standard thermonuclear weapons create increased explosive yield by capturing the neutron radiation. The neutron bomb's X-ray mirrors and shell are made of chromium nickel so that the neutrons can escape. So, a neutron bomb, or this ERW, enhanced radiation weapon, is basically a type of tactical nuclear weapon designed specifically to release a large portion of its energy as energetic neutron radiation rather than explosive energy. It's therefore not really technically a bomb. In fact, an ERW explosion is typically about 1/10 as powerful as that of a comparable fission-type atomic bomb, because standard thermonuclear weapons create increased explosive yield by capturing that neutron radiation, and although their extreme blast and heat effects are not eliminated via the neutron method, the increased radiation released by ERWs, or these enhanced radiation weapons, is meant to affect biological material, which may otherwise be protected from the heat of an explosion. In other words, men in these armored mechanized columns of heavily armored tanks, and those that are bunkered, etc., might be able to take a standard nuclear blast, survive it, and function. But ERWs, the enhanced radiation weapons, neutron bombs, are still much more destructive than conventional bombs. They, of course, kill all of that which is living. They destroy life itself rather than infrastructure. And they were formerly built mainly by the United States. Now, the conception of the neutron bomb, as I said, is generally credited to Samuel Cohen of the Lawrence Livermore National Laboratory, who developed this concept circa 1958. Now, it was initially opposed by President John Fitzgerald Kennedy. However, its testing was authorized and carried out circa 1963, the year my late sister was born, at an underground Nevada test facility. This is something that basically wasted it. There was no point in testing it at all underground, because the whole point is to release as much of the energy as possible in the air, so you can see how much infrastructure is impacted as remaining intact, whereas all the life within disappears. So it was almost like Kennedy's way of sabotaging the project. Development was subsequently postponed by President James Earl Carter circa 1978, following protests against his administration's plans to deploy neutron warheads in Europe. Jimmy Carter's idea of Europe as a new world of American recolonization, his secret fantasy of enough Europeans dying in Europe where Americans could cross back the Atlantic and make it an extension of America, well, that involved these neutron warheads. But enough protests in Europe prevented them from being deployed. Ronald Reagan restarted production circa 1981 because it was known the neutron bombs could scramble the electronic brains of incoming conventional nuclear missiles, intercontinental ballistic missiles, or ICBMs. So he considered it part of the Strategic Defense Initiative. So on April 7th of 1981, neutron warheads were being built again. In fact, 3 types of ERW, or enhanced radiation weapon, were built by these United States. 3 types that officially were acknowledged. There were really 4. The 3 types that you can find out about by looking them up yourself are the W-66 warhead for the anti-ICBM, or anti-ICBOM, as we used to call them in the military nomenclature, ICBM being an acronym for Intercontinental Ballistic Missile, was the anti-ICBOM Sprint missile system, which had the W-66 ERW Enhanced Radiation Weaponized or Neutron Warhead. Produced and deployed in the mid-1970s, retired soon thereafter, along with the missile system. The W-70 Mod 3 warhead was developed for the short-range tactical Lance missile, and the W-79 Mod 0 was developed for artillery shells. The latter 2 types were retired by President George H.W. Bush in 1992 following the end of the Cold War, the collapse of the Berlin Wall and the Soviet Union. The last W-70 Mod 3 warhead was dismantled in 1996. And the last W-79 Mod 0 was dismantled by 2003, when the dismantling of all W-79 variants was considered complete. Now, in terms of a totally separate function, which you will never find because you don't have the security clearance to do so. It's not going to be loose on the goddamn internet. It's going to be looped in a contained military internet system, would be the 4th type, the strategic variant, redeployed for scorched earth, the W-69. Now, when it comes to other nations, the French Republic tested a neutron bomb at MEM<silence>RIAL Atoll on June 24th in 1980. Enhanced radiation weapons were also produced by France in the early 1980s, though they have since destroyed these weapons. The 1999 Cox Report indicates that Red China is able to produce neutron bombs, and although no country is currently known to deploy them, according to the 1997 interview with Samuel Cohen, it is probable that Red China has a stockpile of neutron bombs. Russia has neutron bombs, and Israel maintains hundreds of neutron weapons. Now, Dr. Samuel Cohen's confirmation assumes maintenance industry for these weapons, which, of course, like any nuclear weapon, will decay sans maintenance. A neutron bomb requires considerable amounts of tritium, which has a half-life of approximately 12.32 years, compounding the difficulties of extended storage. For a weapon to remain effective over time, tritium components would have to be periodically replaced. This is what has been done in Israel. Now, this, in perspective, think about what they used to call the nuclear age, in which you have the nukes are the dominant frame of reference for diplomatic intercourse. This advent of the neutron bomb replaced the nuclear age with the radiation age. The age of radiation, in which an ERW, an enhanced radiation weapon, this fission-fusion thermonuclear weapon in which the burst of neurons generated by the fusion reaction is intentionally allowed to escape the weapon rather than being absorbed by its other components, with its X-ray mirrors and shell made of chromium or nickel, so that the neutrons can escape. Contrast that with cobalt bombs, also known as salted bombs. I mean, these are incredibly repulsive terms for incredibly repulsive weapons. Neutron bombs have low explosive yields compared with other nuclear weapons. This is because neutrons are absorbed by air. So a high-yield neutron bomb is not able to radiate neutrons beyond its blast range, and would have no destructive advantage over a normal hydrogen bomb. But using the explosive yield of ERWs, enhanced radiation weapons, to measure destructive power can be deceptive. Most of the injuries caused by an ERW would come from ionizing radiation, not from heat and blast. The intense burst of high-energy neutrons is intended to be the principal killing mechanism. But large amounts of heat and blast force are also produced. Now, popularly, the misconception or perception, misperception may be the better term, rather than misconception, misperception, is that although neutron bombs are believed to leave the infrastructure intact, such was the original purpose, to steal your enemy's tanks, redirect his armored columns against himself after they've been remanned, recrewed. The current designs have explosive yields in the kiloton range, which means they're bad boys that can blow a good chunk of your world away. The detonation of such has caused heavy destruction through blast and heat effects. A yield of 1 kiloton is not high for a nuclear weapon, admittedly, but is still nearly 2 orders of magnitude bigger than the most powerful conventional bombs. Now, as I said, the original uses for this weapon as conceived was in large-scale anti-tank operations, basically a line breaker, breaking the advance of the enemy, a blitz breaker. Armored vehicles offer a relatively high degree of protection against heat and blast, the primary destructive mechanisms of normal nuclear weapons. That is, military personnel inside a tank can be expected to survive a nuclear explosion at relatively close range, while the vehicle's nuclear, biological, chemical protection systems ensure a high degree of operability even in a nuclear fallout environment. By contrast, ER weapons are meant to kill a much higher percentage of enemy personnel inside such protected environments, through the release of a higher percentage of their yield in the form of neutron radiation, against which even tank armor is not very effective. Now, the term enhanced radiation, as used to describe these weapons, ERWs, enhanced radiation weapons, refers only to the burst of neutron radiation released at the moment of detonation, not to any enhancement of residual radiation and fallout. Now, in terms of tactics for deploying these babies, neutron bombs can be used as strategic anti-ballistic missile weapons that would scramble the electronic brains, the microchips, or simply the wiring of incoming ICBOMs, intercontinental ballistic missiles, and as tactical weapons intended for use against armored forces, as I cannot overemphasize. Just as Adolf Hitler committed the world's biggest panzer heist, Samuel Cohen was determined that, in fact, the neutron bomb would be deployed as a weapon that could stop Soviet armored divisions from overrunning Western Europe without destroying Western Europe in the process. And as an anti-ballistic missile weapon, the ER warhead, enhanced radiation warhead, was developed for the Sprint missile system as part of the Safeguard program to protect these United States cities and missile silos from incoming Soviet warheads by damaging their electronic components with the intense neutron flux. Now, tactical neutron bombs are primarily intended to kill soldiers who are protected by armor. As I said, these armored vehicles, they're extremely resistant to blast and heat produced by nuclear weapons. So the effective range of a nuclear weapon against tanks is determined by the lethal range of the radiation, although this is also reduced by the armor. But by emitting these large amounts of lethal radiation of one of the most penetrating kinds, ER warheads maximize the lethal range of a given yield of nuclear warhead against armored targets and possibly hardened blockhouses. One problem with using radiation as a tactical anti-personnel weapon is that to bring about the rapid death of the individuals targeted, a radiation dose that is many times the lethal level must be administered. So a radiation dose of what they used to call GY was the measurement system that was used, if I remember correctly. And you know what? I'm trying to see if I remember that correctly. Look that up. And for God's sake, somebody talk in the chat room, will you? GY. Radiation measurement. Radiation units. There we are. The grays. That's right. They would refer to these measurement units as grays. It was, in fact, the new international system of a unit of radiation dose, expressed as absorbed energy per unit mass of tissue. The SI, when you use the Standard International unit of gray, replaced the older rad designation. 1 gray equals 1 joule or kilogram or 100 rads. So a gray is a unit of absorbed dose. Think about that. Basically, a gray is, if I understand correctly or remember correctly, it's a derived unit of ionized radiation. A derived unit of ionizing radiation dose in the International System of Units, the so-called IS or SI, when you speak it in the original Francais. It is defined as the absorption of 1 joule of radiation energy per kilogram of matter. Now, the gray is symbolized by the acronym or the unit measurement term GY with a capital G. And this, how would I call this? Absorbed dose, this GY, this gray. Basically, again, I guess I can fall back on the only thing to say about it is that think about these as the amount of radiant energy absorbed in a certain amount of tissue. So the neutron bombs, well, a radiation dose of 6 grays is normally considered lethal. It will kill at least half of those who are exposed to it, but no effect is noticeable for several hours. But neutron bombs are intended to deliver a dose of 80 grays to quickly kill targets. So, a 1 kiloton ER, or enhanced radiation warhead, can do this to a T-72 tank crew at a range of 690 miles, compared to 360 miles for a pure fission bomb. The blast would likely destroy it, however, the T-72. For a 6 gray dose, the distances are 1,100 meters and 700 meters respectively, and for unprotected soldiers, 6 gray exposures occur at 1,350 M. They used to use the term M for radiation units, and that was like for God, what was that? What did that stand for again? I'm trying to remember. Honestly, I never retained a lot of this stuff after I began drinking and drugging in a large degree. But I think it was MEMqədRIAL, really, or MEM<silence>RIAL. I remember that, but that would be an MBQ. I can't remember. What did they use the M for? The M radiation units, the dose. But, you know, it was what it was. And I think you get the message. Just understand this much. When it comes to the range, when it comes to basically for a 6 gray dose, the distances would be 1,100 meters and 700 meters respectively. For unprotected soldiers, 6 gray exposures occur at 1,350 meters and 900 meters, respectively. The lethal range for tactical neutron bombs exceeds the lethal range for blast and heat, even for unprotected troops, which is likely the reasoning for the idea that a neutron bomb destroys life and not infrastructure. But the core purpose of the W-69, which I had brought up earlier, the strategic warhead, was that if a neutron bomb were detonated at the correct altitude, deadly levels of radiation would blanket a wide area with minimal heat and blast effects when compared to a nuclear weapon of conventional design, thereby just wiping out the life and leaving all the assets. So, with that in mind, think of, or don't think of, depending on your own attitude towards the horror of what I'm discussing. Think about the fact that the neutron flux can introduce or induce significant amounts of short-lived secondary radioactivity in the environment in the high flux region near the burst point. And this the alloys used in steel armor can develop radioactivity that is dangerous for 24 to 48 hours. So if a tank exposed to a 1 kiloton neutron bomb at 690 meters, the effective range for the immediate crew incapacitation is immediately occupied by a new crew, they will receive a lethal dose of radiation within 24 hours. So, another significant drawback of the weapon is that not all targeted troops will die or be incapacitated immediately. After a brief bout of nausea, many of those hit with about 5 to 50, what they used to call the SV units of radiation. I'm trying to remember what exactly that stood for. It was something like, again, I'm trying to remember these old terms I haven't used in what feels like 100 years, but they were called sieverts. Basically, the sievert is a unit of radiation absorption in the international system of units that I already articulated. The sievert takes into account the relative biological effectiveness, the RBE, of ionizing radiation, since each form of radiation, ergo X-rays, gamma rays, like the ones that made the Hulk, neutrons, has a slightly different effect on living tissue. So, basically the sievert is a derived unit of ionizing radiation dose, a derived unit of ionizing radiation dose in the international system of units that is a measure of the health effect of low levels of ionizing radiation on the human body. So when it came to these drawbacks of the weapon I'm trying to describe, how basically not all targeted troops will die or be incapacitated immediately. Rather, after a brief bout of nausea, many of those hit with about 5 to half a hundred sieverts of radiation will experience a temporary recovery, what they call the latent or the walking ghost phase, lasting days, even weeks. Moreover, these victims would likely be aware of their inevitable fate and would react accordingly. Now, the W-69, the strategic warhead that would unleash all this horror, it was an appropriate designation, 69, because the results are so self-sabotaging and the ramifications are so perpetual. feeding in and upon themselves. The neutron energy bomb was a catalyst for an entirely new system of measurement, which is why I'm trying to remember these old scales. I think it was called the Louis Harold Gray Unit. The Gray, again, the absorption joule of energy per 70 kilograms, deposited energy radiation. It would be like a joule is decided by, kind of factored in by the weight of the person. But used to be the old term that I grew up with as a very young child was Rontgens. And 500 Rontgens were lethal milligrays in terms of medicine, where you work with something like radiation therapy. Now, all of this brings us to the time that developed after this, when you had, in 1963, the year my late sister was born, you had that Nevada underground test. Then, in terms of a popular cultural understanding of the concept, almost like predictive programming, George Romero, who wasn't working on no government contract, that's for sure, he was using all his own relatives to make the film, released Night of the Living Dead, circa 1968. The Sino-Soviet War began in 1969. But then, everything changed in terms of an understanding of where the world was headed when Pavel Libirsky isolated Kuru in 1971. Now again, I'm going to check into live streaming and oh, thank God, people are interacting. Nathan Brooks says, greetings you all. Rick O'Leary says, great show as always. The United States has the very best farmland real estate in the world. After seeing what happened to Chernobyl, foreign powers won't want to destroy the prize. Yes, in my honest opinion. That's if the foreign powers are thinking and reasoning rationally, Rick. We can only hope that such is the case. Yes, if you want to occupy the land, there's no point in nuking it till it glows. Nathan Brooks says, I would love to have the chance to tell Mr. Knight congratulations. Yes, presumably about his wedding. God bless him. Yes. And I was trying to ask him if he could come on, but both him and our man, Mr. John Warrington, who sent me a single message and then disappeared. It's very odd. I think something's going on in England with these guys. Like I said, London's fucking burning. Not really going into that right now because I'm kind of weary of current events as bringing them up. Tonight was going to be kind of a break from that. But in terms of Pavel Libirsky, Polish scientist, and basically what happened was he was someone who was investigating what was going on with the tribes in New Guinea concerning cannibalism. And let me see if I can remember exactly what it was with what he was investigating. Basically, when you take a look at all these diseases that we have had to deal with recently, By that I mean, say for instance, there were the BSEs, the bovine spongiform encephalopathy. Encephalos meaning the brain, pathy for pathology. When the brain begins to rot, or rather develop vacuous holes, what they call vacuolization in the brain, this BSE, bovine spongiform encephalopathy, was basically mad cow disease. And what had happened was that when it came to mad cow disease, well, it really impacted the world in a way that most people don't understand. For one thing, British beef is outlawed in the United States. A lot of people don't know that. So this was because of mad cow disease. Now, if I can remember when it was that we outlawed British beef, I think that was, holy shit, I guess it was, that came along the time of the United Kingdom's official recognition of the disease. In humans, of course, it's called CJD, or Creutzfeldt-Jakob disease, Alzheimer's disease. Somebody suffering from Alzheimer's is essentially suffering from what a cow suffers from, mad cow disease. But they will definitively say that a human being is suffering from mad cow disease if he contracts it from eating prionized or infected beef. Now, we really began to understand this phenomenon thanks to the TSEs. TSEs is another acronym for transmissible spongiform encephalopathies. So, you've heard of the mad cow disease and their brains turning to sponges. You've heard of the humans with Alzheimer's, essentially the brains turning to sponges. Well, this can transmit, and you can catch it. Hence, the TSEs are transmissible spongiform encephalopathies. Now, when it came to these TSEs, it was around 1985 that you had an analysis. In fact, prions, which were hypothesized as a possible cause of scrapie or wool sorters disease in sheep by Stanley Preusner, who I personally met and spoke with back in 1982, and they ultimately isolated and cloned a man named Weish, a doctor named Weish, Oesch, if I remember his name, or Wesk, et alia, meaning all of his staff, isolated and cloned them in 1985. Well, the interest in prions and prion diseases skyrocketed come 1996 with an official proclamation in the United Kingdom that, in the absence of a more likely explanation, the probable cause of the statistically anomalous outbreak of the new variant of Alzheimer's, CJD, Creutzfeldt-Jakob disease, but variant thereof, VCJD, among Britons, was the exposure to the bovine spongiform encephalopathy, or the BSE, or mad cow disease, which had been identified in English cattle as early as 1986. Okay, all of that was based on the initial research in the TSEs, or the transmissible spongiform encephalopathies in humans. Basically, it all traces back to the study of Kuru, when they began to understand something like this could spread. So when it comes to the most compelling example of TSEs, think about what I said about 1958, Dr. Cohen conceives the neutron bomb. 1963, Kennedy allows an underground test. 1968, you've got Romero's zombie film, the first time zombies are seen as feral cannibals in any film. No other film ever showed that until then. Then by the Sino-Soviet War of 1969, people were seeing it on the battlefield that no Westerner ever knew of. Then by 1971, a Polish doctor, a communist by necessity, because Poland was a satellite state of the Soviet Union behind the Iron Curtain, went to study Kuru in the South Pacific. So Kuru is a cannibal prion disease. Has a frightening link to the eating of human flesh. Among one tribe in the eastern highlands of Papua New Guinea, it was the custom to show respect for deceased family members by eating them. Unfortunately, this transmitted the disease from the organs and flesh of the dead to their living but doomed relatives. And this practice has since been stopped, and no further infections have occurred. But while they did, well, it was... Think about being stuck in the jungle with black zombies out to devour you, and you've got an idea of what Dr. Pavel Lebersky was dealing with. So Kuru is an endogenous disorder. That's a very special term, and if I can try and dwell on that for a moment to think of the best way that would be described to you, it's basically something that's obviously not necessarily genetically inherited, but rather it does have an internal cause or origin. It can also be used in economics, but in biology, it means growing or originating from within an organism. Something frighteningly familiar, or rather similar to, the ancient medieval concept of spontaneous generation. So, in terms of the Kuru, it's a disorder that is endogenous, originates within the cadavers that are eaten. It's unique to the Fore-speaking, or they speak the language of Fore, Fore-speaking peoples of the eastern highlands of Papua New Guinea. And the very term itself, Kuru, means trembling with fear, because the cannibals begin to shake, a kind of neurological degeneration. And this makes other people frightened. They're frightened at the way their cannibal relatives shake and tremble. So in the Fore tongue, the Kuru is cause for panic, and it reached epidemic proportions in Papua New Guinea prior to 1971, when the practice of ritual funerary endocannibalism, meaning that you eat your dead relations, responsible for its transmission, was abolished by law. Now, traditionally, among the Fore people, the cooking and consumption of the corpse, particularly the brain, of a recently deceased loved one, was considered a gesture of respect for the departed and an integral part of the mourning process. Because Kuru's incubation period can be as long as 3 decades, 30 years, some older Fore who had participated in cannibalistic rites were still dying of the disease in the 1990s up to the first decade of the 21st century, in the aughts, the years 2000 and the original zeros decade. However, no young person has exhibited symptoms of kuru since the practice of endocannibalism was discontinued. Now, although the kuru was what it was, the man who put a stop to it was this Polish doctor who was able to coordinate with the government of Papua in stopping this endocannibalistic tradition, Dr. Paweł Liberski, and he sourced from the Department of Molecular Pathology and Neuropathology at the Medical University of Łódź in Poland. So these are fatal neurodegenerative diseases transmitted orally by an act of cannibalism, focusing particularly upon brain matter. So, kuru was known to be caused, ultimately, by prions. So, in terms of its histology, what made all this chronology so compelling, so compellingly threatening or ominous, is that the kuru was then studied. Well, by 1972, you had the CJD, or the Creutzfeldt-Jakob disease, was first. That was the first articles in Science that were published concerning the prion were 1982 by Stanley Preusner. And it was in 1972 you had the first CJD to Preusny. And Preusny was another doctor that I became somewhat familiar with. And when I met him personally, Dr. Stanley Preusner, he, what he had to tell me was that by the 2030s, which is not too far away, TSEs, or transmissible spongiform encephalopathies, will replace STDs, or sexually transmitted diseases, as the major threat to social intercourse. So when Dr. Paweł Liberski isolated the kuru phenomena, put a stop to it, Stanley Preusner began studying it the next year. And in a single decade, he was able to publish articles about it that were originally dismissed. It took a lot to get him the Nobel Prize, but he earned it. So think about the PRPSC. This is what he was studying, was originally scrapie, or wool sorter's disease. And what's scrapie in sheep is wool sorter's disease in the human. So when he began to first hypothesize about prions, how do I bring this to you as something that your average person can understand without medical training? After all, I spent years learning to be an effective communicator of medical concepts to the lay public. So in a sense, as a medical journalist, I stand on pride and have to figure out a way to convey this to a person without medical education. Basically, what I can tell you is that the central nervous system begins to be rewired. Prion is a misfolded protein. When it comes to what we do with ourselves, well, there's nothing you really do other than cannibalism, which would impact you in this method. This is why when it came to cannibalism being discovered as the source of transmissible spongiform encephalopathies, you had a situation in which in Britain it erupted that many people got the mad cow disease from eating mad cows. This was in large part because of the recycling of bone meal from skeletons. When it came to what the Asian Indians were doing, they were able to get a deal with the United Nations that they would provide the skeletons for medical science laboratories all over the world. Now, you see this in the movie Return of the Living Dead or something like that. You basically have a situation in which the guy says, I think there's a skeleton farm in India. Well, he's exactly right. And what happens in India is that they have 1 billion people, and with the world's largest population, they got the United Nations to recognize them as the sole source for legal skeletons to be used in medical science and dental laboratories the world over. And a point was made in that movie, The Return of the Living Dead, which is quite true. Everyone wants a skeleton with perfect teeth, whether in the dental display or the medical science display. Strictly a skull or a skeleton, everyone wants perfect teeth. Now, almost nobody on Earth dies with a set of perfect teeth in their mouths. Yet, the Asian Indians manage to deliver thousands of skeletons with perfect sets of teeth. There's several reasons for this. One of them is, with such a large population, the chances for that are much higher. Another reason is that the Asian Indians really don't have much exposure to the kinds of foods that rot and decay teeth, like sweets, because they're too impoverished and poor to have access to anything like that. So they are stuck with eating rice all of their lives and usually die young, and they have a full set of choppers in their mouth, and then they're recycled via a harsh and brutal system which takes advantage of the poor, and many of these poor skeletons wind up all over the world. So what happens to all the rejects, of which there are many more thousands? They grind them into bone meal. And this bone meal was sold to the Greater British Empire, or Britain, the United Kingdom, because of its connections economically to Asian India through the former Greater British Empire. And due to their own economic commerce connections with the Raj, the Asian Indians, who don't eat cows, took their excess human skeleton waste, ground it into bone meal, and it was fed to British cows. And because of this, the British indirectly became cannibals. Through cows that were eating human bone meal from Asian India, many British people developed Kuru, or Creutzfeldt-Jacobs disease, through the transmissible spongiform encephalopathies. So, when you take a look at the prion, or the kinds of misfolded proteins that are involved with prions, you've got this situation where the people who are eating this beef get all fucked up. The closest thing you had to that originally in Europe was something called perpy scrapey. The acronym for it would be PRPSC with 2 capital P's. Everything else would be lowercase. 2 uppercase P's, P, lowercase r, P, SC for purpose scrapey. Now, when you think about the prion, which is properly a subviral agent by classification, this proteinaceous infectious ion, our prionic gene, or PRNP, as it might be called. I'm trying to remember what that acronym stood for, but I do remember that from talking to Dr. Preusner and thinking about, of course, what I saw in military documents concerning what happened with neutron bombs. You've got this gene that encodes for a normal protein, and it's called PRNP. And, of course, if I were to look that up and just kind of get that out there for you, PRNP, medical abbreviation, that would be prion protein, PRNP. Human gene encoding for the major prion protein, PRP, or PR for prion is what they would say in a shorthand, an abbreviate. The P would simply mean protein. That would simply stand for protein. Of course, for those of you who don't know, it's also known as CD230, which is a cluster of differentiation 230. That's an expression of the protein that is most predominant in the nervous system, but occurs in many other tissues throughout the body. So that's the normal protein is CD230, that cluster of differentiation of 230. So the PRNP, the prion protein, that encodes for a normal protein called PRPC, that protein, probably procluster. That's from a cellular isoform of prion protein. Now I want to make certain I've got this right because, it's a matter of pride again. PRPC, medical definition. There we are. And that would be, genetic definition. Prion definition. Here we are. Yeah, the cellular prion protein, PRPC. It's basically, prion diseases are caused by a conversion of normal cell surface glycoprotein, PRPC, into a conformationally altered isoform, the PRPSC, that is infectious. So you've got this normal glycoprotein, PRPC, and isoforms. They're proteins with the same basic function as other proteins, but they've been encoded by different genes, and they may exhibit different sequences. Now, abnormally, this PRPC, the prion protein, changes the shape and technically misfolds the protein into a scrapey isoform, the PRPSC, that was first recorded in 1732 in Euro-American goats and sheep, where they developed the down disease, where they went down, like began moving stupidly and crashing against fences. Now, people with mutations within the PRNP gene experience this misfolding spontaneously. So the cerebrophagy, the eating of the brain, or by the cannibals, or the HGH, the human growth hormone injections of CJD or Creutzfeldt-Jakob disease, they introduce abnormal proteins, the PRPSC, the prion proteins, which act on the normal proteins and transform them into abnormal proteins in a domino effect. Okay, so if you're holding with all that, then what we have is a situation where, in the old days, this would be caused, if not by kuru, by eating your relative's brains, because the trembling is a symptom of the dying brain tissue. Then you would have people catching it through basically extracting pituitary glands in order to encourage growth. Back in the old days, they wanted all men to be tall and all women to be short. And by cultivating the pituitary glands of cadavers, they would make these into pills that they would give to children so that the girls would stop growing and all the boys would start growing. And this was all based on an aesthetic that boys must be taller than girls. It was completely misguided, to say the least, downright disgusting. But hormones are cultivated from extracted pituitary glands, and basically they were used to impact the growth of children. The classic cadaver harvested pituitary glands for growth hormones, they would result in Creutzfeldt-Jakob disease as well, and its varieties. So when you think of contaminated surgical equipment, the cornea transplants, you've got accidental transmission of 5% of the causative agents. It's it's just one of those things to bear in mind. There's different types of CJD, varieties thereof. The iatrogenic Creutzfeldt-Jakob disease, or ICJD. That's usually via the contaminated surgical equipment. Accidental transmission thereby. That would be about 5% of cases as a causative agent. The variant, VCJD, that I brought up about the British getting them, that's statistically anomalous. The familial Creutzfeldt-Jakob disease, FCJD, that's 10% of all transmissible spongiform encephalopathies. That includes the FFI in bloodlines that leads to a kind of horrible disease that you never want, where you can't sleep and die horribly. You've got that sources through bloodlines without DNA. That's like magic. It somehow passes in families without DNA exchange. It's that's like a family curse, the FCJD. You've got what's called SCJD, which is sporadic Creutzfeldt-Jakob disease. That's the most common prion disease in humans. 85% of all the TSE cases per 1 million. Still, it's a cause unknown. So when it comes to these prions that I'm trying to explain to you and get across to you just how scary these things are, by the time that Stanley Preussner isolated this phenomenon, by the time it was cloned in 1985, then basically, as I said, by 1996, there was the official proclamation in the United Kingdom that led to all British beef being outlawed in the United States. You had this statistically anomalous outbreak of this new variant, Creutzfeldt-Jakob disease, the VCJD, among Britons with exposure to the BSE, the mad cow disease, via an indirect form of cannibalism, which had been identified in English cattle as early as 1986. Now, they tried to deny, to this day, conclusive links between VCJD and BSE exposure, but all the epidemiological evidence and the public outcry resulted in stringent new regulations to control BSE in the beef industry, as well as the destruction of more than 500,000 infected or potentially infected cattle at the time. So what I described to you just now was 4 known transmissible TSEs, or spongiform encephalopathies that are transmissible. CJD is just one of them. And as I said, besides the CJD, and its variants, there's these familiar fatal insomnia that I was talking about, the Gersman-Strausler-Schinker syndrome, and of course the Kuru, all of which exhibit a general progression characterized by slow cerebral neurodegeneration culminating in the death that's diagnosed when you cut them open and, oh God, what do they do to cadavers as opposed to carcasses? You dissect an animal, but a human, you vivisect them. And when you vivisect them, you diagnose their disease by vacuolization of the brain matter. You can't really tell while they're alive other than by their external behavior. But when you cut them open afterwards, it's a certainty. This is why pathologists know everything and do everything, but can do nothing for the patient. So all of these, the first thing to note about the prions is they have no DNA. They are our own protein encoded by a cellular gene. So when it comes to all of the recorded down goats and sheep going back to 1732, they were always slaughtered and cremated until post-World War II North America, when they probably began feeding them to other cows and sheep. All of this is coming towards a convergence. My punchline for the night, which might even lead me to, how much further can I go after that? We'll see. But one of the areas that almost nobody knows about, simply because science was never released on the subject to your average human being, was the fact that one of the many prion-related areas that is verboten for public investigation, and therefore never fully explored in the open sense, but certainly militarily explored in the closed and covert sense, is the effect of radiation on prions. And radiation mutates the disease. So when it comes to the prions, basically when I spoke with Dr. Bert Gersman, an epidemiologist from San Jose State University, he confirmed that prions represent unknowns. And of course, people fear unknowns. Prions are very strange creatures. They have no DNA, but they are capable of replication. This is not reproduction. It's asexual. It's not by sex. We know almost nothing about them. Very little about prion transmission and pathogenesis. We do know they are resistant to routine disinfection and can withstand harsh environmental conditions. They can even survive autoclaving, which is the standard for aseptic technique. In other words, you have hormones that are cultivated from extracted pituitary glands, and solvents of various kinds are used to purify the tissue. These solvents kill everything except prions. Even formaldehyde won't kill prions. Radiation treatment and bombardment with ultraviolet light doesn't kill them. Scientists have tried just about everything, including treating diseased brain tissues with all manner of chemicals, including industrial detergent. And prions endure. They don't even die with the host organism. Bury a Alzheimer's ridden corpse with a prion disease. You can dig up the bones a century later, and the prions are all still there. They are, after all, just proteins. So, according to Dr. Pavel Libursky, the Department of Molecular Pathology and Neuropathology at the Medical University of Lodz, Poland, he also said, now I can't translate the Polish, this was pre-translated. He attested, confirmed, validated, verified, prions do not have DNA. According to the prion hypothesis, a prion is a protein, our own, encoded by a cellular gene. In normal situations, you and me, for instance, his words, our prion gene, PRMP, encodes for a normal protein called PRPC from cellular isoform of prion protein. In abnormal situations, this PRPC changes the shape, misfolded, technically speaking, it is misfolded, into scrapey isoform, PRPSC. And in people with mutations within the PRNP gene, this misfolding occurs spontaneously. If you eat the brain, as in the cases of Kuru, or you get injected, as in Creutzfeldt-Jakob disease after human growth hormone injections, the abnormal protein, or PRPSC, acts on a normal protein, and the normal one is transformed into an abnormal protein. Domino effect. So the disease, as in the case of the mad cow, mutates in humans into variant, or VCGAD. He says how this happens, nobody really knows. Perhaps passage through an organism, human or different from the original host, the cow, somehow changes it. So, basically, as I said, an isoform is a protein that has the same basic function as another protein, but has been encoded by a different gene and may therefore exhibit differences in its sequence. So, when it comes to the original scrapie from the sheep and cows, painful, fatal prion disease that attacks the nervous system of goats and sheep, first recorded in 1732. But, it's one of these things that they call it scrapie because of the symptoms. Infected animals will rub or scrape against fences or rocks or trees to alleviate an unbearable itch. And the other scrapie symptoms include erratic gaits, compulsive lip smacking, and convulsions. So, the only treatment has ever been to destroy and cremate the infected animals. Well, none of that really hurts humans in the sense that radiation does with this shit. When you are basically dealing with what our man, Dr. Stanley Preusner, couldn't initially prove, the Air Force proved it for him. In the mid-1980s, what happened was the Air Force tested the W-69. And they did this in the classical manner. Basically, around the same time, you had bovine spongiform encephalopathy, the BSE identified in 1986, with all these cows, and you had the same time the U.S. Air Force was getting ready for deployment of the W-69. So they lined up everybody symmetrically in a series of circles around the ground zero where they blew the W-69. And this was the test that was completely hidden from the public. People have known now about the atomic veterans, about the veterans of atomic testing, thousands that were ultimately killed by the United States in these mass sacrificial tests for no good reason. The W-69 was the worst among them all. as were any of the above-ground neutron tests. You have probably found online everything you ever wanted to know, and God knows why anyone would want to know anything about them, but Jameson Reese was obsessed with them and published nothing but mushroom clouds all over his goddamn Facebook timeline. Sick people like that can look up anything you want about conventional nuclear weapons, but you'll find it impossible to find anything on the enhanced radiation weapons testing. And, of course, the neutron bomb tests, like the conventional nuclear tests, the radiation blew from Nevada all across the continental United States and landed where it would alter the development of film in the 1950s, 60s, 70s until they stopped developing film in the old way. It would change film being developed by Kodak Company in upstate New York. It would discolor the radiation landing from nuclear testing. It would basically put radiation isotopes in the milk people were drinking. It caused cancer everywhere. It impacted us so that cancer became a common phenomenon, whereas before the atomic age it was rare. By the time we entered the radiation age, away from the nuclear age, when they blew the neutron bombs, that wind blew it into isolated areas in the Adirondacks, in the Appalachians, where it impacted the population. Understand that the effect was just like what happened at Ground Zero. So what happened when Dr. Stanley Preussner first encountered Kourou in 1971 through the work of Pavel Libersky? Then he unleashed his articles, which created an enormous controversy a decade later in 1982. Nobody was taking him seriously until the mid-1980s when the Air Force conducted the W-69 test. And basically, that's what unleashed an ERMI. Basically, an ERMI is an acronym. ERMIE. It's an acronym for Enhanced Radioactivated Molecular Ionization Event. So, basically, when the W-69 was tested and you had all of those circles of men surrounding it, to see how they would be impacted by the blast in the traditional nuclear sense, because it still produces one hell of a bang and a blast and a lot of heat, despite the majority of it being radiation from the upper atmosphere. So this created enormous clouds of PIMPs, PIMPs. That's an acronym for prionic isoformulaic microscopic particles. So what happened was that with these releases in these nuclear tests, actually radiation tests, especially the ERMI that was produced by the W-69. This implicated ionizing radiation in the origins of prionic outbreaks that would vacuolize the brain tissues of human beings immediately. This would be the creation of what was then called PAPS, PAPS, or Preussner, or prionic, anthropophagic, prionic syndrome, or pathogenic syndrome. PAPS, PAPS. I remember it as they were still arguing over exactly what the acronym could mean at that time, but it was a choice between a kind of prionic anthropophagic pathogenic syndrome, or crediting the doctor, Preussner anthropophagic or cannibalistic pathogenic or prionic syndrome, rather. I think they ultimately went without crediting him with the prionic anthropophagic pathogenic syndrome. But I've seen different variants of the same acronym in different reports. But the end result of PAPS, well, basically the U.S. Air Force's research into enhanced radiation weapons, especially the neutron bombs, was halted in the mid-'80s as, basically it was a result of the concerns over classified data proving that the use of such weapons generated widespread outbreaks of what they would call DAFs, DAFs, or decedent ambulatory prionic hosts. This would be what you call zombies. And they would be cinematic level zombies, feral, and cannibalistic, and endlessly hungry, like your archetypal Asian hungry ghost. The initial degeneration of healthy protein to the infectious prion isoform was caused by a molecular ionization event induced by a very specific frequencies of high-energy electromagnetic radiation. Thereafter, the misfolded protein could replicate itself and infect other hosts, according to the accepted model of prion transmission. This is what brought us to the age in which they began to slowly realize they had to predictively program the public for the eventual zombie outbreak. Now, by 1996, the United Kingdom's official proclamation of VCJD, or variant Creutzfeldt-Jakob disease from exposure to BSE, bovine spongiform encephalopathy, resulted the next year in Dr. Stanley Preussner winning the Nobel Prize in Medicine, circa 1997. All of this was the British getting theirs through indirect cannibalism, through Asian India and the skeleton farms and the ground human bone meal. But in the United States, it was through the testing of Samuel Cohen's neutron bomb. Now, as I said, some of this radiation blew far away from Ground Zero, where it was bad enough. At Ground Zero, all of the men who were at the outer edges of the perimeter of the test, well, under orders, of course, they advanced towards Ground Zero. If you ever see the old nuclear test, this is how it was done. The men would stand in concentric circles, the bomb would be blown, and they would be ordered to march towards Ground Zero to see how much radiation they could absorb. In this classic form of testing, when they conducted what they did with the W-69, all the men at the outer edges expected to run into the same thing they ran into with conventional testing, which is men at the inner edges who were blind or basically burned or in need of various forms of help, vomiting their guts out, and ultimately, of course, doomed to die of a slow, miserable death in which their teeth would and all their hair would fall out. But when it came to what they ran into instead, it was completely different. It was something never encountered before. Ravenous madmen who ripped them apart and ripped out their entrails and devoured them, even as the men lay dying and watching those men who had been closer to the blast eat their guts right out of their body as they bled out. These were the first zombies of the radiation age. The DAFs, DAPHs, deceased or decedent ambulatory prionic hosts, suffering from the PAPS, PAPS, or Preussner anthropophagic prionic syndrome, or prionic anthropophagic pathogenic syndrome, which I think was ultimately settled on. All of this is caused by the PIMPs, the PIMPs, the prionic isoformulaic microscopic particles released in an ERMI, ERMIE, enhanced radioactivated molecular ionization event. This is what created the world's first wave of cannibalistic zombies. Now, in subsequent tests, and it's hard to believe that they would continue conducting subsequent tests, but certainly at least more than one was conducted. Not only what happened at Ground Zero was impacting, but the wind was blown towards these other areas of the United States where, when the PIMPs fell down, the particles that were isoformulaic fell down into the Appalachians, or these various dead towns, or what are dead towns now, the population would be mutated in the same way, become cannibalistic, feral, and involved in a feeding frenzy. Now, the United States knew that it couldn't dispatch the National Guard to deal with these people. For one thing, the National Guard is comprised of locals, meaning people who are part of the community. The National Guard is comprised of people like you and me. They're not professional soldiers in the sense of career soldiers in the other conventional branches of armed service. They would talk. They would expose what had happened. So instead, they recruited special operations groups from police units. These would be the kind of SWAT teams that you see primarily working with federal units. The FBI would have what's called a SOGR group, or Special Operations Group, their version of a SWAT team, a tactical unit. You have the BATF, Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, and Firearms, infamous for Waco. You have these various units which, when they're unleashed, they are infamously exterminatory. They tend to kill everyone in sight. The reason for that is that it was these types of units, secret police units, that were unleashed to dispatch, eradicate the DAFs, the dissident ambulatory prionic hosts, the zombies of entire towns. The former population that was now dead but walking. By the way, there is a term for this that the medical community feels is most adequate. The third phase of existence. Unliving. These are not undead. They're unliving. That's the correct phase or phrase for the phase, the third phase of existence in which they dwell. So when it comes to the prions and the functional impossibilities that they manifest, the dead do walk and the dead do eat. But they're really not dead. As they said, they're all misfolded inside at the protonic level. They're unliving. Police units were sent into these areas and they killed everybody. The bodies, of course, can only be destroyed in a nuclear furnace which dismantles the very atoms that hold the proteins together. Special nuclear incinerators had to be created for that. The police were sworn to secrecy, but they behaved the same way by their training when unleashed against living humans. This is why such special police units are so mass murderous. It's the background that they had whenever they deal with these cases of zombie outbreaks. All of this hopefully puts your reality in a perspective for you that makes it more comprehensible. But the worst is yet to come. There is no nation on earth that dares to maintain an enhanced radioactivity weapon arsenal anymore. The dangers from such an arsenal are simply outweigh any potential benefits. That's what every sane nation on earth has decided. There may be a cache maintained in communist China. It's doubtful the Russians have the capability to maintain one and that it disintegrated years agone. They already had their own problems by what they generated through pharmacological zombism. But when it comes to the Israelis are a one-nuke nation. If you launch one nuke that's big enough, Israel is fucked. Israel dies on the vine. Israel gets hit by 2 nukes, and you've managed to effectively exterminate a good deal of the Jewish race. At least half of it, or around half, wiped from the face of the earth. So the Israelis maintain the world's only standing enhanced radioactivity weapons arsenal. ERWs, neutron bombs. It was created by a Jewish doctor, after all, Dr. Samuel Cohen, who testified that the Israelis have the largest neutron arsenal in the world. In fact, the only neutron arsenal in the world. The reason the Israelis built that Great Wall, the Great Wall of Israel, that you actually see in the movie World War Z, is because if anyone were to launch any incoming missiles that they even suspected of holding nuclear warheads, that's an existential threat to the Jewish race. They will more than willingly, they will reflexively launch their neutron warheads to fry the wiring of any incoming intercontinental ballistic missile weapons, even medium or short range ballistic missile weapons suspected of neutron or nuclear warheads, nuclear I mean to say, and they'll use their neutron warheads to scramble the nukes. This will automatically, instantaneously generate a series of ERMIs. These enhanced radioactivated molecular ionization events, which will then generate all the pimps, those prionic isoformulaic microscopic particle clouds that then generate the PAPs, the prionic anthropophagic pathogenic syndrome that transforms humans into DAFs, or decedent DAPHs, decedent ambulatory prionic hosts, zombies. Israel will start the zombie apocalypse. This was, of course, why the entire World War Z was focused on Israel and Palestine. The book was not centered on that at all. The film was. And they took the book and turned it into something completely different, Israeli-centric, so that people would believe the Israelis were building the wall for the preservation of all humanity. In reality, the Israelis are intent in zombifying the rest of the world, a world in which only the Jews of Israel survive behind their wall, a world of the unliving suffering the third phase of existence as rabid, cannibalistic, unthinking feral zombies. So this is the punchline of why Israel needs to be dismantled as the state it is today. remantled along completely different lines. A North and South Israel subject as satellites of other powers. As a rogue state, they are the most dangerous anti-culture on the surface of the earth. And they threaten us all. So, all of that having been articulated, I think I've earned my pay for tonight. Turned in the average workday of 8 hours. And again, ask you all to upload whatever statements you can into the chat, and hopefully it will publish when this episode is uploaded. With that, we'll end transmission tonight. And again, I must beseech thee, I need financial support to carry me through the month. $100 from $50. Something substantial that will help make the mark of $300 towards the first. So, again, the best place to turn it in through is through PayPal. Support at paypal.me/Douglas Dietrich. I'll need half $100 from just maybe 6 of you. Yeah, half a dozen of you providing half $100 each will be perfect. 3 of you, $100 each. Obviously, your money is not wasted. It is meant to keep myself from homelessness, and is certainly not used for anything other than that. There's nothing else it can go towards. I have nothing else to spend it on for the rest of the month. All that being said, as Nathan A. Brooks says, so happy for George Knight and his wonderful lady's wedding ceremony. And yes, we're proud of you as well, Nathan Brooks. Again, if anyone wants to get something in the chat where it publishes with the upload, do so now or forever hold your peace. Certainly some of these touching things that have been said in the chat, hate it when that disappears with the chat not uploading like it did with the latest episode, one of my most powerful. So I do appreciate everybody listening to that episode. The episode preceding tonight's, make certain, of course, to put an upvote on that as well as tonight's. And that'll give us an even 44 upvotes on the last episode before tonight's, which has only got 43 right now. Give it an even 44. And as I said, one of the most powerful episodes. I don't understand why it can't be downloaded by John Warrington. So see if you can download it independently. If you can download all 11 hours and 43 minutes of that episode. And let me know how it turns out. If you can do so, send it to John Warrington by the gods of my ancestors, please. And with that, my love to all who support myself, and certainly join us next Sunday night. Aside from all of that, my prayers for everyone with all of the problems and challenges they themselves face. All of us are simply trying to tread water and survive. Obviously, I have a few advantages and a few disadvantages. Right now, help me overcome the disadvantages so I can take advantage of the advantages to help you later in the future. As time goes on, as I said, I'm really the only qualified individual out there to help you deal with the world that's to come. Whether it's when the dead are walking the earth and TSEs or transmissible spongiform encephalopathies are the new STDs, and you can wind up one of the walking dead just by fucking somebody. Or it's a world where the ghouls arise out of the ground to devour you all and herd you all as cattle. Or whether it's a world in which, there's so many scenarios. Unfortunately, many of them probably convergent. Regardless, the only man equipped to tell you what the hell is happening and put it in context so that you might survive as a species is myself. So a little help right now to help me get to that point where I can help you in the future is the best you can do for yourself. that in mind, we close tonight's transmission. Hugs to Nathan Brooks, Rick O'Leary, George Knight, of course, everyone who's with us now. It appears only the men are up, but so glad Lioness 77 Alphar, Vicky Johnson, and Meredith Ling, and Peggy Wood, and others could join us earlier on the ladies' side. The ladies were earlier and the men were later. And I guess that's kind of natural, right? You know, the men should be up throughout the night to watch the woman, so to speak. All right, then. Best wishes. No one seems to be entering anything else in chat. And with the live stream, we've got a few minutes before we've got a full 8 hours, but, you know, why bother? That being said, all right, Joe, if you're there, Joe, I'll be hanging up, and, well, we'll take it from there. Oh, that doesn't end the stream, does it?